I mean, for those people to walk past this gentleman that went through that, that's just as bad as those are the same as those gentlemen that were all in line that watched the officer push that old man down, push that woman, and walk past. All those things that you've seen that's happened to me, and justifiably keep it going. Wash, rinse, repeat. And it's like, okay. How much energy does it take for you to be
such an asshole?
One of those type of persons that would do that to somebody as a victim of the crime, but you lock and treat the person with less respect than the person that actually committed the crime, which is crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's as bad as our
that motherfucker had a bad day. What about me? Like, what do you think? What kind of day do you think I had? And you going out there and taking the time within those 4 hours, probably, that I'm not even aware that my wife just died, and you're taking the time to justify that this guy's having a bad day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like, it's fucking nuts. Empathy is like 0. It's like apathy.
But they have complete empathy. It's just in the opposite way, because you can't have empathy for something that you don't see as equal.
No.
The only thing you can have empathy for is that which is equal, or what you see equal to. Yeah. You understand? So I was trying to explain to you why shit flows to the top, man. You watch it, you see it, motherfucker slip up. You understand? And true nature come out. That's, I don't know. Not in my life where I thought I'd see some shit like that, don't be heard. I mean, come on. Especially after like a half a decade of fucking people, like, seeing people be blatantly abusive with the abusive fucking excessive force. I don't even know what you would call this right here. You know what I'm saying?
It's obscene.
Because it's worse than being shot or murdered.
Yeah, it's so degrading.
You understand?
Yeah. They did not think that my feelings were to have into account at all. Might as well be fucking dead. Oh, he has a daughter.
And a son. That's what I'm saying. What does this pass on? I mean, it's like as you heard that young child speak after his father was shot in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And baby say, as the child said, but children don't speak as such. There's a horrible thing about this shit going on at the southern border. It's just propagating this. And it makes it perpetuate back into itself. I hope more light is brought upon these issues as such, and things are done in a manner to where it's accountable by those supposed to be in power that are doing this stuff. Otherwise, if people take this more and more as it's doing, like a fucked up a spouse about to blow up because he or she is not wishing to deal with the situation anymore without being heard. You know what I'm saying? By any means. That's demoralizing. That's crazy.
So demoralizing.
It's over to the thing of the lady getting, as we were talking on about what happened with the baby and so forth. We were at the child and hearing about the lady having a child and the motherfuckers kick her ass out, push her baby, and keep the passport, and then send her a passport. And it's like, hold on, you can't deport a U.S. citizen.
Oh my God, yeah. Thought of that.
That tops that. Like, by far. This is whack.
Super whack. And please don't tell me, I mean, is the guy a Mexican national or he's like, just looks Mexican but he's born here? Because that would be just even more ridiculous. Not that it doesn't make it any better, but
yeah.
It's just like you know when you're being told go home.
Yeah.
Isn't that demoralizing?
Oh yeah. That's why I asked my motherfucker, where am I supposed to go to?
Yeah.
Where I go to, boo? I know what the doggy kids and the kids have been run over. He's like, it's the only place that I know, so where am I supposed to go to? You tell me to go somewhere. You go somewhere, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. I never did get that shit. I had that shit. I was a child and shit. Go somewhere, get out of here. Oh, okay.
And that somewhere is where? Like,
Yeah.
and when you're gonna get creative, you say, like, somewhere that makes no fucking sense.
And when I make it look like a cool place, you're gonna come there too and take it? Or take it from me? What's up? That's true. Yeah, what's that funny shit? Go home. Go back where you came from. Marysville, dude. Marysville, California. I speak English. Born in Fremont Hospital. Fremont County. Or Fremont City. In the Bay. But Fremont Hospital, motherfucker, you can see. Sutter County. Get it right, motherfucker. We from Murderville. Good old Mayberry. I said, I don't know where it is. Well, it's supposed to be the capital of fucking California, but there's too many minorities with the sack town, baby. Good old Corona Bear family come from where they was killing migrants. Don't you understand? You got a dude that's doing history for killing himself. And ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. Dude got caught earlier and I got away with killing so many people if we wouldn't have just killed migrants. Trip, man. It's a scary world out there. Those are neighbors, honey. That's your buddies. Your buddies that you always thought were calling the police on you. So the daughter came out into the street, told you, no, dumbass, like your husband's been trying to tell you. We're after you. He's an American citizen. Why would we come out telling? Why would we telling him we got our paperwork straight? What the fuck is he care?
Social media influencers who are devoted Trump supporters have been spreading false conspiracy theories about the ongoing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border, warning their viewers in the United States of an orchestrated invasion and child trafficking funded by Democrats. Sound QAnon-y? Well, an explosive new report published Monday in the Daily Beast by reporter Jean Guerrero reveals one of the men was deported after serving time in prison for a federal drug trafficking conviction, but was able to re-enter the U.S. while Trump was president. He's a live streamer named Oscar Ramirez, or Oscar El Blue, who calls himself an independent reporter and was featured on Trump's former chief strategist Steve Bannon's podcast War Room several times this month. Ramirez also contributes to a U.S. right-wing media network called Real America's Voice. This is a clip from one of his reports.
All the way over here, they put a wall to protect the United States and to protect this invasion that is happening. So it was amazing.
So that's Oscar Ramirez, or Oscar El Blue. Just this past April, Ramirez reportedly re-entered the U.S. at the El Paso, Texas border crossing, along with Anthony Acero, another right-wing influencer who allegedly took part in the January 6th insurrection and is a close friend of the QAnon conspiracy theorist Congressperson Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, if you're having a little trouble following this, let's go to Jean Guerrero, investigative journalist and author of Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda. She has this new piece in the Daily Beast headlined, "The MAGA Clowns Making Chaos at the Border Have Ugly Past." Jean, welcome back to Democracy Now! Just lay out what you have found. This is explosive.
Yes, I mean, I looked at the cases of two of these right-wing influencers and conspiracy theorists, but Oscar Ramirez is definitely the most shocking case. He is someone who, as you said, Amy, with a federal drug trafficking conviction in his past, which, according to the Immigration and Nationality Act, U.S. federal law on immigration, someone with that kind of conviction would be inadmissible to the United States after deportation, unless he were able to obtain a special visa waiver from the Attorney General himself or the State Department. And so it would be impossible for him to re-enter the United States without basically very strong political connections and or working as an informant. I asked Mr. Ramirez what the details of his visa were. He refused to give them. He accused me and the Daily Beast of promoting child trafficking by trying to expose some of the things that he's involved in. But he, in addition to the tens of thousands of U.S.-based followers that he has and who he's spreading lies to, creating hysteria about alleged trafficking at the border when he himself is, has a federal drug trafficking conviction, it's been incredibly damaging. In addition to that social media following, he's been appearing regularly on a U.S. right-wing media outlet called Real America's Voice, which airs Steve Bannon's program, The War Room, among other things. And I reached out to them about their decision to use a convicted drug trafficker as a talking head on border security and to create hysteria about trafficking at the border, and they declined to respond.
Jean, could you talk also about Anthony Aguero and his ties to right-wing elements in the United States, as well as another person, Paloma Zuniga?
Yes, so Oscar Ramirez, he is close friends and collaborators with Anthony Aguero, as well as Ben Bergbaum, who is a correspondent at Real America's Voice. These three men are very close, and both of the U.S.-based men, Ben Bergbaum and Anthony Aguero, are close, longtime associates and friends of Marjorie Taylor Greene. They've defended the integrity of the Proud Boys, which is designated a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. They, they've been involved in a number of right-wing extremist activities in the United States. And there's some speculation that because of Oscar Ramirez's close connections with these individuals, he was able to get connections in the Trump administration. And despite the fact that the Trump administration was instructing agents not to use their discretion in favor of extending leniency to any immigrant whatsoever, let alone those with criminal convictions, he was able to get a special this special pass to get back into the United States and to report alongside these two individuals for this U.S. right-wing network called Real America's Voice. Paloma for Trump is a U.S. and Mexican national who's also extremely problematic. She has tens of thousands of followers as well. Also associated with Ben Bergquam, the Marjorie Taylor Greene associate. And she, has been involved in numerous physical confrontations with immigrants. At one point, she was caught on camera chasing and literally physically shoving a migrant child who was approaching the border with his father to request asylum. She was screaming in his face, chasing him around and shoving him, telling him that he was not welcome in the United States. She has since apologized for that incident, but she remains a problematic character. She's been involved in an incident in which rocks and racial epithets were hurled at the asylum seekers. She very recently went to this migrant camp of thousands of people who were waiting for their turn to request asylum legally in the U.S. and started broadcasting their images, including images of children without their permission, something which makes the asylum seekers very nervous because of their precarious situation in northern Mexico, where many of these people are fleeing death threats. There's gang violence that they have to worry about. They don't want their images broadcast, and these live streamers have been going down there, not respecting their rights to privacy. They've been often they'll interview them under false premises and then mistranslate to their U.S.-based audiences to create more hysteria and to basically conflate all of these asylum seekers with child traffickers and conflate their advocates with traffickers as well.
And also, in terms of some of them, as you report, are engaged in Mexican chauvinism towards Central American refugees.
Yes, exactly. So Oscar Ramirez, he claims that he's only against illegal immigration, but when you look at his videos, he tells his viewers that Central Americans are quote unquote lazy, and that anyone who is trying to come to the United States through Mexico from Central America is just looking for, quote, easy money, easy welfare. He peddles these very racist and negative stereotypes about Central Americans, and this is something that's very, common. It's an established problem. This internalized racism that can occur in the Latinx community. Although Ramirez and Zuniga deny being racist, but they both have expressed very negative views towards Central Americans, towards people who are coming from other countries who may have darker skin than Mexicans. And it's a very common strategy with people who are peddling white supremacist ideas to use people of color as shields against accusations of racism. So having people like Paloma Zuniga or Oscar Ramirez on these U.S. right-wing media outlets talking about a quote-unquote invasion of horrible people at the border, it helps blunt accusations of racism in these U.S. right-wing media outlets, and just really creates a lot of hysteria and hurts the chances of these asylum seekers to ever find a legal pathway into the United States. I spoke to many of them who say that they're afraid of these live streamers. The live streamers make them really sad and concerned that it might turn public opinion in the United States against immigration and create this hysteria that will ultimately lead them to not be able to find refuge in this country where they're hoping to save their children's lives.
Unless you got the money. As they're pushing to keep fucking making it more and more costly to fucking come to something that's supposed to be free. extort the shit out of people. This will come with the business. They know what they're doing. He took all that give me $1 money. He's about to make a whole, even more grosser machine. Like Keshe and them with their closed loop. Give me $1 fucking system. That's just crazy. Mad world.
His return to social media on a new platform which he claims will redefine the game. So what does this mean? Let's bring in US Studies CEO Simon Jackman. Simon, what do you think we can expect from Trump and his team?
I think he's mad keen to get back out there on social media. A few things are happening in American politics that I think he can't start the sidelines on. In particular, the border crisis. That is money for jam for Donald Trump. That is an I told you so moment about a humanitarian crisis following a relaxation or signals of a relaxation of his policy with respect to the border. I think him being on the sidelines when there's that much good politics to be had is probably driving him crazy. And I've maintained all along, look for the money. This will be about a monetization play. Don't expect this to be Twitter. Expect this to be perhaps a pay-to-play service if you want the words of Donald Trump. And he won't be limited to 150 characters this time. Expect to pony up, and I think there's as much to do about that as anything else.
Yeah, because he obviously loved Twitter back when he was allowed to use it. So do you think there's a market for a Donald Trump social media platform that people would pay for?
You wonder what else will be in the mix. I was very curious to see that the person announcing it was Jason Miller, who was Trump's communications specialist. I think there's a business model that's going to accompany this. It just can't be the text that we're used to. Expect more to be in the mix, I expect. And how this can sustain, frankly, an income stream for Trump and I think a lot of people that were making quite a bit of money being part of the Trump train, particularly through the election campaign in 2020.
So he has been keeping a pretty low profile in Florida. Do you know what he's been up to?
Look, he was on Fox. He's been quite prominent on that part of American mainstream media, Fox, and commentators on Fox that are friendly to him. So he hasn't gone away at all. Remember last time we spoke, he'd just spoken at that Conservative Political Action Conference meeting. I think he is dying to get back in the game because that is influence and that is money and that is attention, and those are three things that Donald Trump really likes. Okay,
while I've got you here, I have to ask, those pictures we saw over the weekend, Joe Biden stumbling up the stairs of Air Force One, what'd you make of it?
It took me back because he stumbled up the stairs on the stage with us here in Sydney back in 2016 at the Paddington Town Hall, an event we did for him. He likes to do that jog sort of motion, but maybe he ought to perhaps take it easy. There's an awful lot there that we need Joe Biden to be in the job for. Slow down, old fella. If he was stripping 5 years ago, you wonder, he probably hasn't gotten any better over the last 5.
Obviously, his critics would point to his age being an issue. Of course, they made a big deal about it during the campaign. Just a clumsy guy, not so much, not a concern about his age.
Yeah, but image is everything, and you don't want those optics to start to bed in. Gerald Ford, again, before our time, but a president who was known for one or two stumbles, and then tripping became the great joke about the guy. Chevy Chase made a career out of doing a falling down Gerald Ford impersonation. You don't want those things to stick. George W. Bush bouncing a deflated basketball that just stopped on the ground. Those, right, they stick in people's minds. Right. And so management of the presidential image, incredibly important. I don't think we'll be seeing that again.
John Howard trying to bowl a cricket ball. Okay, thanks so much, Simon.
That's because the shit goes to your brain.
How's the breathing? And
Built it at the divers.
I'm going to strap you in. Carl Shaughnessy helps decode a COVID mystery. 6 months after your recovery, you are still struggling with issues.
And him talking about the freshness in his brain after not drinking for a month.
But a lot of what's going on with COVID is unknown. It affects everybody differently.
By examining heart, lungs, and blood flow, answers may come from post-COVID clinics like this one
at Stony Brook Medicine on Long Island. We'll take a look. Dr. Sirtha Rajapate is at the vanguard of pandemic health.
Is it time to look at COVID-19 as a chronic disease?
The way we're seeing long-term symptoms now, I anticipate we should be looking at it as a chronic disease.
Today, Northwestern Medicine reports a stunning 85% of non-hospitalized COVID long haulers suffer persistent neurological issues, including brain fog, headache, and numbness or tingling. On Shaughnessy's medical chart, irregular heartbeat, diabetes, loss of balance, and brain fog, none of which he had before COVID. His wife, Susan, is a registered nurse.
He was a fully functioning, healthy, 57-year-old man pre-COVID.
It's the toughest challenge of their 13-year marriage. Carl spent 47 days in the hospital, 19 on a ventilator.
When Carl came home, he had to learn how to walk and use his arms again.
And live with fatigue, daily glucose checks, and heart problems.
Are things like that caused by COVID, or does COVID reveal them?
I'm not sure that we know the answer to that yet.
Many patients face...
I do. Go, partner. She got it all in her skin. She puts it together, she does too. But otherwise, we got the hard data to show it.
Challenges too.
After living through COVID, there is high anxiety, high stress, depression, sadness.
For the Shaughnessy's, there's also gratitude.
I'm very fortunate to be alive and breathing. I'll take this gladly.
As they seek answers one step at a time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Comac, New York.
Now, an NBC News exclusive inside a company developing another COVID vaccine it hopes will be a global game changer. With more on that, here's Katie Beck.
Developing vaccines is an uphill race, one that Novavax CEO Stanley Erck has been running for decades.
How close to the finish line do you consider yourself to be at this point?
Well, never close enough. But we are close.
Maryland-based Novavax has been developing vaccines for more than 30 years, but has never had one approved and on the market. Now, a possible victory on the horizon as the company mass produces tens of millions of doses of its COVID-19 vaccine.
We've never been approved in
Confident it will
America.
be authorized for use in the United States.
Do you believe your product is better than the other ones out there?
I think they all work. And I think everybody should take whatever vaccine that are offered.
He's like, this is our shit. We never got shit approved. They're approving all the emergency shit. Just put whatever in the vials and everybody should take it.
100 million doses for the U.S. But pre-pandemic, Novavax was sinking, suffering setbacks after several failed phase 3 trials.
You think it'll start getting vaccines? Everybody know.
When you do that.
On the verge of collapse in December of 2019, at times companies stopped trading at $1.
If you've been around as long as I have, you've seen a lot of experiments fail. But you also see people figure out why.
Or like Kodak and
the company's recent data from phase 3 trials of its COVID-19 vaccine show 96% efficacy, and against the UK variant, 86%.
Everyone comes here, checks in.
We ain't $1 no more, motherfuckers. We $100.
In College Station, Texas, where vaccine production is bustling.
We are focused on making as much vaccine as we possibly can.
Here at the Texas facility, 80,000 square feet transformed to produce COVID vaccine as quickly as possible. Now they've added 300 employees and are making millions of doses inside those bioreactors every month.
Novavax paired with the biotech arm of Fujifilm to use this space, tapped by the federal government years ago as an emergency vaccine site in case of a pandemic. Novavax already fulfilling vaccine orders with Canada and Australia, and in talks with Europe facing critical shortages. Back in Maryland, Novavax is transforming space too.
A year ago today, I couldn't have filled out this corner.
But this year, the company grew from 100 employees to 800. And it's worth $15 billion. Still, their success relies on FDA authorization, expected to be sought in May.
It's the failed experiments that we learn from, and
30 years
if you can learn from them and have the wherewithal, you can win.
Erck knows from experience it's still too early for a victory lap. That will come when Novavax shots go into arms. Katie Beck, NBC News.
Up next, how big cuts by the Postal Service may impact you.
I still working with Fujifilms.
If you find the U.S. Postal Service frustrating, you may soon have more to complain about under a new plan unveiled today.
Up here. Little miss, I was showing the plasma bottles too. I was doing yoga with her daddy and mom this morning. Plasma selling at alien tools. The shaman stones, Odie balls. All of you. I'm sorry, youth. I'm not in your life. The things that I'm learning, I'm trying to help you. We'll help you. The lineage. More plasma medicine. I have a bunch for the world. Combat this bullshit they're doing to people. And this depression issue, lithium uptake, and so forth. Heal the world. Make a difference in what we're doing and what other people are doing.
It's just be so quiet on you, right? Nice sunset. No, my mom sent me home with these. I tried this. This was like spinach. It was really good. And I don't know what the other thing is. This, I'm not sure. What it is. Oh, meatballs. Yeah. She was like, I'm sending you home with dinner since you've been so helpful. And I don't want you to worry, to feed yourself when you get home. She was like, I'm sending you home with dinner. And I wasn't sure what she sent me with. I was like, oh. Yeah, meatballs, handmade meatballs she made with the sauce. It's everything homemade. And the spinach thing, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a great day. I got there. I showed Adam the scan. And we sat there with my mom. And we talked for the hour that my dad was getting the acupuncture. And we talked. And we had a really good conversation. We were talking about like when we got that instance here on Sunday. My cell phone. No, that's not my cell phone. My cell phone's here. Did you get my messages? I sent you 2 messages. Also letting you know, like, on my way. Coming out. Good morning. Yeah, we sat there, we talked. We talked about,
You must have your hotspot on or something. Sorry.
Thanks for doing the dishes.
It sounds like your phone was like vibrating.
My other phone here.
Your balloon?
Yeah, I don't have a hotspot. I guess it is, so. Yeah. That's a trip. It is. It's a hotspot. So that's why it's vibrating.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we sat there, we talked, had a good time for the hour. I was telling my mom what a trip it was, like that incident, and talking with her. And then after that, we just went home. And we made a salad. And my dad wanted to make a phone call to the airline because the airline itself had, they're dropping the amount of flights as as a kind of like the frequency, you know. And so they 2 days ago they canceled my dad's flight home, and so he needed to call. They didn't reschedule; they just canceled. So he needed to call and get on a flight, you know, like get a thing. They sent him an email and it was like, your flight being canceled. You can either use your credit for another flight or you can get a refund. But it wasn't like my mom. They had allocated her else, like in a different flight. Mm-hmm. And so we sat there. I was doing infusers with my mom, and my dad was on the phone with the airline. It took like 2 hours, you know, to get through and do all the reservations and everything. So we just there. My dad had turmeric tea. I made a big batch of turmeric tea for them to have. And yeah. And after that, like around 4, so we sat there at the house. We just chilled, hung out, we talked, and then after 4, we went to grocery outlet. I needed to get envelopes in the 99-cent store. And my mom had gone the day before to the 99-cent. She was like, there's Trader Joe's here, you know, and she was like, I went to a 99-cent store. Like, she was like, I bought a bunch of veggies and stuff, like mushrooms and things. And she was like, it's so cool, I'm gonna go there first, and then I'm gonna go to the Co-op. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, the Co-op. Mm-hmm. And she was like, that's so cool. And she said that the other day she went walking from the house to the Bidwell mansion. So she walked on Main Street and then crossed the river and then went to the Bidwell mansion and came back. And my dad been walking too. He said they went to the park the other day. And so I brought my dad the
tiger bin or those things?
The hand things. Mm-hmm. And he was all stoked about it. And dumbbells, but they're not shaped like a dumbbell. They're like mancuernas, like the hand ones for the hands, but they're not shaped like a dumbbell. It's like a tube with weight. What do they call dumbbells still? Dumbbell? No, they're the long ones that Olivia gave us. They're long and they have...
I know what they are. Bring them in here and put them there for you.
Yeah, those. What are those called? Oh. And the thing for the ankles for my mom. She wanted to walk around. Yeah, and just an hour, because you know the grocery outlet is behind the 99-cent store, but it's kind of far out there, like far behind it. So I guess when they went, they didn't see it there. So I showed my mom where grocery outlet was behind 99-cent store. I remember how we went in Chico. And yeah, we talked. When I shared with my mom about the instance, like it unleashed a whole lot of conversation. It was really interesting. Like we spent the whole hour like talking. And then when I shared with my dad about like what happened on Sunday here, like with the cup, my dad was like, where was he? He asked like 3 questions. He was like, what county was he from? You know, like he
it was the highway patrol.
Well, he didn't ask county. He was like, what was he from? You know, like what was his jurisdiction.
Highway patrol.
I said highway patrol. I had said it was a highway patrol, and my dad was, "Where's the nearest station?" And I was like, "Downhill, like in Brownsville. There's a volunteering highway patrol. There's no reason for the highway patrol to be climbing up the hill. There's no above us. Is there a highway patrol? No. And no reason for him to be coming up the hill." And what else? He said, "How did he look like?" And I answered, and he did like this. Yeah. I was like, like that kind of feeling, Dad, like, I was like, do you know that kind of feeling? Like, it was spooky. Like, it felt like the guy just popped up, and I was like, I don't know what kind of, like, with what ray of our light we fucking incandescent, like, blind that guy, so he had to fucking turn around and come find out what the fuck was going on. Like, I just can't find an explanation. Yeah. I'm talking to my mom. She was telling me about an instance that Vicente had. We were talking about different treatment and discrimination and whatnot. And she's telling me all of Vicente's experiences when he goes from Tilcara to the city. And like, even the things that he says, like, he had got to tell my mom, "I feel the kids here don't respect me. I feel like he just is different." And he has, and my mom's like, "It breaks my heart. Like, I don't, I can't change it for him." Because I was explaining to her, like, I know you love whatever comes out of me, like, even if it's a tiny little elephant, what fucking whatever, you love it. But it's like, I was asking my mom, like, do you know, because I don't even know. Do you know, like, what would it, what would it entitle, what would it mean? And, like, sharing with my mom, like, little things and acts, and she was telling me, like, how, not hopeless, like, it's not hopeless, but feeling like helpless. It's my fault. Sort of like the helpless feeling of, like, she can't change it for Vicente, or the way the city kids relate with Vicente and how he perceives it.
Well, that's cool. I don't know. That witch Tio's been trying to get you guys to take the binoculars off and show you the social paradigm that you're doing. Never mind. Anyhow, the chickens are come home to roost for your family. As I explained, your mirrors are on both sides. You have the ability to either help or fucking continue the stupidness. And the family members that are left in your country are going to get the ass into the stick. I've been saying to you. But you motherfuckers are just blind. I want to keep it going. Keep arguing with somebody that says, don't give them those clothes. Because you make them different. And you're fucking just blind to what motherfucker tells you. And so when he gets treated differently and fucked up for life because of it, all you can do is just blame yourself. Because you were born and told for fucking the whole time this child was being raised. Don't do that. By me. And now your seeds that you planted are growing. What are you gonna do about it? Argue with the motherfucker that's been helping you fucking realize that what you're doing, if what you say is wrong. But you still wish to see that it's not wrong. And the child tells you, it hurts when I shit. I don't feel me that no more. But all you do is have an opinion, and you observe, and you pick stuff out. So hear me try to talk some stuff about your family. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Just tell her, hey, astaghfirullah, unless things go right in that manner. And what me and Abdullah, or me and Tia have been talking about goes the manner which I'm describing. The only thing that you know is the young man's going to end up being recruited. Because it's already in the fucking lineage. Of following instead of leading. You understand? Pick and dwell on that little inference of him feeling different. That's what the gangs look for. You know they recruit at Vicente's age and up. Or are you blind? You just don't know how this shit works. They recruit 7 years old and up. I'm being serious. Here in the United States and down there. Nigga shit. Tripping. Motherfuckers are blind. So I was showing you the truth. Shit. You still blind too. Why rage against the machine? I'm not gonna give it the information. I've given up all my information over the last 8 years. It's like, what the fuck is your daughter doing with it, dude? That's why I asked you. What's your kid doing with it, nigga? Shit. She disseminated information to you guys? Mm-hmm. I don't know why. Because you moving here. Which means the family be coming to see you. Which means you gotta change your ways. Otherwise, just walking on the street, fucking around, acting stupid. Like you think you're at home, like you guys are used to doing your shit. Motherfucker drink in the parking lot and get caught up when you're stuck in the ice facility. Fucking around. These motherfuckers, you see the Facebook groups, man. People are vicious. I'm just saying. Now it's not just happening to us, where a motherfucker see somebody happy having a barbecue. A fucking phone call comes up. Uh-oh. These people are happy over here. We need the police to break this up. I'm having a bad day. Let me spread this to these people.
Yeah. Can't see one person happy.
I'll just leave it at that.
Because it don't take energy, huh?
Nope.
Don't take energy at all to keep fucking perpetuating the negativity at all. It takes so much more energy. How can you argue that? How it takes you energy to argue the fucking the point that you're trying to say.
To harbor that, to wait on the phone, the fuck call, to muster up a story.
Yeah.
To justify some shit.
Yeah, to justify the means of what you're doing, which had nothing to do with you in the first place. So do you want to tell me it took no energy? And it's like when Todd talks about like I'm having negative thoughts and I'm negative and perpetuating negativity. It's like, okay, what are those negative thoughts? You know, like why aren't you? Because I was asking something and he was like, you know, how people cut you off. Like, well, I don't think I have to have the answer for everything, the why for everything. But and I'm like, yeah, you're gonna find out that you're gonna have to have it. Because all those answers are the fucking keys to the shit that is blocking you right now. You are, and he's like, it takes work. I was like, yeah, it takes fucking work. But it's still choices. You're still choosing to turn right or left. It's a fucking choice. Your other idea is still a fucking choice. You're still doing it, you know, like you're consciously deciding to do it. But it does take energy.
Because you have to justify the choice that you make, otherwise in the background you have more energy going towards, what if I had gone the other way? And you can see the people that do that shit to themselves.
Yeah, I was telling my mom, like, about, like, yeah, and it ended up on, you know, Mom, it's not what I do with the information, but what do you do now with this information? And she was petrified. She was like, I was like, just imagine, Mom, like, even these, I was like, I'm not even arguing of owning your mineral rights or giving the mineral rights, pass them on to my kids. You know, because that's like, it's just unseen to own the fucking mineral rights to the core of the earth. But if we're talking even on the soul, like only on just ownership, what are the chances of our kids owning anything? You know, it's my dad today was like, he was like, you guys locked in. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, but you had to talk with your parents and actually explain to them. They rented their whole life.
Well, as a feudal, yeah.
They rented their whole life. That's why I said you guys lived a lie. Wake up. You can't have an argument with a motherfucker from a country where you can't own your shit, like in China. You're a fucking communist socialist country like fucking China, where you do not own the motherfucking property.
Yeah, the government still owns it. You're renting the space. And
you
it's really low ground.
You can't own the minerals. You can't do none of the shit here. That's why I said when I wanted to invest money into there and had the cash to do it, and you explained to me that, fuck no. You got me fucked up. What the fuck would be the point of that? As somebody with my background, where I had to work so hard just to get a blade of grass, but if I get to own it, it's fucking mine. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's why I said, that's why I ended the conversation was like, this is fucking retarded. I'm having a conversation with a motherfucker that thinks he's right. He don't know shit about my country. Don't know a fucking thing. Neither do you and neither do her. And you gonna argue with me and ask me what the fuck I'm doing with this information? You're retarded as fuck, man. I just educated your kid and asked her to educate you because you motherfuckers come over here to buy property. But she ain't done that. So what you doing with the fucking information? Nigga? What you doing with the information? What's your lineage doing with the information? Not a fucking thing. Ain't helping you. That's why I said watch these things and try to help you, and that turned into a motherfucking argument when I was trying to just help you explain. This would turn into, as I explained, you're going to have to do the mortgage shit for your family, regardless if it's cash or not. The credit shit on you. Wake the fuck up and grow up. And have somebody trying to help you. You're fucking selling this war, nigga. Not try to fuck you up. But peep game to you. Of something that if I was not listed with the fucking charges that I had to accept, this shit would be in my name. 6 motherfucking times over. My motherfucking enthusiasm and shit and stop accomplishing my fucking life. With no high school diploma. And no fucking selling drugs. Fuck, man. I ain't fucking trying. You guys fucking crack me up, man. So I was trying to bring an example. And within that example, educate somebody that don't understand how shit works in this country. And how it started. Some history with actual fucking law. But no, I don't want to hear nothing. You or him. That's why I said, actually, where the shit gets from. Stop it. Stop having the mind chatter. I'm not trying to have a talk with you. I'm trying to spit some information to you, which means be a blank slate. Just be a fucking mirror and absorb it. Digest, we can talk about it afterwards, but while I'm giving you this information, fucking be. If not, non-society groups and other things that I've been in, there's no asking questions or talking back. You gotta accept it. And take your time to make sure that the shit is right. If it's not, it's your own fault for being lazy and just absorbing something and having somebody fucking feed you. So you're a fucking bitch.
But you're not looking for yourself.
I'm trying to free in this motherfucking world shit. That's how dummies walk off the fucking ledge. Because a nigga don't fucking realize the maps been changed. Listen to some old information. You know what I'm saying? Always keep relevant. That's what the shit is about. Software law. Always keep up and fucking be on your shit, man. Otherwise, again, census ain't in fucking real time, so it's old information. What's wrong? Right? Or is that wrong? For thinking in that manner, but that's how I get down. I'm trying to, as I said, help you see in that fashion because they help you open up.
And not, the flow is not live for the future, but living now.
See, which is the future and the past. And all-encompass multiverse, universe, whatever the fuck you want to think about. All-encompass in that section of you being conscious is your choice.
No, that's what I'm saying on the Maisma flow is...
But being an adult about it where you're not in the background making a choice and going, fuck, should I have done the other? And giving more attention while you wreck the car because you're in the fucking thought of thinking what you should have done in the virtual, which becomes your reality, and then you fucking fuck up this part. Right? It's fucking weird. But henceforth, why I was trying to put it in that manner and stated, please don't take offense to the manner of me stating, but here, you and all in 100 were the people that went on and did the stakes. I don't know how shit was land incorporated in your country, but that's how they did it here. Because remember, we only had 13 colonies. That shit was on the East Coast. Well, how do you get a bunch of motherfuckers to go kill other people and take their shit? You get other dummies to do it for them.
Only when it's done.
Exactly. There's your royalties as you work. We'll chip you off a couple of acres here and there.
Maybe. We don't kill you before. You really thought we were gonna give it to your kid?
Or you die trying to hold this shit down for it to be recorded. Because you're out here in the wilderness. This just fucking...
Not sitting like this, fucking in the wilderness. Like we've been out there. I don't wanna fucking do it again. I'm good. I like myself.
What I'm saying, you're sitting like this. Out by yourself.
Yeah, by yourself. To do it for somebody else. Talk about self-love. Fucking mosquitoes and... Hell no. What for, dude? I mean, people might have been... They had their own motives too. They might have enjoyed this solitude and drinking and making their own... I don't know what the fuck they did out here.
I mean, think. You're busting the rock and getting the gold, and the dude that's fucking getting the gold after you bust the rock and ship it down to do all the work.
Yeah.
It's on the East Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. They're always on the East Coast. Yeah.
Shit funny. Like, Bob, you just don't understand. That's why they expanded that shit to your country now. You just ain't woke up to it yet, honey. Reason is because he was part of it. So you still get the good cutbacks, as I've been trying to explain to you since we got together. Now your dad gets it what he gets. And it's all fucking coming to the top of his forehead to you.
My dad had a beautiful reflection. He said, my mom told me about it first when we were talking. Because I was like, what the fuck, that thinks he's Dr. Phil? My mom didn't even know who Dr. Phil is, so it didn't really matter. It's like talking about Alexa, right? And my mom doesn't know what Alexa is. So it's like, you don't have that vantage point, you know? And I mean, I don't know if maybe she's making something up of that idea in her head, so I don't know what she's coming up with, right? But anyhow.
Yeah. Because what would she get the example from if she's not using Alexa?
I don't know.
Because otherwise, unless you watch Star Trek or something, I'd use like one of those examples, but because you don't watch Star Trek and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? I can't say Data and shit. You know who Data is? No.
To me, to say Data is like saying Alexa to my mom.
Yeah. And Data was a robot. It was an android robot. They used to make there was an old meme that was...
Don't have it in my spermatech.
Wrong analogy.
No, because it's deeper than that. No, I don't have it.
But what the fuck was it?
The data.
Yeah, there was an old meme that used to go around that had John Luke Picard. You know who John Luke Picard is? It was the name of the early 2000s, so 95, I think, 96 to like 2006, maybe. I didn't really watch TV that much, but when I go to my parents' house, they still kind of like had it. They were watching it. That was one of the shows they both would watch. With the plates and shit that they had, the Star Trek plates and all. Is a bald dude. You might have seen it. I think I got a memory of it, of sharing it once or twice on Facebook, anyways, years ago. But so dude's an android, right? You know how androids came out with the phone, Android. The term android is a little robot. It's a robot. It's a slave. It's robotic. Humanoid. There's the dude that I showed you from Reading Rainbow. What was his name? He's a black guy, and he's blind, but he did Reading Rainbow. Laverne, yeah, Laverne. I think Laverne, something. I don't know. In the meme, there's him, which he was, I think, the main engine bay guy or something like that, because he used plasma tech, and he used crystals, so I thought it was interesting, and never mind. You have Data, you have the Captain, you had Worf. Now that I think about it, it's crazy, I can see it in my fucking head, like, I just looked at it. The dude's chest open, Data's chest is open, and the Captain's holding, like, an old ass dial phone. Like the old ones that click. And it has like the
dial. Yeah, I had those.
Not the push button.
No, my grandma had one.
I'm just saying.
You gotta go around it.
It was a white one. Now that I'm seeing it, yeah, it's white with brass.
Yeah, my grandma.
That's insane, dude. Thank you.
No push buttons. What push buttons? That was like the real thing.
Well, dial-up. You had push button phones and dial-up. You still got dial-up now. But landlines was dial-up.
Yeah, you had to do like, you had the numbers 1, 2, 3, and you put like that and turn it and turn it.
But 2006, you had push button. 2006, there was push button phones. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Anyhow, on the meme it said, mobile data plan. Took forever to get that up. But a meme like that, if you don't understand it, you look at it and be like, what the fuck is this retarded? Like, I don't get it.
I wouldn't get it.
But those things that are cultural but non-cultural, but then visual communications are visual meta communications, or Easter eggs, or things that a child doesn't know what Mickey Mouse is until you fucking show them that, and then forever knows what that is.
Yeah.
Iffy in print.
I explained it to my mom. I was like,
do you understand?
I explained to my mom, like, you know, how about pedophilia, like really bluntly, I put it out there for her, you know. But
I just put it out there. Hey, when your son-in-law was freaking out and saying, "Don't go there," the Disneyland that we went to had fucking 60 motherfuckers get busted for child pornography ring. Hello?
Yeah, it's over. Last year, that was all in the media.
Not last year.
It's been.
That was when you guys went.
Yeah. Since then, it's been even more and more. I'm like, Mom, like, just basically like, what's the need, you know? And she's like, she understands. She's like, okay, I understand. It's more, be more conscious and pay attention of the details, you know.
It's been that way since the gate.
But it's now.
Especially if you watch motherfucking the Disney what the fuck was that shit? The kids thing, just Disney show with the kids. Yeah, the kids Disney Kids Club. When it
Justin
first
Bieber and all
when
that
it
bullshit
first
came
no,
out?
I'm saying when it started way back when, because I used to watch it when it was black and white.
No, I never watched it.
And I'm not saying like the reruns of my mom's stuff when she watched when she was a kid, I still got seen, and then when they got Justin Bieber and fucking the one lady that's blonde that played 51st Dates, she was in the Mickey Mouse Club. She was in Mickey Mouse Club and so forth. Drew Barrymore. There's a bunch of those people that became kid star actors, but fucked up but their stardom started in the Mickey Mouse Club.
Yeah. No, fuck that. I was telling my mom. I was like, Mom, we're being used as billboards. You know, you gotta understand how we're being used. Why would you want to use this? Why would you want to use that? When that will make it to the end to where no Martino, no Vicente could ever fucking own our property at all. She just, it came full circle, you know, it was like a good understanding.
Not our property.
Any property.
This is the motherfucking reason why the dollar to peso is 140 to 150 pesos to $1 right now.
190.
You understand?
189, the official.
But you understand?
Yeah.
Because as long as they can keep that like that, you guys will keep coming this way.
To where the grass is greener.
When it's not.
When it's not at all.
Green over there.
I know, and yeah, even when
it's actually grass. It's not astroturf and concrete.
It's like even when I share, like when I finish sharing to my dad after a while,
fucking blankets.
My mom was like, "Oh, that's gonna make him be a piece," and I was like, "Would you rather me not tell you?" You know, on the police instance, not that anything happened, but just it was a reality. It was something that happened as we left your house. And my mom was like, as I finished telling my dad,
my husband not talking to you for 3 motherfucking days because he's irritated because he's trying to explain to you this very fucking thing. Yeah. It's this. This is our life.
I told my mom, I was like, Mom, like, why do you think... She was like, I was like, why do you think Ezekiel don't drive? Like, for me, I got more peace of mind Ezekiel being at home or not driving than fucking driving.
Right, yeah.
You know, I'm like, what I was like, Mom, do you not think that we want to be productive and fucking, you know, conquer and divide? He had a job, he does something else, I do something else. I mean, I love the shit out of driving with Ezekiel all the time, but even if he would want to, it's not something that I want because it's a reality, you know? It's just like, I'll be truthful to you, you know, just like, if you want to know, if you care to know. But
I'm agoraphobic when it comes to that shit, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Said I'm agoraphobic when it comes to that shit. Fuck that. I'm not doing it.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to fucking go away. I like my life that I have. And I'd like to see what it continues to fucking turn into.
Right. So it's like, and I don't know, I feel like my mom got sold the idea how they sell you like, oh, things are getting better. And it's like, no shit, ain't getting no better. It's like the same. Because she was like hinting to...
There's more homeless people I've seen in my life ever. There's more homeless people fucking everywhere.
No, not on that. Like on the racism maybe or shit like that as
a
segregation.
There's more shit going on now than fucking...
That's what I was like, Mom, it really sounds like you need to start watching the news. Like, not like that does. Like, not obligatory fucking 24/7, but at least an hour a day. I need to sit you down and like do like Ezekiel did with me because I feel like I'm talking to a fucking la here, and it's like, it's beautiful, keep it, but you know, just bear with me, pay attention here for a second, because
just be mindful so you can tell if there's a group of these people moving like this next to you. You might want to lock your door or fucking go the other way.
Yeah, Mama was like, well, because, you know, in the 60s, you couldn't walk in the same street. I'm like, Mom, it's the same fucking shit right now. They shoot you now. In your fucking face with a semi-automatic weapon. Like, what's the fucking difference? I'm being unapologetic. No, mind me, they'll just shoot you from the fucking neighbor's window and don't give a fuck, you know? It's just like, so in your fucking face. But my dad had a great reflection. He said, my mom shared with me, she needs to just be filled in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Put like a complete of shit and be like, here. Just accept this. Like, just accept. As you're accepting everything, just accept this shit.
No.
Or not.
This explain, like, and show, because it's a whole different fucking animal for you guys, dude, because I'm not an immigrant. I'm a third generation immigrant on one side. You understand? And so, I kind of seen the interesting shit, but seeing what our neighbors did and seeing what this stuff is making my eyes see a whole complete new motherfucking full circle now and shit. And that's why I'm like, no, dude, you fucking change your fucking trajectory and what you guys are doing. Otherwise,
So you can only benefit from it. Otherwise, you just. What I said was, I feel like what I was postulating to my mom was, I would like just basically to transfer, to convey the idea of like, how about we just stop digging our own grave, you know, on every aspect of it, whatever it is, towards health. Every day you got the chance to do something to feel better. Every decision, everything. If we just, in the minor scale, if we can just like do that.
is it as simple as using less sugar in your coffee?
Yeah. Or even sugar, or even coffee.
You get to that point after you have to stop giving yourself the first stimulant drug with the secondary. You understand?
And my mom had shared with me. She said, you know, that after, like we had mentioned about relating to food and whatnot, that my dad has been thinking, and he had made the comments, and can you pass me a bong, please? He had, or a bong load. He had made a comment on, well, in the car. Then later he said himself, you know, he was like, you know, Maria, I realized that now that I'm not having obligations, and as job winds down, like, you know, winds down more and more.
You get one of those things so that don't happen. I'll put this in the bigger one.
He said he realized that he eats through stress. So he said, I realized I don't compulsively have the need of eating. He was like, last night your mom had a little cup of wine, and I dined with wine. And also, I said,
put it in there.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yes, Maria, please. Unfasten yourselves from your parents.
Yeah. I think he realized that in times of stress or whatnot, he drinks and eats compulsively. He used that word. And that he realized that
this little Miss Piggy that used to sit and watch him go to the croissants and everything as he would when he'd have his thing. Their social paradigm is, there's your treat in the morning, honey.
He was like, I explained to them, like, I typically eat a lot of chocolate. And I noticed that when I can visit, I'm feeling the need of eating the chocolate. Like, I can eat it, but I'm not, like, satisfying that crave. On that matter, food at all. But my mom was like, when somebody eats a lot of chocolate, it's because they need love. like affect, what do you call it, like touch, like the physical touch. She said, when people eat a lot of chocolate, because they need affect, we call it affecto, like the physical touch.
Fucking lithium.
Yeah, that's what it reduces to, but that's what she associated with, just like that's the folklore, without getting to the technicality of the chemistry of what you're getting or lacking is a lithium.
You get a whole bunch of touch, it don't mean shit. Oxytocin's not the same as a lithium.
And I was like, well, then that gives you something to start with. That first step of realizing that there's a behavior there.
Go back in time and see where it started. Why would be part of the repertoire of getting a wife that cooks and does everything that you ask on command?
Thanks so much for doing the dishes and having the food.
Sounds be a good housewife, huh?
You would. You would. You would be a good one. Did you sleep well? Did you sleep in?
Huh?
Did you sleep in? Did you sleep well? Do you feel rested? No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to bed early today. Oh, 8 o'clock.
She's like on fast forward and shit.
Some pasta together, yes.
And spend the day tossing the wood down out of the branches and shit.
Oh, yeah.
So you can continue what needs to be done. Separating cut wood from the fucking branches, so you just go in and chip up the branches or whatnot. Toss them on the trailer. Continue with that. And figuring out how to fall those other trees. And get the evening or 3 to sundown sun. On that side. Or southwest face. Isla starting her day with the plasma.
Oh my god.
I couldn't go to sleep after you showed me that, dude.
Mm?
I couldn't go to sleep after you showed me that.
Mm.
No video I heard of that.
It's too cute. Way too cute.
I got to get the things together, get this together, so that I can put some stuff when me and our parents get back together for us, so get their food gardens going. Plasma and stuff. And see a change. Branch off from them.
And my mom invited herself over tomorrow. She was like, "Can I come over?" I was like, "Yeah." She's been wanting to come. I was like, "Yeah, you can come." So I think I'm gonna just like sand something. My mom never use a sander, you know. So I was thinking of like getting a board out and sanding something. Eventually, we'll use it. She wanted like she likes doing things.
We'll bring up those horses, I believe, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's epic. Yeah, I have them next to the refrigerator. For our bags, I'll save our bags. Oh yeah.
I'll just save your bags. And it'd be harder for you to fuck off the plane. Your plane will be flat instead of fucking not horizontal, if you say. True.
Yeah. Yeah, because then the pressure that you apply makes it different. Yeah. Do some sanding another day, and maybe not tomorrow because they said they're coming up at noon, and it might I don't know. Days are long. I want to take them to. Since my dad commented that he liked the river crossing over there, I was going to take them to Moonshine Ride and sit on the river. Right, the 49 in Moonshine, where we like going swimming, to sit on the river. I think I'll enjoy it. Just to get all the negative ions and just like maybe my mom and I can go walk in the path and then come back. That'll be pretty. It's not hot enough to jump or anything, but just enjoy it. Has tables and everything down there. I was thinking on that. I'm gonna see. I think it's like maybe 40-minute one way, 40-minute another way. So maybe another day if they come early, and then I tell them if they come early, then we can go grab maybe food in the mountain or something. So it's not so late for them to turn around and go to Chico. Yeah.
You can always do. Oh, never mind. We've had late snow, so that pass is probably blocked. But it might be open. Take a scenic route. Or they go up and come out where we left. We left Chico. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The road that we came out of, we made a right on.
On the highway. On Durham. Coming out of Durham.
If you cross Durham and you take that all the way up, it comes through Bellintown to Quincy. You take Quincy to the port.
Yeah.
Or Quincy to the port highway. And cross over.
Yeah.
And come down from the port.
Yeah, down there.
No, you come out here.
Well, coming up there, coming down,
going that way, you come out right there. On the other side of the highway where we made the right. You can take them on that drive. That's beautiful. I haven't done that shit since my 20s.
Yeah, and actually my dad never done it because I've taken my mom to the 70 on the highway. Like my mom, my sister, and I went to the hot springs, the Woody's hot springs. But it was the day before my dad came. So I don't think he's driven down the canyon of the Feather River, the whole 70, and that beautiful place. And then there's Belden, we can go have lunch there or something.
So yeah, you can even cross over because you get to the junction where you come out at 396 or 367 or some shit. Where the tree is where people throw fucking shoes. Skirts Arena.
Yeah.
Because you continue like that. That's how we went and got mom from airport. Because we took that way.
Yeah. Huh. Check these out.
It'd be a full scenic drive.
Meme, estaban crudas, hay que cocinarlas. Eso es lo que estaba pensando recién, me olvidé decirte. O sea, no es solo calentarlas, tenés que cocinarlas. Las bolitas, yo no las había cocinado. Me cocino en el momento cuando las voy a servir. Nosotros estamos comiendo lo que quedó de la tarta, ensaladita de tomate y muy rica tu sopa. Nos tomamos tu sopa exquisita. Perdón, no me di cuenta que vos no tenés gas, esto y lo otro. Si me hubiera dado cuenta te las hubiera cocinado acá. Perdón, la verdad que no me di cuenta.
Yeah, because you can do like such, and even drive up to 367 to Susanville, and drop back down in where Lassen is, where when we used to go up to Shasta, and come down that back spine, where it's all lava and stuff like that, and the lava flow, backside of Lassen.
Yeah, Lassen. That's Lassen. I've been wanting to see Lassen. Let me see, like, satellite. Let's look up satellite view of this whole area.
I'm just saying to you, if you go across the street that way, you connect to that hub. You can either go to Quincy or cross over in Nevada and shoot up that valley that goes right to Susanville. Come up the backside of Susanville and come down. Either go to McLeod and Mount Shasta or Lassen and shoot down the inside. And come back this way on the inside road. I forget what the hell that highway that is. I drove that dope shit. It took forever, but it was really beautiful. When I told you me and Craig went the wrong way and Joey, coming from Reading, I thought fucking Quincy, drove all the way to fucking Reading like a dumbass, high as shit. And I was like, oh wait a minute, dude, no, Quincy's down below. So you know how we used to go to my mom's house on Lake Boulevard, where you make a left? If you make a right on that highway and take that comes and connects all the way down here to Quincy. Hell, the switchbacks was beautiful as shit. And goes through Lassen and so forth. That back road that we're on over Lassen. Instead of taking it out and coming to where Reading is and so forth. If you
keep going, keep running around.
And come
that
down.
was so beautiful. Mountainy towns. There was a gas station, right? That little gas station.
Cheaper gas than right? It's cheaper gas in the middle of nowhere than in the
Where
valley.
is that? What's that? What's that town called? Is that McLeod? No.
No, McLeod's higher.
Yeah, this is.
It's right
below.
Next to where Lassen is. It's like part of not Lassen's National Forest or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if they really wanted to see stuff and you guys are down for like bombing and shit like that, all the times that he used to drive, dude, it don't take that long to get from here to there. If you wish to see some stuff, you know.
Totally.
Just do a loop.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell
and
him.
Pick out and see what you'd like to see in that loop and just peg out from it. And you can fucking see hella cool ass shit from Chico. And so forth. Because remember, 2 hours from, you know, the border. And 2 hours from the ocean. Or 3, depending on how you drive. Each way. 9 hours to the southern border and 9 hours to Oregon. With you guys used to the type of shit you have to do to travel to go see somebody or fucking see something that you're used to seeing as a patrimony, as you call it. And be on the road for fucking 15 hours. In between those stretches, in between shit where there's like nothing, just 2-lane highway. Yeah, I don't think they'd mind. That's why I've always wanted to like be able to get mobile with you if you weren't fucking too silver spoon where you didn't wish to like not do that anymore as you did as a kid, because I always wanted to like be able to travel. Because I told you I'm off probation. I want to travel. I want to see the United States sober. But then I'm like, dude, through sober eyes it's so much more scarier. Because I'm like, fuck. If I was riding a Greyhound with you, and you're Skyping with your parents, will we get pulled the fuck over by ICE? Would they fuck with you? You know what I'm saying? So I've seen doing my fucking runs back and forth, moving packs, dude. I've seen so much fucking shit happen to motherfuckers.
So that is Lassen, because when we were going down, my dad made the same comment that you did. Is that Shasta? You know, the mountain ahead? And I was like, no, I can't. I was like, no, I don't think it's Shasta, because, I mean, I said...
That's not what I said, though. Your dad didn't make the same comment as me. What I was pointing out to you that there was snow on is the mountain peaks that are over there at the Pacific Coastal Trail on the other side of the buttes. I didn't point out Shasta to you. So I was trying to explain to you. It's been 20 years since I've seen snow on the mountain range.
No, here.
Way over there.
No, yesterday.
When
the first day that my parents had arrived here, and we were going towards Chico, towards north, and there was a big peak in front of us, like. Then you were like, oh, that's it, that's the mountain. And then you're like,
Lassen.
And then you were like, oh no, it's a cloud, or in that conversation.
See, that was
Lassen. Yeah, that's Lassen. But my dad asked me, is that Mount Shasta? And I was like, no, I don't think so. I think that's Lassen, because regardless of the point of view, I was like, I don't think you'll get a shot like that, because when you're in Reading, we're like 2 hours away from Reading, and when you're in Reading,
not true, because Red Bluff, you get clear shots of it. You never paid attention.
It's just from different.
Fucks with people. When you're up close, it looks farther away.
It's smaller.
When you're farther away, it looks up close. But you start getting that optic right within, by Hooker. No. What the hell is that creek? Hooker Creek? Yeah, is it Hooker Creek? Right between Red Bluff, where the CHP and the way station is. When you get in between that, where it's like Hooker Creek or Cherokee Creek. Cherokee Creek and Hooker Creek, I think. Right in there when you come up over the thing, and you come down on the other side, and you got the way station, truck way station, and the CHP shit.
Yeah.
And it's a stretch.
Yeah.
And it opens up. You'll see Lassen to the right.
Yeah.
But you'll see Shasta. Will be just like bland. That's why you'd always see me be like, dude, get the phone out. Look at the camera.
Because in that spot,
right
it's
there.
Just...
And you'd be like, oh, you'd miss it. And we'd be riding, and you're like, oh, we can get it. And they're like, no, dude, you don't understand. And you'd never see it as big. Be it on the 70, the 99, the 5, or the 505. There's a certain aspect once you get towards and past that the optics, no matter if it's a fucking camera phone or the Olympus, it's just like boom, and once you're past that, it's like where'd it go? It's a trip. That's why I try not to be a dick with you, but if you go back in your repertoire of all those times that I'd ask you to do it, or I go to do it and get frustrated and what I would say, no, dude, it doesn't work like that. You see me after we get past that point, put the phone or the camera up, and go fucking, and be all frustrated. Why is it fine there? Oh, you can't see it. Then once you get towards...
These fucking cats.
Breaking into your car?
Yeah. Fucking Romeo.
Did you leave the window down or something?
Is the door open?
I don't know, I haven't been in the car. Came home and you let the door open?
Just had a fucking feast or whatever it was. It seemed like 2 hours.
Oh, boy. Took care of him.
No, he just playing ninja. There's no way he gets in there. He must have like really like all those noises, like he trying to like sliding because there's like this much open, so he tries to like do the rat movement, the lizard kind of get flat and try to get in. He's ruthless. Like we've gained his respect. I feel like since he's not abusive, like he'll have food and if he ain't hungry, he's not gonna abuse it. No. I think that he's been like forming himself.
He's been alright.
Socks too. She's been like she's not like a grasshopper no more. She's been like slowing down.
Fucking little tweaker beat him. Yeah. Still no touch. No touch. I look at you and you don't touch me. Don't you touch me. No touch. like, this is what my husband was trying to talk with you about when we first went to Disneyland. And him and one of them was gonna argument fight and shit. Cause fucking, I wouldn't say this to you guys. I've been saying this shit for a minute. That's why finally, to make him shut up, when I took Vicente's fucking juice and poured water in it, and the boy looked at me like I was fucking retarded, and he was like, "This is not my juice," and he wouldn't touch it. Took a drink out of it, and it's like, nope. I want this shit. Set the shit down. Never touch the shit ever again. Like, come on, man. You can't give it to him not watered down first, yo. You was fucking up on parenting, homegirl. You can't give him over a fucking hit of the pure drug and then fucking try to water the shit down on him. The fucking Dolphins gonna be like, nah, nigga, are you tripping?
If you my kid, that's what the fuck you get.
Are you tripping? You can't give me a hit of the good shit and then give me some steps on, bruh.
You ain't getting shit. Oh, by the way, you got your stimulus check. They deposited in your bank account. I got in the account today to send Adam my dad's session and in the business account. I'm glad we didn't fucking close it.
That's what I told you not to do. Not we, it's you.
No, because it's costing us money.
You keep fucking, I know it's costing you money, but it's not, never mind.
It's there. It's not been closed, I'm just saying it's there.
Yeah, It's not closed because you haven't closed it. And I don't understand how to fucking close it when it should only just take me because I'm a sole proprietary person. That's the shit that I get aggravated about. Is the fucking bank. I'm gonna sue these motherfuckers. Please actually go and close it so I can sue these motherfuckers because you ain't got no note. I ain't left you no fucking, no. I'm being serious. There's nothing that gives you the ability to fucking close the account. Or manipulate or change the fucking shit. It's not a personal account, it's a business account. You can fucking steal all the shit if you're a fucked up employee or whatnot. You have to have a signature and so forth, signed shit from me stating that you had the power of attorney to fuck with the shit. Ain't nobody got that, dude, but me. But somehow you keep fucking with the shit. And changing it and then people fucking go, oh, please. Stop for all. I wish I was fucking the thing that I believe in, man. Because I'd be a rich motherfucker, dude. I'd be a rich little bitch.
So, you got the signature. I got it too. I didn't go to get it out because I couldn't get it from the...
That's fine. But please tell me when you're going to close something. That's mine. Right? Regardless if it's costing us money or not. Let's just keep ignoring you and let's check it out. Is it something serious, right?
No, I will let you know if any changes. There has not been no changes. I will let you know.
Okay.
Well, it goes all the way to Pyramid Lake, the Lassen County. Goes to Nevada. Oh, it finishes right there on Nevada, on the Nevada line. It's huge. When I was coming back home and I had already put gas in the car, and I had to get tobacco, so I stopped in the Lakeview gas station. You know that there's a that's the liquor little store that has tobacco there, because the gas station that I gassed up, it didn't have pouches, so I had to stop there, and I get there, got the tobacco, and I rolled up a cigarette, and there was a guy outside, and I didn't have a lighter, so I got out of the car, and this guy was an older guy, like he said he was turning 60 next month, so in his 60s, he turning 60, he was standing outside of his car, just smoking a cigarette, like just there in the parking lot, and so I rolled a cigarette, and I was looking for a lighter, and I didn't see no lighter, so I got out of the car and I asked him if I could borrow his lighter, and he was like, yeah, totally. And he was like, you can have it. I was like, oh, it's fine. I'm sure I have some at my house. And he was like, okay, that's alright. He was like, can I ask you a question? I was like, yeah. He was like, something like about my accent. Where are you from? You have an interesting accent. And I said, I'm from Argentina. And he's like, oh, alright. And he started talking to me. Like, he asked me how long I was here for and how did I got here. And like, he was pretty interested in understanding like my means of getting here. And I explained to him, the whole work and travel thing. Like, I illustrated to him the type of visa of working and travel and working for a ski resort, and how, like how even like you start to understand, like, if this is like universities, like even ski resorts, like have a certain quota of, or a percentage of employees that they're from abroad, like designated W2s and H1s and there's H1s and J1 and H2 visas that are like specialized type of works or whatnot. And I was explaining to the man. It took me like a minute. I was talking to him for a minute, and I was explaining to him that, and how then I said, and I when then we got married, and then I got my green card, and now, and I just like, something that is not really on my forefront. I was like, and yeah, last year I became a U.S. citizen, and he was like, oh, congratulations and all that. And he was like, and then he comes as soon as I finished my whole rhetoric of my story, my timeline of how I perceived it, of how I got here. He's like, oh, so you've done it right. You've done it the right way. And I was like, well, there's only one way.
You're stupid, honey.
I was like, there's only one way. And he's like, well, he was expressing his point of view, or how he do not agree when people come with no paperwork, and how the country was being sold, and basically he was just opposing to people not following what the steps are, right? And then so that was his point of view. We talked some more, and on all politics, like he said, I support Trump, and these and that, and he was like, I just feel like Trump was making America again, and and we don't want the country sold to China.
Which is no you and no me, and no Chinese and no nothing.
Yeah, and then he said,
the dumbass keeps having conversations with these people, man, stressing me out.
No, he said, I come here, because I live. He shared with me that he lives behind, like, on the Black Bar, on that area, Black Bar Road, and he said, I come here on the gas station, just like to see some people and whatnot. And he shared with me that he had 2 kids, and the way that, in the context in which he used the word, so he used it like this. He said, I have a son. He said, I had a kid. I asked him if he was from the military, if he was a veteran, and he said, no, I always wanted to be a Marine. All my family is Marines. I always wanted to be a Marine, but when I was 17, my girlfriend got off the pill and didn't tell me, and so we had a kid, and that's how I had my first son, he said. And so they were my dreams to be part of the Marines, because he had this hat about guns, right? So, but it looked very military, so I asked him if he was a veteran, and he explained to me that he wanted to be a veteran. And then he said,
you can tell a veteran by their stance, eh? Notice the man's stance, and notice the people that I call out.
No, he was leaning on the guard. Yeah, he wasn't like holding his posture. Yeah, that's a great observation. Well, and he said, and then after that, the next year, he had a daughter, and then he said that it breaks his heart, that his son is on the streets, and does drugs and had, he said, I got morals and my son steals and whatnot, and I just can't, I don't know what, I just don't support that and whatnot. And then he said, that's a nigga. He said that in the way that he used it was, I don't care. He said, I don't care what color you are.
That's it, nigga. He said nigger.
Nigger.
Difference.
Nigger.
Huge difference in it.
Nigger.
Huge difference.
He said that's
huge difference to some people, but there's no difference in the word to me of nigga or nigger. But huge difference in it.
He said, I don't care what color you are. If you do this and this and this and that, that's what you are. I know. It's like, all right. That's how he explained it. And then he was like, can I ask you a question? Because he said, I said, that, about the weather, and he was like, I said, well, finally, I said something like, it's getting nicer, it's warming up a little bit, and he was like, yeah, but that's how the conversation started. He talked about the weather, and he was like, they're taking our water. Like, they're taking our, that's how he said it. He's like, they're taking our water, like how we comment, like, I was like, yeah, they're taking it to Texas and fucking them off. And he was like, yeah, exactly. And then he was like, can I ask you a question before I left? I was like, yeah. And he said, are you getting the vaccine? I was like, no, I'm not. And he's like, me neither. And he's like, but my mom got it. I was like, yeah, my parents got it too. And I was like, I took my parents to get the vaccine. And he was like, I took my mom to get the vaccine. We were both in that. He's like, but my mom is 83 and I want to have her for a long time. So I took my mom, and I was like, well, I took my parents in a different context, and I explained to him actually the non-availability of these world-recognized vaccines. So how do you, that's borders with more borders. And I was telling him, like, in my point of view, I said, I don't care what's going on in the border. My point of view is, why can't you, like, why do you gotta set people up for failure? Like, if you recognize them as human beings, you can give them a social security number that is going to give them a job, that is not going to make them end up in prison. Well, that's what I expressed to him. That's all I said. I was like, I'm not for Trump. I'm not for nobody. I'm for myself. And he was like, yeah, me too. Government sucks. And I was like, all right, but you just said you were for Trump. I was like, I think Trump has some great points and some things, like, I don't want any country sold to China. I don't support China. I don't want China, and I would really like not to support China.
But you have to switch out China and say communist CCP.
Yeah, the Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party. Exactly. It's not China, it's the Chinese Communist Party. Because otherwise it's like saying United States when saying Trump.
You're being racist because you're saying an ethnicity instead of an ideology.
Yeah, totally.
The nationalism that's confronting people.
Yeah. I was like, hey.
There's a huge difference.
I don't care who you support. I want to tell you my point of view. He said, it's a trip. I was here today, and my ex-wife showed up. I was like, he said it's dark. I was like, all right, I gotta go. Before I go, you be blessed. I don't know. Maybe, meeting me made him change his perspective on other people, or the way he'll see other people.
No. What you should do in those conversations is you show them your ID. And you pose them the question that I asked. What the fuck is the difference between you as a Caucasian and that man that's a Caucasian? What makes you different Caucasians? Thank you.
Like, ask him where you think you can come?
No.
What makes you any different?
What the fuck? There's a difference between that piece of paper and another piece of paper that's bleached. Oh, shit. It's still white paper.
No complaint.
Yeah, I understand. You don't. The man saying those things is Caucasian. On his birth certificate, like you.
Yeah. He said I'm white.
So you asked, what's the difference between European white and American white?
Yeah.
And why American white keeps trying to say their roots is European white. But yet those that are European white, that speak European language, aren't seen as white. Hello, do you comprehend? Or fucking, do I have to keep saying shit over and over again to you? You look at me with that dumbass smile that you do.
Because it's like the analogy of the Latinos and not Latinos. It's like you're white but you look brown, basically, right?
But you're brown but you're white. And somehow you're not considered white because you're brown but you're actually white.
Well, you look white,
and
like people
that
look
and you
white.
call yourself brown.
They call themselves white, and they're actually the bottom of the shit. And the people that look brown, they're white, and they're being treated as the bottom of the shit.
What the fuck? That's why I asked you. What's up with you guys?
It's just the optics, huh? At some point, they just put the lens, the fucking filter.
Start that narrative question. Get your brain to work in that narrative question of asking another motherfucker head.
Of not entertaining what...
Not entertaining, just answer the question and entertain the fucking question. It's not that hard. It's like we're going, hey, you not comprehend like the other shit I was saying too, that it took me fucking 8 years for you to say back to your parents and for yourself yesterday to probably go, oh, the word for me is evolve. Oh. Because you're stating this. Oh. This is what you've been saying. Oh.
I'm not going to express with you my aha moments. I'm going to keep them with myself or journal them.
Oh. It don't matter if you keep the aha moment, it's just if you fucking live it. It don't matter if you have the thought. The fucking actions. Feelings, emotions afterwards that carry out whatever is fucking needed to be, the word's not forgotten. Erased and written over by the fucking extrinsic motivator that keeps you fucking going, aha, I'm living this. How am I not fucking realizing it? Oh. What the fuck is in control? What's driving my life if I can't see this and then I'm living it? A motherfucker can force your husband with no fucking license to drive because he tells you your license is only good in fucking Mexico and you're part of the European Union. And you got an international fucking license. I got no license. How white do you have to be, fool? What the fuck?
But the man ain't recognizing my fucking shit. How the fuck do I...
How do you not comprehend?
Yeah.
What the fuck I'm asking you? You guys run around, with the fucking white Anglo-Saxon Protestant goggles on and mannerisms. I'm not saying nothing about Caucasians. I'm not racist. I'm racist against the ideology of fucking wasp mentality. Which you guys perpetuate because you're from fucking Italy, fool. But it's a fucking farcity when you're the Negro of the fucking Europeans.
But I think
that try so much. That try so much. That try so motherfucking much not to be that looked at as
but
that
I think
fucking
my
shit.
whiteness comes from
I don't give
France.
a fuck about it. It comes from your motherfucking Italian. That's why I asked your motherfucking ass. See what your mom's been voting on for you. Because when you're in the thick of this shit so much to make yourself prove that you ain't fucking whatever the fuck the colonial eyes have you seeing as on yourself, you get real fucking vicious against another motherfucker that looks like you. That you can say is an immigrant. Henceforth, your Stalin and Mussolini motherfucking anti-immigrant motherfucking shit that stopped. Branch back up in motherfucking Italy again. Are you not paying attention at home? Are you not paying attention to fucking home? Well, for 8 years, your vote by your mom who said there's nothing that's ever been come up in Argentina's fucking shit for me to ever vote on when I got 2 daughters. For me to ever vote on. let alone my 3 sons. Or my 1 son, because I don't know what she takes the other 2 as her kids. You understand? There ain't been shit for me to ever fucking want to vote on or change for my kids' life. Fuck it. We're in a patriarchal society. You got 2 daughters. Abortion, women's rights. So I ask, ain't nothing come up in your life, with the people that you know, motherfuckers you reach elbows with, that you know can change it. You ain't never fucking said no, don't vote on that. Hey, man. It'd be easier on us girls. No? Nothing? Okay. So, the niggas of Europe is getting real vicious on the motherfucking minorities. Trying to get their ass and they not. Real vicious. Again. Trying to show that they is not the color part of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
As they're stated as y'all say over here in North America, which we call it South America, they give it a negative connotation. Hello? Where you state your language is better than the Mexicans.
No better, it's not a language.
Hear what I'm saying. Yet, you hear what I'm saying. You're stating that, but I wrote you a letter. You can find it since you stayed on my letters from jail, and I asked you to look this up. That the fucking very language of your forefathers, nigga, is not a language either. Italian's not a fucking language. So when you point at one person, understand you're fucking pointing back at yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Henceforth, I was trying to share that knowledge to you 7 years ago. Fresh out of getting fucking beaten into a coma. And them giving me drugs to fuck my head up where I can't remember my fucking knowledge. And connect with myself. Just like I did with my daughter. Here's all my information. I help you. Past, present, future, past, and all in between. However you wish to look at it, because it's all done in Zigger. Which one do you wish to do Zigger on, a letter or whatnot? Or what numbers are in there? Or what sigils were given to you? Or poems or names and so forth that I have no idea what the fuck I'm writing about. Like my violation. Here, honey, the answer is in this. Boom. Alex Struxley. Bam. A whole file of fucking information. Just from one name as I've been asking you. So I do this stuff because it comes from me sitting and doing Zigger as they gave me those Gabby Bakken fucking things and shut down parts of my brain. I said it's interesting how my mind works is opposite of my mother's, but as several clients that you've had that you've scanned that have had Gabby Pinton and see what it does to their fucking brain. Why did it do the reverse to me? That's when I was crying to. Anyhow. As I said, it was making me cold. I was bloating up. I was drawing all the energy from the people around me. You understand those languages then? The conversations, Gina? I don't know. Or do you forget them? Is it still the same? Inside or out? Grabbing that young Filipino boy that we got the butterfly carving and so forth from, and having an open conversation with you 5 years ago and going, look, stop putting people down like that, because look, if you're considered Latino, this motherfucker should be Latino. With the front ball in the face. Hey brother, why don't you speak Spanish for? You understand? Yeah. Not Mexican. As you state, it's not a language. Well, why don't you speak to her Spaniard? Because Philippines is called King from King Philip, who did the Pueblo Indians motherfucking patent for the reservation not to be moved. That's why I said, so interesting, fools. You gonna blank me out, nigga? You understand why it's important? Why the woman that was put in who she is the Shoshana of the lineage back to those who wrote the first patent. That's continent. It's her lineage. Motherfuckers is blind as shit. First time we have someone that his lineage shows the Shama. She didn't control the inner lands. Buffalo are underneath our control. The federal government made the Iroquois make it to where the slaves of the Iroquois, or First Nation, had to be considered First Nation. And if you're going to do that, then it spews from us back into the government itself in the United States. Because you can't force us to do that and not have to do such since the Constitution comes from us. Silent? Therefore, reparations and repatriations shall start accordingly, if they haven't already, on pilots and so forth across this country for people of slaves. I say you guys don't understand what's going on in the background, but also right in your face. That's why they fighting so hard to change shit. And all the little hoopla stuff. Because there's all kinds of circles coming back in the loops and cyclical things happening. But they're about to make a time crystal. They're all starting to come together like a Rubik's Cube size. Just say it that way. There's still enough alive that remember and or have been shown or can see and feel the pattern. Like sister. It's beautiful. First time she didn't shy me off. For her to say, yeah, I actually feel this. It's making me wish to move right. Do that in your life and never get sick. Take away the feather and you realize you can do such, and then take something, replace what you're doing with the plasma, and you can move it around in your hand. What I happen to move your hand with just your mind, as I was trying to show you 5 years ago and got you and other people to do. I said, I need more of you to be able to do this and understand the truth and reality. Because it's not magic. With a C, it's with a K. It's knowledge of self and kinetics. The self you can understand. They didn't make it your own. Why I use Quan as an example on himself to prove himself to cleanse his own lineages. Because, I mean, you look at people and you're saying some shit like that, and all you got is a fucking room full of motherfuckers looking at you going, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I'm not coming next week. You're getting out there, bud. Come here, brother. Let me show you something. I'm holding you down in your own mind. Pick yourself up. Use all that strength, brother. Can you get up? No. It's kind of frightening me. Why can't I get up? That's when say came back and opened up. Another brother C run back the piece of the petrified wood to have you sign it. He opened up and his family, other family members coming. You show people a little bit. I ain't like keys and shit. I'm talking about bullshit, nigga. Plasma can work and do stuff. And this residuals from me doing plasma from a decade prior. They stay with you. They show you things. Ones that I talk to all the time. That's the go do stuff. When you see things and stuff people be brought. But yeah. I'm beautiful enough to say it. Man, I showed my grandma that shit. Like this. You don't see the connection and why you gotta go like that, brother, because you're doing the kinetic groups. Semites. So forth. Doing like the Jews at the Wailing Wall. You're not gonna go there. Now, we could have had that. All them things is on the security cameras is broadcasted, y'all.
We'll be like watching it right now.
You know, just broadcast it. So people can see the truth of what I was trying to do in the shop. Record everything. Beautiful conversations and things and the babies. People be hoping.
The change of people. One way or another, it already changed.
Little mama. I remember me Ernesto's granddaughter when I showed her that with the plasma bottle and Energon cubes, and then I gotta upload that video again. Yeah. It's like an eyelid. I was like asking her, "Can you feel it? Hold it just like this." I show you her little eyes, the light that was in it when she felt it. She was like, "Uh-huh." And she started clicking them together. That'll give you electricity if you do it that way. Some people say. Or at least it feels like to me it's shocking. Now that boy ain't even a year old, right? And that dumbass shit we was listening to last year, that white dude, psychiatrist,
Oh my god.
stated that shit about his kids.
That's what the comment my mom meant today. She said that they told
son,
Martino that the boy don't engage.
The Hugh Huxley.
Yeah.
I'm sitting right where we were sitting talking.
Yeah, he's smart. He's super smart. He's
Huxley here the truck. Parents is in a white truck at the front of the motherfucking the thing.
Yeah.
Homie sees G and starts making a noise for her to come over. And starts trying to get to her. I'm thinking in my head what that dude said. I'm like, dude, you said the kids can't hear. And then all this other shit they can't see. And I'm like, this boy just distinguished the vehicle noise, his mom in a hoodie.
The color, right? What do you think he's stupid?
I'm like, dude, I guess you didn't really pay attention
He's
to your
hella
kids.
smart.
Because
you kidding me?
What I learned from my daughter and my son and my youngest, for a little bit that I got to see her, I'm like, dude, I don't know how you're like doing it. How are you got a YouTube channel and you got fucking books sold and everything? Because you obviously didn't continue like watching these kids because or was home or something because your kid didn't know who you was past the age. I mean, didn't recognize you at fucking a month old. I mean, what were you doing? I mean, we make that bond like the kid knows you. You walk in, you fart, you do any noise. The kid being held by not mom or dad, if there's that connection, the kid instantly turns towards where the parent's at. And it's like, you didn't notice that in your kid at 7 months old? Or a year and a half? Or you're saying the kid can't hear?
No, Huxley's like super attentive. If he'll watch you. Like he stares. Not watch, like he fucking stares. That's the word. Like he'll like
that's what I'm trying to get at is the young lady, Ella, was only shown with the plasma that one time. She walked to you and showed you.
Mm-hmm.
She walked to her mom. The next day, what's she doing? That's a day later.
Mm-hmm. She did the thing here.
Child psychology. That's because I showed her that. I said, go like this.
Yeah, I know. But
like
for her to take it, absorb it, and do it, and not be like, yeah, whatever, fuck you, and do something else and bang it on the floor. Mm-hmm. You know, just that simple thing.
Because she's a baby.
She's a baby.
That normal circumstances, the child would have not intended to say ingredients in their food and all that kind of whack shit. You gotta child that's gonna be throwing that shit. Where you got more attention given to the object not being broken than the child's hand. Where you see that, where don't throw that, don't throw that. Well, why do you keep giving it to the back of the kid?
Exactly.
And then the kid cries, and then you give it back to the kid, and it's like, okay, dude, like
your whole day goes like that, and looking at your dog.
Fucking the child up by doing such. But
yeah, it's like you're just, yeah, I get you. Yeah, Huxley's hella observative and hella smart.
But no, I mean, I noticed that in my lineage and other kids and so forth, but I was just thinking because of that guy saying that and hearing that recently, and I'm like, and these people are accepting this as a paradigm shift on, like, you know, early childhood development, and I'm like, damn.
Don't expect much from your kids until they're 7. If you accept that, then you ain't doing them no favor. Right? That's what you said?
I'm like, damn, dude. World's in trouble. World's in worse trouble. Now you gotta tell the parents, think in your head, it's like a vote. Your vote or your dollar that you don't give to the society could be the one that keeps the country fucking safe from Monsanto, or that region safe from Monsanto, or some exploratory thing that's going there to exploit and make your grandchild a victim of a motherfucking gang extortion. This is reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so the chip that you like to eat right now, look into it real good and see who they fucking are advocating. Who they got advocating in the White House to change the laws in your country. Really look into it, honey. You get as skinny as fucking your son-in-law.
Well, you and I would look like exactly the same then.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you'd say my dad.
No, I'm saying
or
you
anybody,
family.
Really. Yeah.
You get as skinny as me when you actually like start seeing.
I start being just more
mindful of like what you buy and so forth, and see again
the simple things.
What they're lobbying and so forth, and try to stay away from the simple things. In a sense of, its simplicity is just an orange, and you peeling it yourself instead of buying an orange or a fucking boiled egg that's in plastic and shit. And all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Why regret as a civilization?
That simple pleasure takes so much more away from the next person, to where you have that huge surplus of eggs that are in the backlog of didn't make it on the shelf and no one got to eat that, but yet people motherfuckers are starving. But why are they starving? They can't get to the store. Why the fuck is there a store? We go back in the fiat thing and the loop again. Well, because, we need capitalism and barter and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. I can scroll back on YouTube onto a news clip in a country where dollars ain't supposed to exist, but motherfucker got a dollar and they buying an avocado. And you can look at the national average of the price of a fucking avocado in America, and it was cheaper there with a motherfucking real greenback dollar from America. They had their own currency using American dollars.
Currency exchange. Give me $1. Whatever. Give me something.
No, they had a dollar.
$1 for an avocado.
But currency. And I said, where do you get an avocado for $1 in America? That size and that good quality. Fucking organic shit. Tripping.
Yeah, there were $2 in the market, in the set of the Chico market. I looked at the avocados. My mom actually commented she thought they were cheap, and I thought they weren't. They were $2.
It's like, but that's in your country, where you still got a said state national currency that hasn't fucking exacerbated too fucking bad. But yet, as I said to you, you're about to become the second Venezuela. No, you're tripping. No, you're tripping. You're tripping. Alright, bud. You keep denying me, but fucking What's going on now? Said something 4 years ago? Stop coming here and squander money? You guys throwing another like $100,000 towards fucking CBP to beat our ass? Come on. And all account, you could say your dad's helped the fucking CBP with at least fucking $500,000 or better in expenses. Not knowingly. Not saying it intentionally, but just makes a circle, because those people that see someone being able to do such, they wish to do such, but it's like, no way I can do that, it's fucking, they come up here and work. Or now the fucking turmoil of me and you have a baby, and we just took us a month to get from Argentina up to the border, and it's like, alright, fucking, stop for love. Semina and Wani send Vicente by himself. The baby's too young. If not, another couple months, Vicente and Martino, with Vicente holding Martino, across the fucking border. Saw they? Like in that goddamn movie that we watched together when we first got together, where they built that crazy fucking wall because the monster shit landed in fucking South America and it was supposed to be about the monsters. And people came on that trail that come up this way, the actual trail that come up this way. I was like, man, that's kind of crazy. It reminds me of what they're going to be doing, and here we go, just building the wall, but it was like, not to keep people out, but to trap us in here. But now, they're going to make it where you actually build a fucking wall, because instead we got to keep people out. So we'll just keep bombarding that thing with playing ping pong with how do we really address the immigrant issue. Stop the fucking sanctions on those countries. Easy. Legalize drugs in those countries. Stop the sanctions. There's no more fucking gang violence. There's no more cartel shit. There's no more of that fucking extortion. He done lost all of his power. His wind's gone. You know what I'm saying? He's gone. There it goes. CIA ain't got no more shit. You keep fucking coca fucking legal for the indigenous people. So on and so forth. DNP, all that.
Yeah, just
legalize all of it. Yeah. And fucking... who can control anything?
Stop criminalizing shit. That's the problem. You criminalize shit, then...
The only reason why they criminalize it is because they get funded militarily.
And they control it and they get benefits from that and all of it, all around. If not,
dictatorships get put in that will take that money so the CIA in America can make money off of it. It's a fucking retarded ass money scam. You understand? Now you got a drug war in your country. Why is it a war? Before we didn't have an issue. Now we have an issue. And now we actually have dope fiends all over the place because we done made it an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, create the issue, create the problem, then just beat on it. Whatever.
As they state, from the police officer's mouth, we gotta, we detain you and then we find the crime.
I mean, 30 years holding up a laboratory, doing the fuck what? Waiting to the right moment, to now you just became a billionaire overnight. Am I right? On the reading of that shit? Like, what the fuck is going on?
And it's only because you guys gave up some fake information and didn't give a peer review shit. You just came out on the news like all of them have been doing and saying our shit's this good. And you watch your stock go. Otherwise, last week it was $1. Yeah. Now it's $1 billion. You understand? It's fucking. It's like shit's on fast forward.
The hell fast forward.
You can see the punch coming, but no, ain't nobody moving. And they're just getting fucking like Three Stooges. Like, come on, dude. You got the power of fucking Neo on the Matrix, and you fucking just let's just go around you. But it's like, dude, you really look like fucking SpongeBob and you switch sheets up by the shit. Like, damn. SpongeBob brain. That's why I used to tell you. SpongeBob brain. We got it in the mix. But as was horrible is so many people bought into SpongeBob and so forth and shit, and they actually did a study that showed that the motherfucking kids and adults that watch SpongeBob, their frontal lobe, the dendritics, of such residuals and colorations and other things of such repetitive fucking Trumpness that they actually fucking lost brain cells or were less intelligent. No, I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious, man. Now apply that to all media. Along with in my generation in the 80s and so forth, they were doing studies to see when kids were watching shit on PTSD. And for some reason they branched off of that PTSD test for a second there, changed commercials, made it where shit wasn't violent and TV shows wasn't violent and radio wasn't violent and cartoons couldn't be violent. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. It seems to think that everything is violent to the extreme.
Everything's so accepted as okay.
You can notice that when Discovery Channel couldn't get nothing on the air other than extreme wild animals. I mean, that's all the shows turn into. You stop seeing like actual documentary shit to this world's most extreme venom, snake, or spider, or shark, or this, or that.
The biggest car, the biggest house,
or this.
the most whore, and fucking the biggest titties, and the biggest burger, and the biggest drink, and the
they
biggest...
switched to doing things that, as you just stated, they started doing documentaries where you showed plastic surgery. Like the whole skit, like the channel Net Geo turned into fucking MTV, MTV Live or whatever, where they had the people fucking social thing where people were just being videotaped. It was like that. Like it was this. Or Repo
reality
Man.
TV?
Yeah, it was like this.
Yeah, there was a
reality shit like everywhere.
Yeah, it was like 10 years of good Big Brother Jersey Shore and fucking bullshit reality shows, huh? And then social media comes along, and everybody just leaves
and
out working.
the only way to like compete with that with normal news and media is say all those things we just talked about and look at how fucking the news is now. And the extremes that people were doing. And there's not a person going, what the fuck are you doing, man? Are you serious? That is not okay. And if you think that's okay, man, you need to go, lay down and wake up and come back out of your shower and shit. Shit, shower and shave. And fucking let's sit down and talk. Because that shit right there is not normal. It's not acceptable. It wasn't acceptable when I was a kid. I don't know what the fuck changed where that's acceptable now. For kids to see it. I agree that it wasn't acceptable. Because that shit right there as an adult is fucking my head up. Why the fuck would you allow kids to watch that? You understand? Or listen to that. Or anything else. Because I'm like, damn. Kid shows you can say bitch, hoe, all kind of stuff now. I'm like, damn. When it was a thing for me when I was a kid, it was like, man, you was a cool guy if you had fucking a cassette tape that said fuck her, bitch, or some shit. You understand?
Yeah.
He was cool.
Because your parents were not telling you what to do.
No. He was cool. If you came up in one of those type of homes where it was, you know, you don't speak like that. Otherwise, if that's just
it's
the language,
yeah.
If that's just the language of the house, then it's like, who cares that you say those things? Or even do back to your parents, who cares? It's the language of the house. You know what I'm saying? But when you branch away from that, oh man, now it's like, I'm like, damn, when they start seeing that shit on the radio.
TV, radio,
FCC,
YouTube.
It's supposed to be guidelines of what you wish, you know, the moralities of the people.
guy was cussing the other day, Trevor. Oh, fuck. In YouTube.
That's YouTube's YouTube.
It's just like it's all censorship too.
Granted, there's supposed to be things where kids can't see that, but I'm saying on the radio, honey. I'm talking about a whole completely different thing. There's no supposed algorithm that keeps the supposed child or guest login separated from adult stuff. As they state, when you upload something, you have to let them know or have it set as for children, not for children. Otherwise, they flag it or take it down. Or take your channel down. You know what I'm saying? Or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm talking about like shit like fucking keshe shit, where it's unfiltered. Or FCC should be stopping it in European countries and all those things, like they're fitting about the Communist Party fucking shit from China being broadcasted. But yet, because they're being broadcasted through France, they're able to bypass the FCC shit and go across all of fucking 27 or 29 European Union states. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, they doing the same shit through Austria, but how are they doing that in America when the country that this man states is just being filmed in and broadcasted is Iran? How is that being broadcasted in America? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in the FCC and so forth from the old Biden administration from previous, because while he was talking about the 5+1 fucking JPOs, the Iran nuclear deal, 5+1. I was speaking on that because that came from the Obama administration. Previous. Now those people were being shuffled back in. You know what I'm saying? Henceforth, why he's talking about it.
Yeah.
JPOA, I think it is, yeah. And 15 member delegates that signed on to it. You ask yourself, North Korea just tested a couple more missiles. Where'd they get the money from? You know, it's from underneath the Trump administration doing their stuff. They stated they weren't doing ballistic long range. They just devised and made nuclear submersible fucking weaponry. Fucking idiots off of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and shit. Gathering fools. Iran, though, in a war-torn country, all the bullshit that they stayed on media, and all the shit with COVID happening over there, how they keep pushing with better centrifuges. And as you heard, they keep raising their percentage up. To do such, you had to keep building new things and making new centrifuges and all this. It's real costly. They're supposed to be a country. You sanction them to the max, as they put it, maximum pressure. They've gotten Kool-Aid and fucking snow cones out the fucking rock already, because they squeezed it so hard. But yet, motherfuckers built a new motherfucking nuclear facility. Where do you get the money from? Keshe Foundation took over Iran last year, March 12th. They raised their own flag. Dude keeps stating that he's working with Ayatollah. He's stepping down so he can do political shit. And we're selling our shit on Amazon, maybe. What's crazy? Want to help your community? Carry our KFSSI stamp. You be affiliated with us. We'll hold you up. We sell our shit. We sell your shit. But know all your shit is for where? Iran. Not the Iran people. The Ayatollah and Iranian military. He keeps separating that shit out and specifically stating, you're working and helping us. You knowledge seekers, you people that donate, so on and so forth. One world, one nation. Ran by Ayatollah and by me. Motherfuckers got earplugs or something. 4 people question that. Motherfuckers, they say, what now? What is it? Ready to serve. Ready to serve you, homie. I'm like, damn. You niggas say that shit as much as you say this motherfucker. In so many ways. I'm ready to serve. Damn, bro. Alright. I would say the same shit if Iran was cured. The COVID clinics in motherfucking America weren't closed due to COVID when you claim that you got the cure for COVID. And how Vegas is it? But I can't get to it, man. Because, you know, it ain't that hard. It ain't that long to ride with some niggas. Because I actually got a long arm. And we ride down there and do the shit barefaced. Fuck a mask. Even though it's COVID. Nigga, kick the fucking door down and take one of them health eggs. Just to show. Anybody can be touched, but I ain't fucking with some shit that's bootsy. Cause nigga, you actually had a building with some shit that was 550,000 euros. However the fuck it was. Yeah, 500,000 euros. When he first came out with his shit last year. It was at the price tag and you got that many of them motherfuckers right there. Boy. You get the BGF and some family together. Nigga. Your whole schematics and the whole shit's online for the building and all that, man. Y'all retarded. You put that shit on Nasdaq and always happy and all that. You get some real grimy niggas together. And take that shit, man. Take the shit and actually prove it work. But I ain't fucking with no shit that's boozy. I'm just telling you the truth. If motherfuckers actually thought that shit was real and worked, the hood would steal that shit, nigga. Just to say they grandmama. Motherfuckers, you all tripping. We kill niggas for looking at our moms fucking wrong. And you got the cure? That's what you don't comprehend, man. Shit. Start beaming that shit in the motherfucking TVs in the hoods, nigga. And we gonna get you like we get the rich motherfuckers that be walking around this bitch flashing their shit off. And going on MTV Cribs and showing their house off and just helping us with the robbery video. Alright, we want that and that and that and that and that. Oh, bring the video back there. Get them to talk about that order. Oh, yeah, okay. How much is that worth? Let me see. I get on the phone with my cousin Chris and a couple other cousins. And we have a health egg right there where the bathtub is. With a fucking YouTube channel. Sean. I'll squish motherfucking salamander every day, Starford Law. And stick it there. If it actually worked. And bring this shit back to life. As he claims. By removing a bird from the bird cage. And put another bird in the bird cage. So forth. That's bullshit. Think I wouldn't save my mama and my kids and you? Fuck with no booty shit. Sit back and watch. I was like, damn. Wait for the first nigga to actually do that and see. And piss all the world's off, leaders off that paid money for that shit. It's just like the movie Elysium. The hood's gonna figure out a way to get up there, and we're gonna give it out to everybody. And you got me fucked up. That's how we work. Like you seen every homeless person movies, homeless mind made you live on the shoes. We share what we got. I'm gonna fucking see stinges full with a whole house full of fucking shit. Refrigerators full of food. $2 million in the bank and they still fucking don't want to help nobody. More. Fucking Romans running around. Trip. Give a homeless person some money. Even as a dope fiend. Dope fiend is still go share his shit. Yeah, that gets you, maybe. Shit. Dope fiend still get a $20 bill handed to him, send it on the corner, and fucking go get himself whatever the fuck is their pleasure and share it with him over here. As they say, misery loves company. Especially in them other countries, they send it to and stuff. They say got in Kenya and other places. Man. Never mind. This shit, they probably gonna do some fucking whack shit in Tanzania now that they took out that brother, the president, man.
That's key. Facebook.
Started seeing a couple more motherfuckers die out. Everybody said, "Oh man, you skeptic." Man, that motherfucker wasn't a skeptic. He was a realist, like I am. That's what fucking fucks me up too. Is my last video that I posted that they took down and fucked off my channel had him in it. Because it was one on sharing. That's what's crazy, dude. The man on me, April, May, that was May 18th when my channel got shut down. He didn't make it a year after him coming up on fucking news showing with proof that the tests were faulty. When everybody in the world was using them fucking tests. And America was pushing that shit hard. And the FDA was not doing its job. We had like 100-something different tests flooded the market here. That the states and shit were using. Nobody knew what the fuck was going on. So homie came out and was like, "This shit don't work, bro. How the fuck the motor?
Everything is infected.
Or this shit's faulty." I ain't talking shit. Here's my credentials as a scientist. But I'm asking everybody, go get one of these tests and swab everything. Send it in. See what the result is. If the motherfucker come back positive, then everything got COVID. Otherwise, there's something wrong with these tests. Man did. 9 months later. Arrow the News just claiming he's a fucking skeptic.
Ozone came out with a natural cure.
That they still use this in that country. And they claim that they hiding the numbers of sick there. Now a new dude came in and he's all about the fucking shot in the arm. Don't ask no questions because you make money. I'm like, man, how long is it gonna take for people to see a pattern in these fucking leaders or scientists and so forth, or nurses or people that's right in the front line of seeing this shit that are trying to talk about it? They're not like throwing up no way a conspiracy theory or anything. They're just saying, look, man, can we have a consensus on this? And
at least we look further into.
And you're dead.
Combated.
You're dead. And you now smear campaign against your whole motherfucking life, your whole life work, stating that you was a COVID critic, denier and all this kind of shit. And as soon as you say that, that's the worst thing, I guess, for people to say. You're not even a conspiracy person, you're just COVID denier. It's like, hold on a minute. Because of publicity here and politicization, people think you're like a Trump voter, and it's like, hold on. But then they tried to say that Trump voters were ignorant, but when they showed the insurrection at the fucking January 6th shit, like, oh man.
Oh, ex-police officers and...
Oh shit. It's not the shit that we've been trying to fucking J-Sock the world thinking it's a bunch of fucking dumb motherfuckers. Man, you guys are tripping. It's the fucking gangs that these fools have been talking about for the last 70 years. These niggas have been ruling for a while. They pulling the juice card. Hello? Henceforth, how you got the fucking Latinos for Trump. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, how they got them votes, honey. Why go pay attention to this? How you get that? Well, which we were just talking about. When your own kind starts policing you so bad, it's like, what are you guys actually doing? Why are you doing it to us in this manner? You're us. How you see the difference when you're us? How are you somehow purer than us? Henceforth, back at home in the mirror of our nephew experiencing that now. You understand? Because he's looked at as being indigenous, and all the other kids are looked at as you. Now you have your husband as a child having to deal with you as a child. But not you as a child. You as an adult from your parents. Before waking up as a child now and seeing with new eyes. Do you understand?
Yeah. I also might have my plane to is in Vicente's low life, you know, like he comes from his rhythms and whatnot might not be the same, and his mannerism too. Because he's way more proper the way he talks too. And, you know.
That's what I got picked
so
up for.
So his whole thing is just like a good combo for being like stand out.
And the language that he speaks is different than you. It comes from an indigenous region. And the clothing that he wears sets him apart. And makes him a target because of the politicization of such coming from his grandfather and those that are around him that hadn't been changed or seen. That's the hindsight. All the other shit needs to be fucking, who gives a fuck about that? There's the hindsight is not 2020 because it hasn't happened yet. It's happening now. So there is no hindsight. What I've been trying to say. Those things that we're involved within are now. I'm understanding my grandfather's talk with me in the back of my mom's apartment. Now, trying to explain things and seeing such. I tried to pump the brakes hard and get back to this. There's no hindsight. There is on the work stuff if he wishes to, and that familyism will flow. But before he ditches and goes out, people like Negro and other things like that, talking to a person as such to make it the word that ideology does not propagate, and say opens it up to where Vicente can rent something because he's not looking at as an indigenous person, and those around aren't looked at as such. Otherwise, like I was stating, the resources, the gin is removed, it is gone. The turmoil is going to come to see which way, what are you going to do? You're going to propagate and keep that water of that beautiful light that has now become coalesced into the grandchildren? Or are you going to let it be smothered? Because all the carbon exhaust of wishing to fly around and get all the other things in a fast moment, but not working on such. The breeze is now changed and it's enveloped. You understand? means and manners of doing it, and here, without such kickback, dude. And then fucking 4th of July moments. I'd be doing it right now instead of like going, hey, dude. Check these out. Because if you just nudge or just put this in your paradigm shift of your intrinsic interstitial water of your DNA of those of your lineage, you'll help and change things. Just by making that virtual have a pathway to flow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I wasn't trying to put it in there.
It's not hot. I was trying to get it in.
I was saying, gee, man. Why your mom and dad are alive? They got hit with the mutation. Not the old wild mink. Mutation. This goes to the younger people. And to do such, it had to modify itself and hit the immune system in a different reactant. But yeah.
In a more passive way so people won't freak out and it gets to be more infectious. Because if you go one case and you isolate, then the virus realizes that its count, it's going down in the population because it's being isolated, so rather have be more. Right?
Mm-hmm. 85% of people get fucking long-haul COVID. Or neurological symptoms.
This hospital is in the front lines of Brazil's fight against the new wave of COVID-19, one that's marked by the new variant Q1, which is more aggressive than the traditional coronavirus. The patient behind me is 22 years old.
So is P3.
That's a new characteristic of COVID-19.
You put the 10, no, there's 12 strains now.
Young adults are coming to the ICU for treatment.
Put them all together with that one that fucking you can't test for, and man, it's interesting shit.
Uma experiência dessa bem aqui. Eu achei que eu não ia passar.
Burned out.
We don't have enough space, we don't have enough people, we don't have enough equipment, so this is very frustrating for us.
get in the Philippines though? Because they said they only got one case of the shit.
We believe this is
the other day they had
a
98.
consequence of the relaxation
But yet,
of the mitigation
it's of the lineage of that
strategies of
Brazilian
social
there.
distancing, mask wearing, hand washing, and basic measures that we all learned.
This room here has 9 patients. All of them need ICU. But there isn't enough ICUs in town to take everybody in. So they stay here waiting for a spot to open somewhere. These patients here, they have been improvised in this semi-bed, and they are hooked up to oxygen, but the hooks that are supposed to feed one patient are feeding 2 or more. Here, in the other side, you can see there are more people in the same situation, and the nurses and doctors here, they're doing their best to keep them safe and treat them.
Na minha recepção, passei das 3, 4 horas da manhã, só fui receber atendimento do médico quase 8h30 da manhã. Uma sala de espera, sem oxigênio, muito ruim, sem expectativa nenhuma de atendimento.
So now we have more people in their 30s and 40s, working age people, who spend several days here, but the staff tells me that the rate of that is going up. And these patients with the new variant, the P1, they tend to deteriorate very fast.
This is extremely difficult for us. Many patients came to the ICU severely ill. Young patients dying. It's not uncommon to see parents and kids hospitalized at the same time, dying one after the other.
Essa politicalha do fica em casa, a economia a gente vê depois, não deu certo e não vai dar certo.
The situation is getting worse. The system is above capacity, and the doctors, they estimate that the situation won't improve for the next several weeks.
That's a trip.
Ministry responded to the Atlanta shooting in the U.S. She mentioned Uyghurs in China's Xinjiang region, and her words shocked some internet users. The spokeswoman called on the U.S. to treat racial minorities like the Chinese Communist Party treats the Uyghurs. She said, quote, if the U.S. government can truly care for and safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of racial minorities in the same way that the Chinese government treats ethnic minorities, including the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, then the problem of racial discrimination in the U.S. would have been better solved. She added that the Americans are welcome to visit Xinjiang. Some internet users are feeling confused about the spokeswoman's intentions. One of them tries to read between the lines and comments, after other races are wiped out, there will be no more racial tension. France has summoned the Chinese ambassador. That's after the Chinese embassy in the country called the French scholar a mad dog and little thug for supporting Taiwan. NTD's Penny Zhou has more.
China's ambassador to France has been summoned by Paris.
It's begun. It's begun.
but their actions are perfectly synchronized. Moving as a unit, everything from pouring tea to moving their hands happens simultaneously, even as they take a collective step forward to serve the next seat. Social media users are comparing their movements to those of robots. What's more, most of the seats in the venue were vacant. But the staff paid no mind, pouring tea for each seat in turn, whether occupied or not. One netizen commented on the unusual sight, calling it the aesthetics of tyranny and totality, and likening it to slave-like synchronization. 8 pro-democracy activists arrived back home in Hong Kong after months in jail in mainland China, but now they're facing criminal charges.
The whole time underneath Trump, too. Oil tankers they were shipping down there. And people took Venezuela's money. That fake-ass person that America put in got Venezuela's money. BP's owned by Russia. All the money of the people getting oil here in America from BP, the money's going to Russia. This shit's retarded.
Officials. One industry expert says in a period of constrained supply, China can get discounted oil on the black market from these countries.
If the oil's on the market, they'll buy it. Why would they care what the U.S. thinks? The U.S. and China are at a low point in their relationships. China can basically put the finger in the eye of the U.S. Secretary of State in Alaska, put the finger in the eye of the President, Joe Biden, and that's what they're doing, because they can. It's as simple as that.
Data company Plecker says China is expected to import over 900,000 barrels a day from Iran this month. That'd be the highest amount since the US imposed an oil embargo against Iran 2 years ago.
The U.S. has lost any influence with respect to Iran or Venezuela over the last 20 years. This is not a new phenomenon. I don't lay this blame on Biden. I don't lay the blame on Trump.
He says over 20 years ago, Iran and Venezuela went their own way.
They have their own destiny in mind. They have their own principles and their own authoritarian prerogatives in mind, and that's what they will pursue.
He says there is no central trading information system to track oil trade.
So a lot of trading can happen, under the table, behind closed doors, where
just
nobody
oil.
knows it's happening.
You know where it comes
and then
from.
Ships suddenly appear, empty, fill up with oil in Iran or Venezuela, and then suddenly disappear, often with a name change, or with turning off of the international navigation system.
Hofmeister says China views the US as a declining empire, and the regime will do what it wants and only follow laws it deems appropriate for itself. He says the US could send out ships to confiscate China's black market oil, but he warns that could create a heightened level of anxiety and international stress, which could have other consequences. Patrick Hayden, NTD News.
Campaigners are urging the UK government to ban fur imports from China after footage shows widespread animal abuse and disregard for health protocols. Warning, this piece may be disturbing for some
Where
viewers.
the COVID variants are coming from.
Investigators from Humane Society International, or HSI, visited 13 fur farms in China between November and December last year.
L452R came
evidence of animal abuse that breaches China's own
Denmark,
regulations on animal housing and welfare. In response,
got this
campaigners want the UK to ban fur imports. In the photos and footage released, hundreds of foxes and raccoon dogs are tightly packed in dirty cages. On several farms, raccoon dogs were filmed repeatedly and randomly stabbed with a double-spiked electrocution device, which is meant to kill the animals instantly. HSI's veterinary advisor, Professor Alistair Macmillan, says, instead of instant death, they are likely to be immobilised by the electric shocks, but remain conscious and feel the intense pain of electrocution. A farmer admitted that the meat from slaughtered fur animals is sold to local restaurants for human consumption. HSI says, despite the investigation taking place during the pandemic, the Chinese farms routinely ignored disease control regulations. According to HSI, China is home to the largest fur-producing industry in the world, rearing 14 million foxes, 13.5 million raccoon dogs, and 11.6 million mink in 2019. A spokesperson from the British Fur Trade Association told British media The Guardian that there is no evidence or proof linking these farms to fur entering the UK supply chain. HSI says it has provided the investigation evidence to the Chinese authorities, both in Beijing and in London.
Huawei is likely to install its first production facility in France, despite the opposition of some officials and some among the public. The Chinese group managed to find an agreement at a political level.
Weaponry.
NTD's David Vives.
World don't want to admit to it, but China and Iran hacked and put Biden in fucking power. He defeated Russia. You understand? They're openly pushing for the Iranian weaponry and so forth, and knowledge of that. You know. Well, we gotta incapacitate all the shit you got, so don't even fucking trip. I'm gonna stick our finger in your face and say, fuck you, dude. What you gonna do about it? Huh? More and more comments now around the world are, dude, you're gone. You're already dead, nigga. You don't even realize it, bro. Keep talking that wolf tickets. You can't do nothing, buddy. You're gonna enforce what? You understand? You better go get your friends. Oh, look. You gotta go get your friends when before you did it all by yourself. Stop it. Fucking dumbass American people ain't paying attention worth of shit. There's more and more motherfuckers from the last fucking... From Bill Clinton... And the cocksucker before Bill Clinton, fucking Bush Sr. and shit. They just been slowly eroding and fucking taking our shit. And setting us up for this bullshit failure.
Yeah.
You know, in collision with the motherfuckers that we got superiority, if you wish to say it, overwhelming force with non-sequential numbers, because we don't got the same amount of people, but we do got the fucking retardedness of firecrackers. We got more firecrackers than everybody. We'll just say that. I see an open conflict or a war happening here within the next fucking year or two. That's what these motherfuckers doing, what they doing in South China Sea and shit. India got its power knocked out again. Motherfuckers just going to the national courts and doing like America should be doing and saying we got hacked. We gotta stop this unconventional shit. When they said, shut up, fool, or why did we turn off your power?
Yeah.
They turned the power off again, like last year. In 2019. It's like right along the rhetoric of Keshe. What Keshe Talk 260 to Keshe Talk 277. Talking about, gonna fuck off them, gonna fuck off America, and now I got your power, and you drug addicts and all this shit. Everybody got their telecommunications shit and their stuff. Straight dirty. Dirty.
I know what for, you know? What for? Answer that. So, it's the same as when we encounter somebody, or we encounter somebody, or anybody encounters somebody. You postulate as, okay, what makes you white, or any whiter than white? And it's like, okay, when somebody's for You know, for all these wars and bullshit. It's like what for?
What do you get from it?
Where are you? You took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say my next breath. What are you getting from? What are you personally getting from it?
You get fucking hard on, fucking.
Do you laugh when people get hurt or what the fuck? Right? Because how can you at a distance be giving you any satisfaction at all, or add anything to your life? Like hunting with fucking from your car. You know, how can these bring anything to your life? Right? It's like you're not involved, you're just making damage. Just making damage at a distance, and how cowardly is that?
That's the thing. It's like, what the hell is going on? 2 versus 1. You can see why China and Iran want fucking Biden in. And why Russia would want Trump back in. And you see the rhetoric going on in the background between those 3 countries. And we're back at the thing of China importing Venezuelan oil and fucking Iranian oil. And they're trying to say that it's Biden, you know, Biden's not doing nothing, but they was doing that shit for 4 years underneath Trump. And it's like, huh. How are you going to put it as this administration's issue when Trump did it? Didn't do a damn thing. That's why they got ramped up to where they are now, where they're taking 900,000 barrels of motherfucking oil from Iran and Venezuela. China's going, you ain't gonna do shit about it, Nate. You gonna do it before, you ain't gonna do it now. Especially not after we done took out half your motherfucking military with COVID. What you gonna do, bitch? You ain't got nothing. We'll send our little army of torpedoes at you. Of motherfucking Uyghur Muslims and other ethnic niggas that can't get away from you. It's us. Because we don't put that bomb vest on their fucking ass. And just blow their ass up. Along with you. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, a gangster now.
That's just...
No, I'm saying gangster. They're sending fleets of fucking fishermen boats. 200 boats at a time or more. Fishermen boats. So that when it looks on a blip and other things like that, all it can do is just fucking claim as fishermen boats and shit. And you got soldiers. It's not fishermen on there, it's fucking soldiers. They have an open, I shoot you if you're in our waters territory fucking clause, honey. The only issue with that is they claim shit that's not their waters as their waters.
Yeah.
And will shoot you.
Yeah.
If you're in the shit. How's that work? Niggas swarm New Zealand, yo. For giving praise to Australia for some shit. Sent 200 boats on the ass. And then claim, oh, it's because of high winds. We had them swarm the area that they were at. They were just docking because it was high winds and they were being safe in the safe harbor. And it's like, bro, they just fucking... If they were fishermen boats, then you'd see a complaint of us saying, you guys just stripped all the fucking fish from that away. And you don't permission to have all them boats right there. But they're fishermen boats, right? Ain't one that casts it. The niggas all got weapons on them and shit. Swarming people's boats. Still the diplomat states. What you gonna do about it? America ain't gonna do shit to it. Scares me that they remade fucking Golden Dawn. Or North Korea invaded this. I'm like, how we go from the Russians, the movie in the 80s when I was raised. We go from the Russians invading America to now it's the Russians, Chinese, and fucking Koreans fucking raiding us hell. In the 2000 version. No one picked up on that and was like, hey, everybody. How the fuck do them people come together and take us out? Because that's more realistic than the 80s version where it was just Russia invading us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They started reparations for slaves. What'd I tell you? They set out $10 million at this one state city. They do it over a 5-year thing. They give you a little bit of money back, right? Now what's fucking retarded though is the money is coming from guess what? Medicinal cannabis revenue taxation. I'm like, dude, that's retarded. Because how many people have been locked up for weed? And then we go tax you for the weed to give you money back for us reading you like a slave. Huh? Yeah, but hear what I'm saying though. They taxing medicinal cannabis to get the people the money for slave shit. When the only way to get out of poverty back then they was sell fucking drugs like now still. So where's the money coming from? From the fucking poor people, from the slaves still. You understand? They pulling like Amazon and paying you with your tips. I mean, it's fucking stupid. People retarded as hell going, oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that. They paying us with their money that we should already fucking had. Goddamn, look at them. They some good motherfuckers, ain't they? I mean, come on, man, you stupid as shit. Just as fucking retarded as Jeff Bezos paying motherfuckers with their own fucking money from tips and calling it a salary. You got a wage, motherfucker. No, I ain't got no wage. I got my tips, fool. Fucking pay me, nigga. This shit crazy. Fucking people.
Say no, thank you.
You get a fucking tax the medicinal cannabis and give us money from it after you done decimated our fucking people with them fucking drug laws, the drug war. Come on, man. Nigga, give us our tips and just a penny, and I'll be happy, bro. Just actually fucking pay us with your money from you. Not from centuries of fucking taking shit from us and then giving us back the shit that we already had. Come on, man. That's fucking retarded. Come on, man. Just acknowledge what you did. Fuck it. I don't even want no money. Just fucking acknowledge what you did. That's all I say. Just fucking actually openly acknowledge the shit. Fuck the money. Just acknowledge it and I can move on.
Not even. That's the hardest part. They won't.
Money ain't shit. You motherfuckers always figure out a way to get that shit back. Plus, like this stimulus check, this shit they're doing. That shit out so that they can hit you with the motherfucking tax rebate and all that shit on the fucking rebound. Well, here's 1.9 because we need 3 trillion. So it's like, where the 3 trillion coming from that you gonna snatch out of our bank accounts and our pockets? You know, appropriate that shit back. Motherfuckers always do. They build back better. Oh, why is the infrastructure fucked up? Why didn't you do nothing when he was in office for 8 years before? No, first didn't build no infrastructure. 4 presidents in a row didn't do shit on infrastructure. And all of a sudden now we want to do it. These people are crazy. I'm scared to try to take over this. We all did. Their delegate the other day was like, what, the shooting that happened? If you do like us and treat your ethnic minorities like we do, you won't have no issues. The homie Charlie Hustle and everybody else, and I know that I've done time when the feds with, nigga. We take that shit. You understand? Fucking take that shit. My cousin, you met, who always run around with a 100-round drum and shit like that on him. His daddy is dying. He would go and take that shit to make sure his daddy didn't die. You understand? These people ain't fucking. These people fucking around people's shit.
If it would even
Show us
if it would work, it would be fucking open, honey.
That's what I'm saying. You just got a glass door like that with some shit that you was selling last year for how many euros? 500 and something euros plus
500,000 plus shipping, and that's the base. No.
That's the base.
No accessories to
You
it.
understand? The hood get a hold of what that shit is. We've seen those train cars and trucks getting broke into and no stuff. Bro, I got something better than that TV, nigga. My nigga, I got something right here.
You just all you did was give yourself a good graphic, son.
Do you understand? Shit. Going with my hair crew. We fucking take 4 or 5 of them motherfuckers, man. Broadcasting on TV. There we go, baby. Fuck happened to infect Bruce Lipton and Joe Rogan and all these people you fucking fucktards just talking about. The hood's gonna show the world. Here we go. We got a crackhead on some crack. We gonna make him nice. We got this person on this. We got a dope head baby right here that freaks you out. If you don't give him some dope. We got the whole list of the project testing. Whoop. Nope, shit don't work. Fuck out of here with that shit, man.
But what's your America you're holding so dearly, dear?
As you gave me this lighter, or tried to give me the lighter, and you gave me that compassion, right? Would your compassion have been the same as if my accent was Mexican? Being I'm from farther down, But for some reason, people got an issue with people that speak Spanish. So when they actually hear Spanish, they don't know what the fuck it is. Do you comprehend? Mm-hmm. So like, oh, you're alright. Do you comprehend? Are you getting where I'm pointing at? Where it's like, where I asked a Jamaican or somebody from Africa, you ever been called a nigger before, bro? And they're like, no, dude. I go, see here, honey. Understand that. Hannah Huck is one of those that is white like yourself on birth certificate, but for some reason feel that they're whiter than you or whiter than the next person, or whatever the fuck you wish to say. You understand? Doesn't see this person from Africa where they tell me your husband to go back to or fucking leave. You understand? And go back there, they don't see that person as a nigger.
Yeah.
You understand? But yeah, they use the rhetoric of saying somebody is ignorant as fuck, but it's like, man, ain't that right there ignorant as fuck? You understand?
Yeah.
Shit's a shit. So the Latinos for Trump, the MAGA people, pushing this bullshit? That's you, honey? Why? What would make you... Along with you, the nigga's a fucking person that ain't supposed to cross the border. The only way the fool got crossed past the border is because of presidential motherfucking Trump statement, bro. You can come over. You understand? Otherwise, dude's a lot of a terrorist because he's a fucking organized crime fucking syndicate person. But he's out there blasting stuff Latinos for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But why? If they're saying cartels are bringing stuff, isn't this a cartel person? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's funny is, you got motherfuckers doing like at the casinos, where you got a dude fucking grabbing a fucking card shark, and now making him a car dealer for the house. Because they kept beating the house.
Yeah. Absorb and take them in.
You understand? That's how you fight hackers with hackers. You gotta fucking arrest the hackers, scare the fuck out of them, tell them, alright, now you work for us. Otherwise you can't touch a computer and shit for the rest of your life. You gotta move to another country. Now you know the police officers and shit that this man has standing next to him. Black, white, whatever the fuck color crayon you wish to say. And you see these gangs. Like I was saying how his dad illustrated how they got his dad's first apartment shit fucking illustrated in Harlem. And he just watched repeated throughout New York to get his stuff. Like I said, they control the WAPs. The Italian Mafia. Bring the drugs in, you bring the land taxes down, but you can't get nothing constructed in that area unless you fucking with them motherfuckers. I mean, it's the easiest spot to see. You understand? The same shit's going on with the war stuff. Like, who goes in after you blow up the stuff? The contractors and so forth who state, yeah, we'll rebuild it. And we need guards to protect us. And we need this and this and this and this and this other ecosystem to go along with it. And people there don't even want the shit. They never seen the fucking shit that you guys are trying to sell to them ever in their life. Fuck, I do with this. I live in the desert, fool. In a regime that you won't allow us to have more than fucking 2 hours of power a day. What the fuck I want this stupid shit for? But those that have made it over, I don't want no more people, man. We got enough. They're taking from mine.
It's like always people. It's the root chakra. Always people having the idea that the resources are gonna be done and the resources are gonna be done, and it's like, yeah, at some point they're gonna be done, but why of that feeling that you're somebody's taking from you when you ain't even fucking captivated at all? You know what I'm saying? It's like when a kid ain't eating or playing with that toy, And somebody shows interest and the kid is like, mine. And he's like, you were playing with your favorite fucking toy. This was the rugged shit in the bottom of your bin. Now because I paid attention to it, now, you know, it's the same bullshit.
Not because I showed interest, now you want to fucking gentrification and shit.
And you think I'm taking from you when you were never playing with it? Like, that's the way I illustrated to the man. I was like, I said, I came to work and this and that. And yeah, don't think that I was taking your jobs because Johnny, what kind of yours goes to do janitorial and fucking PD jobs like parking attendant, you know, at 6 a.m. I illustrated to him.
What Caucasians, your Caucasian color, because I'm Caucasian.
Well, there was plenty of them. They were all heroin addicts and drug addicts, so telling you that.
No, that's what I'm saying is that you see that are sober. Otherwise, the Caucasians that you think are Caucasians, but on our birth certificates that I was coding over, fucking through the fucking corporation.
Like even elderly people fucking drug addicts.
We're sober. When we're watching you guys kill yourselves and do a high turnover rate where from coke to heroin to all kind of shit to do your job, when we're like, dude, are you serious? This is the easiest shit in the world. You're greeting people and other things and giving them the experience of being in the face of something. Who wants to see the face of fucking the business look like down some fucking... You fell down on your face a couple times because you took too much of a hot shot and too many drinks or some bad cocaine for a week and a half. You're looking a little fucking ragged there, bud. That shit used to trip me out. I'm like, damn. You want to go drink some water, honey? Go sit down and sit
elderly people too. I had some roommates.
You're fucking scaring the kids.
Yeah, he was like, dude, you're in your 60s. What the fuck are you doing here? You're a ski teacher and you're a drug addict, like heroin addict. This guy couldn't leave. Ezekiel, I had a roommate the last year that I came with Maxi. We rented from this lady because it was not like how we used to do like the houses and stuff, you know. So we rented from this lady, and she had a huge house in the upper side of Tahoe. And the lady was an alcoholic. She was basically managing the house, so she was living for free with her 2 teenager kids.
Those corporations did like the trim scene, honey, where you have the fucked up whack growers that put the weirdos in control, that take their pick of the young girls and so forth. Hear what I'm saying, and apply that to what you went through, and think about that. What I just said, where you have the whack job ass growers that have motherfucking extort the trimmers, and those that are put in control, that extort you and or have their way with either the men or the women, the young kids, as you see, with all your friends who keep getting these young fucking South American trimmers pregnant, and they're older than me. Hello? And that whole shit where the Olympic motherfucking coach dude was molesting the kids, that whole ecosystem that goes with such with the prey on the community, because, well, you're gonna say something? I just pull your J1 or I pull your fucking thing and we don't have you come back next season. You understand? You comprehend? It's a trip. That ecosystem, if you see it, as you were stating. Now, I don't like my roommates doing this. Well, that roommate who's American who said something to your supervisor because they've been doing drugs together for a while, guess what? You just lost your house and all your shit. As you've seen happen with people.
No, poor thing. The guy was he was worthless. He couldn't go walk from his bathroom to the fucking room without shitting on himself.
But how are you a ski instructor? How did you make it that long with people not noticing, if not noticing what you're doing, and just be subjugated over and now to this fucking area here? Did you remember how the red house and the green house and so forth, how it was looked at as, say, Yuba City, Marysville? The population, how they seen the housing. You understand? Bootsy's housing, the fucking where Josh and his girlfriend were at in the red house.
Yeah, more permanent and...
To the flop house. There's the flop house.
Wait, did you see that day when we pulled to my mom's house? That first day my parents got here? Josh or Hollywood? Josh. I haven't talked to Josh for like, what? Since I left Tahoe. Blasting my fucking phone like that boy tried calling me like 8 times. And I was like, Josh, what's up? Like, calm the fuck down. And what's up? I'm driving. And then I tried calling him, and he didn't answer me. I was like, okay, it wasn't that important, because he would have answered. I don't know if it was maybe a post you did, and he still don't compute that you and I are married. Fucking something like that, I think. Not that he's hitting on me. I'm just saying, like, he knows you, he knows me, and he still not understand that we're together. You know what I'm saying?
See,
so it's like I think that because it was the day after you made a post or you had post something, so I related to that. I don't think you need anything. I think you're just like and with Charlotte and Travis, the Comanche brother, Apache brother, texted me yesterday and she said, "Hey Maria, we're planning a trip on July 25th and 26th. We'd love to come see you guys. Is it okay if we come with our kids?" I think she has 2 kids, teenager boys, or a daughter. And she said, "Is it okay if we come with the kids and stay with you for 2 days?" They're planning coming from Oklahoma. They've been wanting to come for so long. I haven't responded. Tell her to get themselves a portable toilet like I do, and
as long as you take care of your shit. Literally.
And then we can go and dump it in like the slide creek going out. At that time it'll be open.
Have an A, B, C, D. You don't want to be stuck there making an ass of yourself with a thin container.
With your shit in your hand.
Yeah. Have to figure out what you're doing.
But she said that they want to come and get ideas, get inspired because they just bought the land, you know? So they want to, since we inspire them to buy the land too. Honestly, like, she said they want to get inspired and show the kids, like.
Just last week, I think like 4 or 5 days ago, would be when they got their check from that mayor during that thing when I was trying to explain to the kids to go talk with them. And to keep their business going with their ice cream and so forth was, well, it works out even perfect now because be it that they got their property, they grow all the stuff that they provide food to fork, or farm to fork, farm to ice cream, farm to cone.
Wow, you know, once you got the truck, you can offer anything you want.
But I'm saying they had the truck. This last couple of days ago is when they got that acknowledgement from the city of Oklahoma, the mayor of Oklahoma, of what they're doing, and I was trying to branch out and say, remember when I said to you about if they come out, then I would show them the different things and so forth, especially for COVID, since they would be deemed essential. If you change your dietary plans and nutrient uptake for people in this manner, then they will be deemed essential wherever that they go, and they share that, so forth, because the nutritional value of the food that they'd be providing and the ice creams and so forth like that would be giving people an immunological boost against COVID and other influenzas and so forth. And I was trying to get fucking our daughter and son a while to go meet up with them, talk with them and shit when they're in Oklahoma last summer. Nobody wanted to respond.
Legal and orderly immigration system that is based on our bedrock priorities to keep our borders secure, address the plight of children as the law requires, and enable families to be together. He noted that he himself was brought to the U.S. as an infant by his parents, who believed in the hope of America. He said many more families arriving have that same hope. But a number of politicians, including Democrat Representative Vicente Gonzalez, are warning of the dangers the immigrants face making the journey, including sexual assault and extortion by cartels, which are only becoming more empowered by and even fanning the influx. According to CBP data, the number of illegal crossings at the southern border has been on the rise since October of 2020. The number of arrests from October 2020 to January 2021 was almost 300,000. That represents a nearly 80% increase from the same period last year. And in February, the CBP arrested over 100,000 who crossed the southern border illegally. That number is almost triple the arrests from the same time last year, when CBP caught almost 37,000 people. Many of those crossing now are unaccompanied minors. And President Joe Biden says he has no plans to visit the southern border. Reporters asked him on Tuesday whether he has plans to visit the border. He said not at the moment. And the House is set to vote on 2 bills on Thursday or tomorrow. The 2 immigration bills would provide a citizenship path for illegal immigrants and legal status for immigrant farm workers. Neither bill made much leeway in the Senate when it had a Republican majority. With Democrats now having a narrow control, they're hoping to gain some Republican support. The American Dream and Promise Act, or Dreamers, would offer a pathway to citizenship to those who enter the country illegally as children and are currently living in the U.S. According to the Migration Policy Institute, if the bill passes, an estimated 4.4 million illegal immigrants could become eligible for permanent residence. 7 Republicans joined 230 Democrats in the House in voting for the bill in 2019. The second bill, known as the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, would provide illegal immigrant agricultural workers a path to legal status and make the H-2A guest worker program more flexible for employers. It passed the House in 2019 with the support of 34 Republicans. The 2 bills are part of a bigger immigration reform bill known as the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. Democrats formally introduced last month in both the House and the Senate with the support of President Joe Biden. This bill would provide an 8-year pathway to U.S. citizenship for an estimated 11 million illegal immigrants in the country. Its lead sponsors are Senator Bob Menendez and Representative Lina Sanchez. The bill does not offer any enhanced border security, which past immigration negotiations have used as a way to win Republican votes. The bill would need the support of at least 10 Republicans in the Senate to pass.
You started your shit
But
during the
what do you
Obama
think?
administration.
Let me know
I was
below.
like,
Thanks for
motherfucker,
tuning
bitch,
in
hurry
to
up,
BeeHive.
lady.
I'm
Don't you
Maya.
see what's
I'll
coming?
See you soon.
Fuck up. Hurry up, lady. Hurry. What are you dragging on my wife's shit for? What? We could have got this shit turned in if we hadn't known up with you. Turn this shit in, lady. This ain't the last administration. You better hurry up. What's wrong with you? All they did was just, yeah, we're going to raise our fees. Didn't change nothing about the help. Didn't up their work effort to help the motherfucker or nothing. Just give us more money. Now it's harder to get in the country. Fucking sick, dude. Black ass fucking sick. Hunger game fucking shit. Black ass hunger game shit.
But she didn't know what it meant. It just came to her, and I was like, "Well, inshallah means like and I sort of like
God willing.
Huh?
God willing.
Yeah, if God's will, if God willing, and then so she said somebody, my dad said that somebody was that they just had gotten notified by the real estate guy that somebody was gonna come see their house in Argentina, and so my mom was like, inshallah the house gets sold. And then I explained, hey, mashallah, and
which is all as well.
And my mom was just reading an Arabic novel in Spanish that it says The Secret of Your Eyes. And she was like, oh, you can take the book if you want. I'm done. I was gonna put it in the free libraries out here. And I was like, no, I like to read. Then I'll put it down there. And she started saying, Bismillah. I was like, you need to bless every order. And she was like, do you think those girls work for you? They bless it. I was like, I don't know if they do or not. I asked them. And then I bless it again when I put them in the envelopes. And, yeah. I wouldn't say it was nice because she got to spend some time with the amethysts. And I'm blessed. You know? Yeah. Mate, roses, smudge set, wand, y me falta el mood. Mood, bouncing tea. The big one, and the order's going up, up.
This is a trip.
And questions if the U.S. military has become politicized. This after many members criticized Fox News commentator Tucker Carlson while in uniform, sparking debate. Tune in to Deep Dive as we explore these topics and more. Hello and welcome. This is Deep Dive and I'm Tiffany Meyer. Georgia found itself in the spotlight during the 2020 presidential election, and now it's back under scrutiny.
This is her own show. Her own show.
Yeah.
But, listen to this while I say fucking always choose to find as much as you can of a soundbite if they're going to use something, if you're going to hold to it or hold a conversation about it. You understand? Mm-hmm. And everything that's happening. The stuff your dad was talking about you, what Biden and Trump, or Biden and Putin said to each other. Listen to it. Otherwise, sound bites you don't know what's up. And the media, what they're doing, straight on what Hitler's fucking was doing, where it's just like, if you say the lie over and over and again, motherfuckers believe the shit.
Totally. Just keep repeating it.
And the way people are nowadays, if you do something wrong, nobody has the fucking guts to actually admit to it. And or, as they state, we don't want to go back in time. Shit would just happen, but we don't want to go backwards and talk about it. We'll just keep going forward. It's really intriguing about what's happening. JSOX operations everywhere and shit. But people's minds getting hoodwinked and fucked. Domestically and from abroad.
Post is walking back claims that former President Trump told Georgia's elections investigator to, quote, find the fraud. The outlet says in a correction that Trump did not tell the investigator to find the fraud or say she would be a national hero if she did so. It issued a correction on March 11th to a story it published in January. It said the original story about the call included quotes that did not exist in the audio recording. Instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize Fulton County, where he said they would find dishonesty. According to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and his officials, Fulton County had many issues during the 2020 election. A number of Democrats used those quotes to push for Trump's impeachment. The Washington Post said the recording revealed that the Post misquoted Trump's comments on the call based on information provided by a source. CNN, Reuters, ABC, NBC, and the Associated Press also reported those quotes, citing a single anonymous source. As of today, only CNN updated its article, saying the earlier version had a paraphrasing of Trump's comments. Critics say this illustrates the severe problem with the media's lack of accountability. Mark Hemingway, a senior writer at Real Clear Investigation, said this mistake is beyond serious. For corporate media that, quote, insists they are the ones holding the line on the truth, while others, like MSNBC writer Hayes Brown, say corrections are good. And what would be corrupt is if they never issued a correction. Some say that while the specific quote was not accurate, the overall narrative that Trump pressured election officials stands true. Trump has since responded, saying he appreciates the Washington Post's correction, but that the original story was a hoax right from the beginning. In his lengthy response, Trump says he'd also appreciate further investigation into Fulton County. And that might just happen. A judge in Georgia may allow inspection of absentee ballots in Fulton County. Voter watchdogs may finally get to see absentee ballots from Fulton County. Georgia Superior Court Judge Brian Amaro says he's inclined to release the ballots to investigators. Voting integrity advocates sued to see the ballots. They say that fraud and irregularities occurred in Fulton County during the 2020 election. A video from Fulton County shows workers counting ballots late into the night after observers left. Observers say they were told to leave by election officials. Georgia election officials deny that happened. Van Hutton Pulitzer testified in the Georgia legislature following the 2020 election. He says viewing the paper ballots is the key to finding out if there was fraud or not. Amaro says he wants the process to shed light and dispel rumors. He says he won't sign the order until the integrity of the ballots is assured, saying the inspection may start in April. And now let's turn to the nation's capital. The fence surrounding the Capitol building will start coming down next week. The Senate Sergeant at Arms said today that there is no credible threat that warrants using it any longer. The fence has drawn controversy for weeks from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. One Democrat congresswoman from D.C., Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, even introduced a bill to prohibit federal funds from paying for a permanent fence around Capitol Hill. The fence currently costs about $1.2 million per week. Starting Monday, the razor wire will be taken down, and new positioning will allow pedestrian access.
It just stands there.
But fencing will remain around Capitol Square. As for the National Guard and station there, they'll begin to return to their home bases in the coming weeks. Representative Ted Budd called it a step in the right
How
direction.
does a fence cost $1.2 million a week to stand there?
That permanent fencing around the Capitol itself should also be removed, and our National Guard troops should be sent home to their families. Budd has been especially vocal in calling on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to take down the fence and to send the Guard home and to reopen the Capitol complex to the public. Speaking of the National Guard, let's turn to the U.S. military, which is feeling the heat over comments online. House GOP leader Representative Kevin McCarthy is calling for an end to what he says is the politicizing of the military. He writes on social media, uniformed service members recently criticized a private citizen for his First Amendment rights. Today, a Democratic lawmaker used soldiers in a political stunt against a GOP member, adding this sets a dangerous precedent. It must stop now. He also tagged Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in the post. So, what set these actions in motion? Let's go back to March 8th, which celebrated International Women's Day. On that day, President Biden marked the occasion by nominating 2 women for 4-star command positions. He also said, quote, "We are making good progress designing body armor that fits women properly, such as tailoring combat uniforms for women and creating maternity flight suits."
Right. And
Fox News commentator Tucker Carlson responded the next day on his show, saying, quote, "So we've got new hairstyles and maternity flight suits. Pregnant women are going to fight our wars. It is a mockery of the U.S. military." He contrasted it with how the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, is expanding its military. Carlson went on to note, a Chinese official says Chinese men are becoming too feminine, saying there's a masculinity crisis. The Chinese regime plans to make their men more masculine.
The explosive vest.
Carlson also noted the Chinese regime now has the world's largest navy. He goes on to ask how the U.S. is responding to that threat. He played a clip from Biden's speech celebrating the diversity in the U.S. military. And then he commented saying, "So we've got new hairstyles and maternity flight suits. Pregnant women are gonna fight our wars. It's a mockery of the U.S. military. While China's military becomes more masculine as it assembles the world's largest navy, our military needs to become, as Joe Biden says, more feminine. Whatever that means anymore, since men and women no longer exist."
Yep.
The bottom line is, it is out of control. The Pentagon is going along with this. This is a mockery of the U.S. military. And then the military got involved. The official account of the U.S. Marine Corps for the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force Information Group shared a picture of a female soldier carrying a male one and tagged Carlson, writing what it looks like in today's armed forces. Get right before you get left, boomer. The tweet got mixed responses. Some praised it for supporting women in uniform. Others found it unprofessional. One person wrote, "Please focus on China and not Tucker Carlson."
Yeah.
The account responded by saying, "Come back when you've served and been pregnant." The user then went on to say, "Please focus on China and not me." The account has since deleted those tweets. But it wasn't just this group that went after Tucker Carlson. The Space Force Command senior enlisted leader, Marine Corps Master Gunnery Sergeant Scott Stalker, said in a video that Carlson's opinion is, quote, based on 0 days of service in the armed forces. He interpreted Carlson's comments to mean that pregnant women in the military make it less lethal, less fit, and less ready. He said the military allows female troops to have more time with their children, to recuperate, to get fit and ready, to take that time that's necessary that our medical professionals know that's needed, which actually makes us a more lethal, ready, and fit force. Stalker appeared to be wearing his uniform. Carlson's comments drew fire from the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who told reporters that the diversity of our military is one of our greatest strengths. Kirby also wrote a statement saying Press Secretary smites Fox host that dissed diversity in U.S. military. He wrote, "We are better and more effective, not only when we represent the American people, all the American people, but also when we have the moral courage to include other perspectives and ideas into our decision-making. Perspectives that, as the Secretary himself noted Monday, are based on lived experience. It's that experience and the professionalism and commitment of our people that has always been our decisive advantage." He said, adding that the U.S. Armed Forces need to work on making the military more inclusive. He went on to say Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin shares the revulsion of so many others of what Mr. Carlson said in his opening statement. Tucker Carlson then responded by saying the Pentagon had effectively declared war on a domestic news operation. He also ended up his critique of what he described as the military's focus on identity politics, noting that Biden recently announced the Pentagon would pay for gender reassignment surgery for active duty personnel. Carlson went on to ask, how do sex changes in the military make this country safer?
People
That's
being
not a
comfortable
trick
with
question.
themselves.
It's not another volley in the culture war. It's the only question that matters, literally, the only question that matters.
What is breast implants
But no one bothered to
and
ask
so
it,
forth
probably
and
because no
penile
one can
enlargements
remember
do
why the
for
U.S.
people that
military
aren't-
exists.
Right.
Carlson went on to say, here's a reminder, the U.S. military exists to fight and win wars. That's its only purpose. The U.S. military is not an NGO. It is not a vehicle for achieving equity. It's not a social experiment. It's definitely not an employment agency. Nobody has a God-given right to work in the military. No one does, and that includes all of us. He says every American has a right, maybe a duty, to know what the military they pay for is doing, because our lives may depend on it. Senator Ted Cruz also weighed in, saying he's requesting a meeting with the head of the Marine Corps after the Marines joined in the attacks. He wrote, quote, under Biden, the military is launching political attacks to intimidate Tucker Carlson, other civilians who criticize their policy decisions. Adding officials in uniform are being used for the campaign. He went on to say, I've demanded a meeting with a commandment of the USMC to put a stop to it. Cruz went on to note the slew of unusual statements from the military, including the Space Force Command Sergeant Stalker and Defense Department spokesman Kirby's statement. Cruz told Austin in a letter that he is deeply troubled by the situation, accusing the Pentagon of mobilizing systematic public attacks against Carlson. Cruz then stated that this spectacle risks politicizing the military after several centuries of efforts to keep military officials out of domestic affairs, and undermines civil-military relations by having the military take a side in a contentious cultural dispute. He went on to say such behavior is more akin to what occurs in a third-world country rather than the United States. The USMC has since issued a string of apologies, writing, "We are human and we messed up." What was intended as a tweet in support of our female Marines and sisters serving in uniform was clearly not aligned with our standard practices or an appropriate representation of the Marine Corps. We will do better and serve the people. Adding, "Our intentions were misinterpreted and we are working to move forward from this mistake." They went on to say, "We have strayed away from our brand and realize that. Our standard practices will be in effect and you can count on us to correct our mistakes going forward." So why the controversy? The military is forbidden from getting involved in politics while in uniform. But several members criticized Tucker Carlson while in uniform. Many people then criticized them, arguing they should stay out of domestic political and cultural affairs. But what do you think? Let me know below. Thanks for tuning in a deep dive. I'm Tiffany Meyer, and see you soon. Miller in an interview with ABC earlier this week. In the same interview, Biden says Putin does not have a soul and threatens Russia with sanctions for allegedly interfering in the 2020 U.S. election. Putin responded by accusing Biden of seeing himself in the mirror when he claimed that Putin is a killer, saying it takes one to know one. He went on to wish Biden good health, adding, "I say that without any irony or joke." Some have noted, however, the idiom Putin used is much closer to, quote, "the names you call others is what you should be called." In an unusual move, Russia pulled its top diplomat from the U.S. after Biden's comments. A Russian spokesman says Biden does not want to fix U.S. relations with Russia. The Kremlin spokesman called Biden's comment very bad. He also said the statement was unprecedented in the history of U.S.-Russian ties, adding Biden clearly does not want to develop relations. He declined to say what Russia might do in response. Putin, meanwhile, challenged Biden to a public debate. He told Russian state TV, "I want to propose to President Biden to continue our discussion, but on the condition that we do it basically live, as it's called, without any delays and directly in an open, direct discussion."
I want to invite Biden to continue this discussion, but on condition that we do it live, online, without any delay, in an open, direct discussion.
He says he is willing to discuss important issues between the countries in public, adding he thinks it would be interesting for Americans and Russians. After making the challenge, Putin said he would debate with Biden as early as Friday. Biden's press secretary says Biden does not regret his comments. She says the president is not going to hold back clearly when he has concerns, whether it is with words or actions.
The president is not going to hold back clearly when he has concerns, when he has whether that it is with words or actions.
Adding Biden does not have anything to report to you in terms of a future meeting. The president will, of course, be in Georgia tomorrow and quite busy. When asked what consequences Russia will face, Biden said, quote, "You will see shortly." The back and forth comes after a U.S. intelligence report alleged Moscow engaged in efforts to spread disinformation to influence the 2020 election and undermine Biden's campaign. The Kremlin denied the report. Relations are deteriorating between the two countries. The U.S. criticizes Russia for cracking down on political opponents. Russia jailed Alexei Navalny and other political opponents of Putin this year. In retaliation, the Biden administration has placed sanctions on several Russian officials and businesses earlier in March. Now, from international borders, let's come closer home to the southern border. The House passed 2 immigration bills yesterday, mostly along party lines. 9 Republicans voted with Democrats in a 228 to 197 vote. H.R. 6 is also known as the Dreamers Act. It would offer a pathway to citizenship to those who enter the country illegally as children and are currently living in the U.S. The same bill would also help immigrants in
Potentize, potentize, EP882, so forth. Ionic silver coming out. Air scrubber going, UVC lights going because in-laws are coming. Protect the wife, protect myself, protect them. I'm gonna go cut wood. I finish falling down the trees on the end, but also that way so I can get the evening sun now on the solar panels, but also for food production and fire abatement. Umbrella's parents are here.
Ajá, cortanos madera, papá. Hi.
Hola.
Hola.
Hi, Ezequiel.
Hi, Ezequiel.
Hola.
How are you?
Bien.
You're working.
Acá derecho. Acá para el coso. Me faltó porque arriba lleva como esa no tiene blanco. Vale, lo pongo.
Mira, papá, esta es nuestra heladera. Y funciona con los paneles solares, entonces tiene un freezer y refrigerador. Y a cada sección le podés poner la temperatura que querés. Entonces le pones si lo querés congelar, más frío, menos frío. Sí. Y acá ponemos las leches.
Muy bueno.
Y se mantiene frío, se mantiene re frío. Cuando fuimos a tu casa, que no la prendimos por 2 días, llegamos y todo seguía frisado, todo estaba frisado en el freezer.
Porque en realidad se prendería automático con los paneles.
Se lo interrumpimos, Ezequiel. Está trabajando.
¿Está bien? ¿Tiene que trabajar? Eso es para papá, que traje los remedios chinos.
Yo estaba haciendo ensalada de papas.
Bueno, lo que te voy a pedir...
Hice pollo.
¿Sabes qué te voy a pedir?
Sentate, para ese que te dejo la silla.
Oh, thank you, Ezequiel, for the chair.
Dame algo...
What are you doing?
Algo calentito.
Can I see? That is clear.
Sí.
¿Sí? Eso es lo que se llama un cogollo.
Cogollo.
Que es la fruta de la planta.
Marihuana.
Y Ezequiel, no, cogollo.
Ah.
Ahí dice marihuana.
That's like saying wetback.
Marihuana es un término discriminativo que se asocia con los mexicanos.
Ah.
Cannabis. Cannabis. Cannabis es el término.
What do you do?
Lo limpia, le saca las ramitas.
So you know, your drops?
Las gotitas.
And then the oil?
Yeah.
No sé, para dejarlo limpio para usar.
The crystal? The oil and the spray comes from the crystal, but this the seed when birds.
Ahora yo, por ejemplo, que
How do you say bird, Marie?
4 las cociné.
May?
How do you say bird?
Bird. Mamá, ¿le traducís, por favor? ¿Pájaro?
¿Pájaro?
Bird es pájaro, sí.
Pájaro. On pájaro, get the seed. This, the keef.
¿Y qué son esas pepitas chiquitas, Memey?
It goes in the nose.
¿Qué son como pepitas?
¿Semillas?
¿Esto qué sería? ¿Eso qué es distinto?
Esos son los cristales.
Ah,
los puros cristales que vienen, que salen de la flor. Y Ezequiel dice que cuando el pájaro, como la abeja y demás,
polinizan.
el pájaro
They go after the seed.
va por la semilla, eso es una
Claro,
semilla.
la semilla. La come y la defeca y la va dejando por todos lados.
But this, it goes in their nose.
Va en su nariz.
And their cabeza, they no sabe. They forget where the food is at.
Ah, el cristal, los cristales que te dan como un cambio de cabeza, entran por la nariz a la cabeza del pájaro y el pájaro no sabe dónde está. La comida dónde está.
It's like coffee.
Como café, es un estimulante.
Pero hay una cosa, el trabajo que tiene que producir Ezequiel es ese.
Mi amiga se lo da así.
Ah, y termina así.
Esta es la rama cortada, ella la seca.
Someone watching the animals working with it realized like coffee, like the goats with coffee.
¿Saben cómo descubrieron el café?
Por cabras.
Por las cabras.
Like in Morocco, those seeds that you can only get after the goat goes in the tree and eats it. You have to go in there and
Bueno,
meter
¿ustedes
them.
saben cuál es el café más caro del
El más
mundo?
caro del mundo.
El que comen y defecan.
El que dice
Las
Ezequiel.
cabras.
El más caro del mundo.
La caca.
It's
The poop.
The, mo-
Yeah.
It's
the
only
most
way that you can get
expensive
it.
coffee
The
in
most
the world.
expensive of the world.
Expensive of the world, ya. Y dice Ezequiel, pero igual, cómo se descubrieron todos estimulantes y sustancias y cosas así fue porque la gente en la montaña vio a las cabras comportándose de una manera diferente.
Oye, una cosa,
And
y
the
esto es
people
una
use
planta.
that.
¿Cuántos tiene de esto?
The
It's-
power.
Un montón.
I do.
Y entonces
Sí.
mi amiga la
You-
seca, tiene un cuarto
It's
donde
what
las
you're-
corta,
what I made
las
your
The
seca.
oil.
cream.
Una vez que está seco,
Ah,
nos
ok.
lo da así.
Cream and oil and for teas.
Lo pone en un cajón.
Or
¿Y
for
eso que ya está
salsa.
molido?
Sí, eso
Tincture.
Ezequiel ya lo limpió.
Oh,
Lo limpió
whatever the
así.
mind can think of.
Básicamente primero hace Ezequiel así. Mi amiga se lo da así.
¿Y
Esto,
después cómo lo muele?
no, mi amiga, mira, te muestro. Mi amiga nos lo da así, un cajón entero. Ezequiel las saca así, uno por uno, cogollo por cogollo. Los va sacando. Una vez después se queda con la ramita, que esta rama es la que se puede usar para hacer baños compostables por las enzimas que hay. Y estos son los tallos que también se usaban antes para hacer las telas. Los marineros de todo el mundo navegaron con las telas del cannabis, eran las telas más
Cáñamo.
del cáñamo, las más
Cáñamo.
resistentes.
My mother wrote the law for this with
Y
Dennis
la mamá
Brown.
de Ezequiel, la razón por la cual Ezequiel lo tiene tan en la mira es porque la mamá de Ezequiel ayudó a escribir la ley que legalizó el
My mother
uso
spoke
legal
at the
de
White
la
House.
marihuana.
¿Y eso qué?
Cannabis.
Lo corta y
Se
después
saca así
Cannabis.
My
del
marijuana.
cannabis.
lo
Y
termina de limpiar.
Y esto Ezequiel agarra la tijera y los corta.
¿Y cómo termina así?
Porque nosotros tenemos una maquinita.
Ah, tiene una trituradora.
No tritura, la limpia, tiene unos cepillitos. Y entonces cuando esto está seco,
Se cae todo.
cuando haces así, se va sacando el exceso.
Y eso es lo que le queda a esta señora.
Esto es el exceso.
We just
No,
cured
esto
my
es
ants.
el
We just cured my
residual.
tears.
¿Y el resto dónde
Cancer.
queda?
Eso, lo limpio es la hoja.
Ah,
el
¿y
cogollo
qué corto
limpio,
que se hace?
se lo damos a ella por confianza, se lo damos. Pero con esto se hace un montón de medicina. Cada vez que se hacen las cremas, los
Usan
tés,
eso.
se usa esto. Esto se vende por gramo. O sea que un cogollo así son $5. Un pound, decirte un pound, un kilo
Así no
son
tiene
454
olor feo.
gramos.
Así no tiene el olor feo.
Un kilo son 1000 gramos, un pound, una libra, son 454 gramos. A Ezequiel le pagan $100 la libra por trabajarlo. Ella los vende a $1.700 la libra. Pero tenés que tener mucha confianza para darle a alguien. Ezequiel está entregando $2.000 a la mina sabiendo que ella le va a pagar 100.
Claro.
Pero hay mucha confianza. Yo con ella hace
Sabe
6
que
años.
no le va a robar.
Yo
claro.
con ella hace 6 años que trabajo. Para que alguien te dé así el material. Por ejemplo, el otro día, hace 2 días, le llevé 4 libras. Nos pagó $420. Que ella lo traduce en $5.000.
Y las gotitas esas.
Se llama Bartomeu.
¿Con qué las hacen?
Con eso, con los cristales y el material ese. Entonces Ezequiel ves que tiene una bandeja sobre otra bandeja.
Sí, tiene un polvo abajo.
Ese es el puro cristal. Es como oro. Un polvo oro.
El polvo. ¿Y ese lo usan? ¿Ese también se lo devuelven?
No, eso se lo hace Ezequiel.
Ah.
Esa bandeja me la compró Gabriela igual. Ella me la compró. Porque si no se tira, ella no hay forma de. No es que le estamos sacando a ella.
No, pero digo, ella no lo usa.
O sea, no, ella no hace nada, ella nomás
So,
vende, no hace la medicina.
As soon as it is, say, legalized, or if you rub elbows with someone that can get it legalized, or show the importance of mixing the epicary with this in your country.
Papá, dice Ezequiel, que si uno tuviera la capacidad de mostrarle a la gente que hace las legislaciones y demás, el valor medicinal como en Rosario hay laboratorios ya, que
Sí,
el
Santa
uso
Fe.
sí.
Empieza el primera plantación.
Y en México ya legalizaron todo. La única razón por la cual no lo legalizan es porque no han determinado la forma de ganar plata. Y dice Ezequiel que si, por ejemplo, hay ahora una nueva moda que está saliendo hace un par de años, que es tener las abejas que polinen las plantas de cannabis, y el valor medicinal que tiene esa miel es increíble. Porque esto ayuda. Lo que pasa es que en Rosario, como no tuvimos la época de los 60, 70 en Argentina, automáticamente se relaciona a los motochorros con la marihuana. Es como que, o las pirañas con la marihuana. Es como que no
nunca hubo un desarrollo y entendimiento de qué es lo que hace siquiera. Una
No
estigmación,
tenés,
un
porque
estigma.
no tenés tampoco médicos
Los
formados
chorros
en
y
eso.
las pirañas no fuman marihuana. Tienen tienen el paco,
Try to educate
que el residuo de la
myself
cocaína.
not to use that
Eso
word.
que termina con el cerebro quemado a los 6
Because
meses.
it's a word that you're saying against yourself.
Son absolutamente
It's an immigration
no
here
tienen
in the United
amorales,
States.
no tienen discernimiento del bien y del mal.
Pero lo que digo es como que, claro, a lo que digo es que como que
Viewing
nunca hubo un
yourselves
proceso de
through the
educación
colonial
y
eyes
demás.
and using the Spaniard definition for a slave in the field. If you keep using it, you're not going to change what's going on at the borders. Get it out of your dictatum. Otherwise, the blindness that you have, you'll never get it out. Because again, you don't see Mexicans as having a language, but yet Italians don't have a language. You understand? By keep imposing and using the word
Decir
weird. Marijuana. It
Porque
means
marihuana
wetback.
se lo relaciona con la gente
It
que
is a
trabaja en el campo
derogatory
de
term
México.
for a Mexican field worker that is used in the United States. Hear me, please, and decipher this to your parents. In your law, in your country, do you guys have a word that it is a word that is used against a certain demographic of people? It is written into your laws the word it is used against a blanket person. You come from down south, therefore you bring up marijuana. Do you understand? You come from Mexico area, therefore marijuana means you. Understand that?
Sí, yes, I explained it, I illustrated
In court, when I was fighting my case, when they violated my probation for a urine test that I did not take, in the court paperwork they used marijuana. I said that I don't use marijuana. What person am I using to get high? Because again, it is a derogatory term for you. So stop saying the word.
Well, you can tell.
Because you're saying nigger. You're saying nigger. You're saying nigger.
Okay,
it is a nice way of saying nigger. It means the same thing, and when I hear it, when you call yourselves that, it's like someone, it's like, wake up. Please. That's why I'm asking. In our court system, which there's people like myself fighting to get that derogatory word removed because it's a racial term. And everyone that uses it is saying and propagating that terminology and propagating that thing. You are coming up through the system that is calling you that. And when you use it, a Spaniard word, yes, because you speak Spaniard, you and your daughter were stating that Mexicans do not have a language. They make fun of me and my people because they state that we speak Ebonics, but they teach Ebonics here, right? I'm speaking to you in English, which is not Queen's English, therefore it is not a fucking language. Do you comprehend? I know you understand me, Mom, because you went to English. Do you comprehend? It's very funny. Do you understand? So when you use nigger, which is now a law word, but here it's not right, so they had to figure out a way of calling you a nigger. Where do you have that? Since you guys have gauchos or your indios, what is the derogatory term for a gaucho in your country, and is it used in law against minorities, which are gauchos and whoever else you used to see? Because that's why Vicente is getting treated the way he is, because he's seen it as a gaucho, because you're over here in the city, and it's now as you see, because he wears the clothes. As I was explaining to Maria last night, your grandson is me. Because of his speech, because he speaks proper. He's raised by you. Because he's raised by you.
Y además de estar siempre con adultos,
like I was by my grandparents.
Muy correctamente cuando Vicente va a la ciudad.
But looks poor. He's getting picked on and distinguished.
Y los chicos no saben cómo.
No habla canchero como los chicos.
Slang se dice eso. Slang es canchero, que es la disolución de un lenguaje. Cuando
But
la
that
gente
comes
dice
from
boludo, che,
marijuana.
eso es un slang. Y Ezequiel es todo por hablar proper, la manera correcta de los lenguajes. Entonces, por ejemplo, lo que dice Ezequiel fue cuando a él le pusieron el cargo de que él usaba marihuana en la corte, cuando vos tenés un juez usando un término que es un término, para empezar, es un término discriminatorio para los trabajadores y la gente que trabaja en el campo de esto. No es de la manera en que se llama eso, no estaba diciendo cannabis. La jueza estaba diciendo, vos no podés usar marihuana. Y Ezequiel dice, yo no estoy usando marihuana. ¿Entendés? Y entonces empezó toda una determinación de cómo en el sistema legal usan términos que ni siquiera son términos, que no son términos que están apropiados en el lenguaje, ¿entendés? Que no significan nada. Por ejemplo, acá le dicen espalda mojada a los mexicanos. Una espalda mojada, ¿por qué? Porque o cruzaste el charco y tenés la espalda mojada, o sea que soy ilegal, o espalda mojada porque soy un trabajador y tenés la espalda mojada
de transpirar.
O sea que les dicen wetbacks, espalda mojada. I'm explaining. Es un término discriminatorio.
Like nigger. There's no difference.
Como decir,
unless you're lost because
negro.
you're using colonial, not negro, negrete. Nigger. Straight nigger. Straight dumb as shit. Something that's so stupid that they can't fucking, there's nothing wrong with them because they've been bred. That's why they state that stupidity.
We use it, for example, in our country, we use the word negro in both sense. So we use negro for ones of the people or the guys that maybe
that steal
you and in the street or something like that, and we say negro
slavery
to a friend.
Yes, that's what we say by nigga. Nigga. It means the same though. It means the same.
La municipalidad de resistencia.
We can't use those colonizer eyes on
Cruce
ourselves.
de peatonas y peatones.
I not. No.
You
For
don't
example,
call his friend negro?
Igual que flaco.
Peatonas.
You don't call his buddy a nickname? You don't hold on to the
Falta le
nickname
poner
that
peatonis.
his grandmother had?
Ya está completo, ¿me entendés? Pues,
yeah, they use a lot of adjectives
Do you understand?
as nicknames. As I was
Yeah.
explaining to
Understand where it comes from is from slavery. Times. That yet if you still use those colonizer eyes, you're saying nigga, but yet I'm calling someone else that steals a nigger. What did the man last night say to
la
you?
perpetuación de la palabra y del concepto.
What did the white man last night, Caucasian like you guys, state? Anyone can be a nigger if he steals. Oh, hello. Where does that come from, honey?
You steal from slavery.
Where does that come from? And bounces down to there. And you guys say it's okay that we use it in that manner. Because on our birth certificate, we're Caucasian. Hello? But yet we were and we give to our kids.
Es básicamente lo que dice Ezequiel, igual es como el concepto de uno creerse mejor que otro o superior a otro. Como uno creerse superior a otro.
Where the Slavish are slaves.
Bueno, si lo ves de esa manera, sí.
Come from where you get those rings that you give through your lineage.
Cuando vos a tu amiga le decías, no sé, flaca vení, ponele.
No, mamá, no que le decía a tu amigo porque sos superior, pero que uno
Claro,
le dice...
A eso me refiero yo.
No, eso, no los adjetivos, te dice que igual, aunque sea un adjetivo, uno está señalando algo.
Ah, sí, estás calificando,
Calificando.
Sí.
Y por ejemplo, Ezequiel siempre me dice, ¿alguna vez le preguntaste a alguno de tus amigos cómo se sentía cuando, ¿entendés? O la idiografía cuando una persona es bien, bien grande y lo llaman chiquito o bebé. O cosas así, como si quiere esa persona y la imagen que tiene esa persona de sí misma. I'm explaining to my mom, like, also, like the big guy that it's called, the big dude that it's called baby, or the skin,
Tiny.
Tiny, the obese guy that it's called tiny, or the skinny guy that it's called fat. The complete opposite, and it's very in their faces, like como diciéndole es como
chiste,
la realidad,
como un chiste,
pero el chiste es de verdad. Sí. Bueno, tengo agua caliente, ¿quieren tomar té?
Papá que tome las bolitas y el cosito.
Dale.
El polvito.
¿Cómo se llama el R que tengo que hacer nosotros? RCP,
No, vos me confundís.
But you have to understand that term makes it why the police here that are Latinos kill you guys. Well, I said you got to be careful speaking your own language because your own people groom you here. This is prison. You just moved into a prison. I've been to prison. And the prison mentality,
PCR.
because of people being locked up, because we have 44 state prisons, it is thrown out into the streets and into this policing of the people in the community of
Es
general
como que lo que
population.
dice Ezequiel es que acá, por ejemplo, California especialmente, está súper segregada. Como decirte, viste que está lo de los que le dicen los mexicanos norteños, los mexicanos del sur. Es como que inclusive mexicanos se dividen en mexicanos del norte.
Vimos los
mexicanos
chicos en la
del sur.
frontera. Todos los tienen.
Ahora.
En las hieleras.
Todas cosas grandes así.
Con casos de
rejas.
Permiso.
De rejas lo mismo. Vimos todo de plástico, como cosas de plástico.
Just remember,
Algunos dormían en el suelo.
our Spanish
colchones.
neighbors, Mama, our Spanish neighbors that you talked to, told your daughter they were going to call ICE, which they did, and the police, on her, because their papers were alright. Hello? Wake up where you're at.
Es como decirte que vengan ustedes acá y una vez que vivís acá y te dan la green card, que digas que cierren las fronteras.
Sí, se puede.
Sí.
Que cierren las fronteras porque los recursos ya no alcanzan.
No.
You're laughing, Raul, but
Eso
they
hay que
sent the
hacer.
police.
Tenés que la green card.
Raul, you're laughing, but it's not funny. The police did
No,
come.
ahí donde están.
No, you
Bueno,
don't
por
understand.
eso, con esa ideología, mis vecinas, que eran mexicanos, más mexicanos que los mexicanos, más mexicanos, feo mexicano.
Every time that the
Cada vez
cops
que nos
came,
peleamos con mis vecinos,
Raul, every time that they came, she thought that they were going against me, but she's so blind because of you laughing. They were for her every time.
yo pensé que eran los, porque acá los mexicanos discriminan a los negros, entonces
And
yo
what
pensé que
pissed
estaban en
them
contra
off
de
was
Ezequiel.
because
No,
I was
estaban en
American and she
contra
heard them
mío.
say, just
Siempre
because
me
he's
amenazaban y
American,
decían, llamamos a la
he
migración,
could make
llamamos a
the
la
police
migración, más
go
mexicano
away.
que mexicano, te estoy diciendo, feo mexicano.
You
Y
laugh
cada
at
vez
your
que
daughter
decían,
being nice,
te
dude.
llamo a la migración, te llamo a la
You just don't
migración,
understand
decían.
how this shit is.
Decía, ¿cómo puede ser que te creas algo distinto porque cruzaste el charco? ¿Qué te crees? ¿Qué pensás que sos?
We live next
No
to the
le
West
pelota y
Coast
listo.
ice holding facility. And these people telling
Es
each
con, pero
other,
es peligroso, esa gente es
every day.
peligrosa en la calle.
Tómate las bolitas,
Acá
un
las
poquito,
tengo.
tómate esto un poquito de agua, ahora después te damos.
Speaking your language makes you a target against your own people.
¿Está bien?
Sorry, I'll shut up since you gave me that look. Just trying to help you guys be aware. You just moved into some shit. You're the new fish in fucking prison. Just trying to help you out. That's how you guys get extorted by your own people. That's how fucking Mary came where. She gets all that money and she gets extorted. Her people get kidnapped. And she's fucking Mexican.
Déjale que se
Hello?
enfríe un ratito.
¿De qué MMA?
Es tu remedio que te dio Adam y es té de lavanda con...
Buenísimo.
¿Le revolviste?
Tripping.
¿O le revuelvo con esto?
I'll shut up. Let you guys be.
Sí, pero digo, ¿le revuelvo con esto o ya lo revolviste? A ver, ¿dónde está tu jarrito? Acá.
¿Sabes lo que decimos con mamá? Que como no se hace lo de Carolina del Sur, después de la cuarentena, nos vamos 5 días a Tilcara.
Ah, mira.
Pero por Córdoba.
¿Manejando?
No, vamos a Córdoba y tomamos el vuelo en Córdoba.
Si es que no cierran las provincias, ¿viste? Porque no se
¿Para
sabe.
visitar a Martino?
Sí, no se sabe nada.
Porque dice mamá que si nos vamos, después cuando vayamos la ropa le va a quedar chica.
¿Te ayudo?
Hice ensalada de papa
Perfecto.
y espárragos.
Muy rico. ¿Qué es eso? Aceto balsámico.
Sí, pero como con gusto a... No sé si lo pondré o... No, no.
This is the reason why all the prisons in America are filled with black people. This right here. Cannabis. Are you understanding me, Papa?
No.
Yeah, you do. This right here is why all of us blacks are in jail. Then they
¿Qué dice
legalized it.
May? Que así les contesto.
Que es por el cannabis.
Then they legalized it. And now they want to give us back money from slavery by taxing cannabis. It's hilarious.
¿Eh?
It's hilarious.
Marihuana no es nada, un término inventado. Estamos diciendo que es un término inventado.
Here, since you guys have traveled and you're learning,
Discriminatorio que está asociado con los trabajadores.
what is the word for canvas in Latin? What is a canvas? You know painting? You know when you paint? When you paint? When you paint?
Dolor.
How do you say canvas in Latin?
Sorry?
How do you say canvas in Latin?
Las
You know, the
telas,
thing
las
that
canvas, los telas, las telas.
you know what you paint on? The canvas?
Sí.
El lino, la tela para pintar.
What do you call it in your language?
Canvas le dicen.
Okay.
¿Cómo le decía el marco para pintar de tela a esos marcos?
No sé, no me acuerdo, eso es muy específico, vos tenés que saber. Canvas, no, lo he escuchado, pero no sé de usarlo.
You don't know?
No.
She said that she doesn't know. Maybe. Canvas comes from cannabis, which is a Dutch word and also Latin word for this. The world would not have been traveled if it wasn't for cannabis, not marijuana. That's why all things like the war for Manila hemp, Vietnam War, was for cannabis.
Al principio de 1900 todas las telas se hacían del cáñamo, se usaban del tallo del cáñamo.
Your ports, her history, the rugs, all the rugs that are known.
Las velas de los barcos.
Sí.
It's all out of
Lo que dice Ezequiel es que el mundo no se hubiera descubierto ni hubieran viajado tanto si no fuera por el cáñamo en sí mismo.
Eran muy resistentes, las
y
fibras.
Y lo que te decía Ezequiel es que las prisiones y las cárceles están llenas de gente negra, un 80% sobre el 100%.
Sí.
Porque acá se ha hecho una campaña de encarcelación masiva a los negros y que la mayoría de los la mayoría de los casos son por tener posesión, ni siquiera venta, por tener posesión de cannabis. Y ahora que está legalizado, están repatriando y liberando toda la gente que le habían dado sentencia de 20 años, 30 años por tener posesión de un cogollo. Y lo que habían hecho fue, por ejemplo, acá, ¿viste la cocaína? Que lo podías tener en forma de cristal, o la cocaína puede ser en forma de polvo, por ejemplo. Entonces, habían hecho que en la calle el precio del polvo salía, decirte, 100 el gramo. O sea que solamente la gente de plata la podía comprar, era como la droga de clase alta. Y el cristal salía 5 el gramo. Los dos son legales, criminalizaron la gente que tenía posesión del cristal, no del polvo. Y ahí, ¿qué pasó? 85% de la gente que tiene posesión son los negros. Entonces solamente encarcelaron sobre la misma sustancia la gente que tenía la posesión del cristal.
Pero que la posesión de
cocaína... I didn't go to prison for a crime of anything other than having a recommendation for legally being able to hold this.
Y ahora lo que pasa es que tenés las cárceles y el sistema sosteniendo gente sobre un paradigma que es viejo. Porque ahora lo tenés en todos los supermercados, te la venden en todos los lugares, todos los estados, es legalizado. Y entonces, ¿cómo sostenés la mentira de decir a esta gente lo secuestramos? Digo,
¿Pero la cocaína es legal también?
No, la cocaína.
No es penalizada, no está penalizada. Si te agarran con cocaína es como una sustancia controlada. Pero
siempre que tengas para consumo propio, nada más.
Claro, no para venta ni nada de eso. No la puedes tener en bolsita.
Pero no pensé que se podía.
Y todavía si se legalizó, ¿cuál es el negocio de ella?
Igual, se venden los dispensarios. Se venden los dispensarios. Ahora tenés negocios que la gente que tiene una tarjeta de recomendación diciendo tu médico dice por las enfermedades que tenés. Entonces vas a un negocio como compras tu supermercado, decís quiero esto,
¿Y
quiero esto.
mantuvo el precio?
Lo que pasa es que el Estado está ganando 32% en cada venta.
¿Y pero mantuvo el precio?
Ese es el impuesto que le pusieron, 32%.
Exactamente, pero mantuvo el precio.
32% de tax, I'm saying 32% tax on cannabis on the dispensaries. Ahora, entonces el Estado saca 32%.
¿Los dispensarios son estatales o privados?
No, son privados.
And what's sick is they're taxing sick people. They're making profit off of people that are dying.
Y el hecho es que acá la cultura es, la gente lo consume para medicinal. No otra cosa. Bueno, tengo esta ensalada de papa. Y hice el pollo.
We were non-profit. My family, we ran non-profit. That's why they shut us down.
La mamá de Ezequiel había empezado una cooperativa en donde venía la gente. Ellos tenían, decirte, 200 clientes que tienen las recomendaciones y todo. Y ellos lo hacían sin fines de lucro. Ganás plata, pero lo tenían organizado lo tenían registrado como una sin fines de lucro. Una organización. Y entonces, por ejemplo, si alguien tenía exceso, se redistribuía para el otro. Siempre se aseguraban de que no una persona fuera sin. Siempre todos los clientes tenían. ¿Y qué pasa? Y a la gente, la gente que ve que puede hacer plata en eso, te van a tratar de cerrar para ellos hacer la ganancia, para sacar la ganancia, para que no puedas no hacer. Entonces, y así es, como que siempre gente ve el potencial y potencial y potencial. Pero la mamá de Ezequiel sí fue una de las pioneras en el movimiento. Tiene una foto en la Casa Blanca, que fue a hablar en la Casa Blanca, fumando marihuana en la Casa Blanca cuando no era legalizado. Y cosas así como que fueron parte del movimiento para el reconocimiento de la legalización.
Pero yo creo
Pechuga de pollo con salsa barbacoa.
¿Eso?
Yo creo que lo que falta, o sea, en Argentina falta que haya médicos entrenados en eso para recetártelo. Porque nadie sabe.
No es una receta, es una recomendación.
Bueno, recomendártelo. Vos te lo comprás y no saben si darte 2 gotitas, 5 gotitas, 25 gotitas. No sabe nadie.
Y eso es lo que pasa. Se demonizan las cosas hasta que ven cómo pueden sacar ganancias.
¿Qué viene usar eso para apoyar?
Sí, porque eso no le gusta el calor y si no le
No,
tratar.
No, esto se te quema y no se te quema.
Y
Turbo on.
Turbo Lazy Activate. Activate Lazy. Le decía a papá que le cambiamos esta chimenea. La hicimos todo uniforme. Antes teníamos de un tamaño y se achicaba y entonces eso creaba condensación. Entonces el otro día Ezequiel cambió todo eso, todo, del mismo tamaño. Y ahora nos levantamos. Y hoy nos levantamos y estaba 300 sin el ventiladorcito. Porque tenemos un ventilador, un turbo le decimos. Es el microondas de la montaña. Turbo. ¿Ves? Es un ventiladorcito que es como tu celular. Funciona como el USB, se carga. Un ventilador. Y lo ponemos acá, en la ventana, y se prende enseguida. Pero ahora no necesitamos siquiera eso porque al haber puesto la pipa de todo y como lo tiene configurado Ezequiel, que es como con un poquito de updraft, es como que genera
chimenea.
Pero genera para que solo se vaya el humo, como que
chimenea.
Updraft se llama, entonces el aire sale sola y está óptimo. Y acá tenemos un termómetro que te va diciendo que si está bien, operando bien, entonces vos querés que esté en lo verde. Dice Optimum Operation. Entonces pones el termómetro y te dice a qué temperatura está. Y cuando llegué a casa ayer ese día había limpiado todos los platos, tenía todo esto lleno de madera. Digo, gracias, y que dice, buena ama de casa soy, ¿no? Había limpiado todos los platos, había limpiado todo, tenía todo esto lleno de madera, había cortado toda la madera, estaba trabajando. Sí, tranquilo, estaba escuchando música. Yo que me preguntaba para qué me había preguntado desde que era venía, capaz que era para terminar todo al tiempo.
¿Y llegaste de noche?
No, llegué como a las 6:30.
But the best thing about the stove, it was free.
Sí, me la regalaron. Dice que lo mejor de la estufa es que nos la regalaron.
Fue gratis, sí.
And the miner gold panning.
Y que tiene a los mineros al costado.
Sí.
Si te fijas el diseño, tiene a los mineros
Es un
en el
nugget.
río buscando oro.
Placer mining.
Y un amigo me la regaló.
Muy bien, mamicita.
Sí, unos burritos creo, ¿no? ¿Son burritos o caballos?
Burros, ¿no? Donkeys.
Donkeys.
¿Tú debes tomar todo eso?
Sí, mi amor. Yo no tengo
¿Qué pasa si tomo todo eso?
Porque están los cositos.
Medicamentos.
Exacto.
Bueno, los cositos menos agua.
Anda tomándolo durante el día.
No, Pichi.
Tendré que tomar
es la que es antes de la comida.
Cut some trees.
Increíble la importancia de la vitamina D. Reayudaría a la gente con coronavirus ese tipo de cuarto. Por eso yo te pregunté si la señora que está en Rosario, que tiene el cuarto azul, si ella no lo tenía abierto mientras estaba lo del coronavirus, porque
no
eso
lo
te
sé.
hubiera reayudado.
No me preguntaste, no lo sé. Y la verdad que cuando fui yo, que fue enero, no.
Hace 2 años.
El otro febrero cobraba casi $100 más, porque cobraba 1.000 pesos ella la sesión.
1.000 pesos la sesión.
Sí, y en ese momento ¿a cuánto estaba el dólar? Ponele que ya estaba 40. O sea, te estaba cobrando casi $200. Carísimo. Ella era una psicóloga. Sí, carísimo. Sí, o sea, es muy bueno, pero no puede estar gastando $200 por semana.
No, carísimo. Bueno, igual la señora, cuando yo llamé a los de Blue Room, que había 50 en el mundo, y les pregunté cuánto salía la patente para comprar.
$100.000.
Sí, carísimo.
Y después cuando te salía a hacerla. O sea, $100.000 la patente. ¿Qué tiene eso?
Se congeló.
Ah.
It's a little frozen.
¿Leche?
Sí, leche. Le puse me estoy haciendo un chocolate caliente y le puse un poquito de leche. Pero se congeló un poquito porque esta mañana prendimos la heladera. Oh, it's fine. It was just a very top. Había limpiado todos los jarros, todo, porque esto viste que hay que limpiarlos con plata una vez que está, para que no se, como las botellitas de los bebés, viste, para que no le quede leche, para que no se cree bacterias. Yo había limpiado todos los jarros, todo eso.
Conclusiones que hicimos seguido.
Sí. Ma, ¿de qué es ¿Quién quiere postre?
Yo.
Postre, dessert.
Postre?
Postre. In Spanish, postre.
Postre, so that's why pastry.
Dice everything. Flan.
No, pero te pregunta como la similitud
so it
de
comes from
pastry, la palabra pastry, postre.
No sé,
Pastry,
pero
pastry.
es que pastry es pastas de pastry, pero pastas dulces.
Claro.
Bueno, engloba todo postre para nosotros, a eso es lo que le quería explicar.
So pastry.
My mom is saying that she hears the similitude on the word.
Yes.
She also saying that postre for us is a bigger classification as dessert. Like anything can be, a chocolate cake is a postre. Postre stands for
Flan.
After meal. After meal, anything that it's after meal.
Why, if you notice things that are listed as pastry are the types that they are, and the other ones that aren't as pastries.
Romeo.
Romeo es reeducado, ¿saben entrar? No entra.
Mejor.
Y si trata de entrar, ¿le haces así?
Saben que a mí no me gusta, ¿no?
No entra. Le dije así que mi mamá te va a decir que es alérgica.
No, no sé. Así le dije al vecino. Porque ¿qué me hizo el vecino a mí, ese que tengo? Se mudan. Me pone ahí, al lado, a la casa que se hicieron. Me hicieron pusieron contra mi alambre, atrás donde tengo la ropa, que tengo el tendedero, 2 conejeras gigantes así, para poner unos conejos grandotes así asquerosos. Yo dije, no, yo no voy a venir a colgar la ropa y ver esa conejera del vecino pegada a mi alambre, ni ahí. Y le dije que era alérgica a los conejos. Los cambió, los puso del otro lado. ¿Por qué tengo que tener la conejera del vecino? ¿Qué tal salió?
No sé, quiero probar.
Nunca lo hice. Mazo.
Interesante.
No, es que no tengo molde.
Mira que te tengo que dar un platito.
Tendría que ser más finito en la base, pero no tengo molde para hacerlo. Hice lo que puedo con lo que puedo. ¿Qué? En una servilleta, un pedazo de papel. ¿Para qué platito? Capaz le falta frío. Tenía que tener 2 horas de heladera.
No, no me parece que le falte frío. Nomás probé un poquito del...
¿Querés romper un poquito de leña, mi amor? Probar cómo se hace.
Cómo se quiere. Rompe la leña.
Como algo dulce y después me duermo.
Bueno, entonces, ¿qué hago? ¿Qué
Memey,
hacemos?
no te me olvides los celulares porque voy a quedar para el diablo. Y aparte, ya pasaron los precios en Argentina. Sale casi $2.000.
Una locura, yo no entiendo cómo van a andar con un celular de $2.000 por la calle.
En Argentina sale 2.000.
Sale 250 y pico mil pesos. 1.800.
Merci.
Ay, dame una boquita.
¿Quieren compartir eso? ¿Lo corto a la mitad?
Sí, no, compartimos esto.
Le falta dulce, me parece.
Eso es lo que me pareció como que le faltaba capaz que un poco de azúcar.
Después no tenía esencia de vainilla.
Tiene gusto amaretti.
Le puse esencia de almendra, que es lo que había. Se desconocía. ¿Puedo tirar acá? Sí. Y
Me
después...
gustó. Después me damos otro bocadito que no se caiga el piso.
Decía eritritol y yo tenía la de fruta de monje. Y le calculé con, viste, y no sé.
Espera, que no se caiga el piso. Déjame el pedacito último. Voy a hacer una chanchada. Está exquisito, Memey.
¿Con un café? ¿Tenés café?
¿Te ofreces que viajas a lo caliente?
Está rico. Y me gusta con la almendra. Le da un touch.
Muy fino. El gusto que tiene. Tiene limón, almendra. ¿Qué más tiene? Amaretti.
Almendra.
El amaretti y la almendra.
Claro. ¿Qué es una pasta de almendra? ¿La base pasta de almendra?
¿Harina?
No, la amaretti en sí.
Ah, sí. Harina de almendra debe ser.
No te gusta muy fuerte.
No. Papá le doy pastillas de después.
Lo tomé, ¿eh? Te quiero más, ¿eh?
¿Le quedó un poquito de té?
Apenas le quedó.
Para tomarte las 5 pastillitas. Ahí está.
Eso, ya está.
Muchas pelotas son, pinche.
Pero esto viene con lo calentito, ahí está. Anoche se reveló y me dijo, yo tendría que tener una actitud varonil y decir, basta.
¿Y a dónde te deja eso, papá?
Basta, se terminó.
¿Y a dónde te deja eso? En Pampa y la Vía.
Mama, excuse me. Do you have your license? Are you driving at all this trip?
Here?
Are you driving at all this trip?
No.
This month?
No.
So you're not planning at all to drive? At all? At all?
No.
Alright.
He drives.
No tenés planeado manejar.
No.
But that's by choice, so you have your license or you didn't bring your license?
I brought.
Sweet, that's what I figured. So, would you like some tea?
No, I'm going to drink some coffee.
Would you like some stuff in your coffee? Some oil again?
No, not now.
Just to take home. She'll drink it at night.
Yes, at night.
It's not oil though, it's the keef. Just throw a little bit of keef and drink it.
No, pero prefiero la noche.
She prefers at night.
Yes,
She'll
I
take
prefer
some
at
and
night.
put it in her tea at night. When they do the medicine, they both drink turmeric at night. And for dessert, my dad drinks his kidney homeopathics that Adam gave him, and my mom will take that.
Or both.
Thank you.
Va a contar Ezequiel de tu rutina de mancuerna esta mañana.
Esto que me tengo que llevar un poquito el acordate, un poquito de aceite.
Mira, Meme, mira, es 5 veces. 10 ejercicios cada uno.
5 repeticiones.
Mira, 10 repeticiones. Así, así, 1, 2, 10. Después 1, 2, 2. Después 1, 1. 1, 1. 1, 1. 2.
Muy bien.
3. Así. Y después
Ese sí.
es así.
Y en realidad puedes hacer así.
Y después poner el pie tensado, lo levantás y te tocas acá y te contás 5 segundos con el pie extendido y con el músculo tensado. Lo hice 5 veces, quedé muerto. Tengo que pesar de cero.
Y no te tenés que esconder de pato.
Y tengo que bajar 20 kilos.
Y no te tenés que esconder
A la
de
vuelta
pato.
empiezo el régimen, ya con el médico.
Y te va a reayudar que no vas a Hilton Head y no te vas a salir y los panchos. Y
Yo quería ir a tomar el gin tonic. La pinta con hamburguesa. El gin tonic con mi amigo Bartomeu.
Si te portás bien, muy bien. Antes de irte, te llevo a comprar una hamburguesa.
No. Tengo que adelgazarle, prometido mamá.
No, yo te digo de ir a tomar el mango margarita.
No, lo que quiero una noche puedo mirar
Mamá quiere ir un día, mamá quiere conocer en el río.
Y un lugar muy lindo.
En el río que uno se sienta, está en el agua. La mamá hace tiempo que lo quiere.
Thank you.
Mamá hace tiempo que lo quiere conocer.
No pills, dust.
No, I know.
The
magic powder.
Magic dust. Magic crystals.
A little. For a coffee, not all. A little.
Mama, if you like your coffee sweet, that's for you and
Depende
Papa
de
to
cuánto
figure
azúcar
out.
te gusta en tu café, dice Ezequiel, que es a gusto, o sea que empieza poquitito.
Yo ya duermo, imagínate lo que va a dar mi colegio.
Después hacemos esto, Meme, cuando quieras.
Sí.
Cuando me contaste
suena.
los celu, ¿qué avanzaste?
Algo suena.
Juani.
So, Mama,
Juani.
if he's bugging you or he's having a bad day,
Hola.
just sprinkle it. You know, relax. Love yourself.
¿Cómo estás, Juani?
Hola, Juani. ¿Qué haces, Juani?
Hola.
Hola. Hi.
¿Nos ves? Estamos en la propiedad. Estamos en la propiedad, Juani.
Amor.
¿Qué?
Not to tell you to do anything, but if you plug that one in, throw up your hotspot.
Ahí está. Hola.
Hear what I'm saying to you.
¿No me escuchás?
Tell your brother, hold on a second. Get
A
the
ver.
phone in a good spot. Throw up your hotspot and use a blue phone so you can move around with it. Otherwise, you're trapped just right there. You know what I'm saying?
Sí.
Ah, wow.
¿Y quién envasa?
¿Quién envasa? Juani.
A mano.
Y sí, no está automatizado, ma. Viste que en la Tilcara, en la quebrada, no lo tienen automatizado el envase de la miel. Juan, explícale a mamá. Explícale a mamá.
Te escucha.
¿Te
Sí,
escuchan?
Juani. Bueno, mándamelo.
Mándaselo.
Bueno. Juntame todos los antecedentes.
No hay señal. La escritura de
Que mande fotocopia de todo a mí.
Dice papá que le mandes fotocopia de todo lo que tengas, que él te lo revisa.
Sí.
Sí, se puede hacer.
Cesión de derecho posesorio. Por escritura pública.
Cesión.
Bueno, entonces después del juicio lo tenés que hacer vos. Sí, asegurate que te sirva. No, lo que pasa es que el poder lo tenés que hacer en función de lo que te
Claro, del acto
aconseje el
que vaya a
escribano.
hacer. Claro.
Sí, pero yo te digo que no conozco las cosas de allá. O sea, una vez que vos tengas el croquis, yo me conectaría con el escribano. Me mandás el WhatsApp del escribano y yo me contacto. O el mail. Oíme, espera, preguntale si voy a ir a Rosario.
¿Y vos seguís pensando en ir a Rosario? Ah, ok.
¿Pero para cuándo, mamá?
¿Pero cuándo? Cuando volvamos nosotros, a partir de que volvamos nosotros, ¿cuándo? Bueno, perfecto. Buenísimo. Dale. Nosotros no, nos sacaron el vuelo, ahora llegamos el 18. El 18. Bueno, dale, chau. ¿Qué es eso con esos números?
La temperatura y los 21, ¿qué es?
La humedad.
¿Qué quiere decir humedad?
Es un humidificador.
Ah, es
Como el que tenés vos en tu casa.
Ay, sí. Lo dejé ahí arriba.
Ahorrate la platita para cuando vivas.
Una rama.
Yo quiero una sub mediana. Hay una que... Cae, como es la caída. La Kia. Hay una Kia, puede ser una. Hay Honda, muy lindas.
Sí, la Honda está buenísima. Hay una Honda Piloto, ¿se llama? Honda Piloto, muy buena.
Your dad want to live in the mountains, you got to give up all the stuff we keep talking about. It ain't worth the shit up here. Ain't worth the shit like that Nissan.
No, aunque tengas un V8.
Worse than the Nissan. The V8 has a point, it's just that's made in two-wheel drive. Let's go grab some wood, buddy. Block me out. Talk over me. What the fuck is the point of giving you information, yeah? That's what you motherfuckers do with it. I'm telling you. just recognize. Again. Come on, buddy. Telling her parents, oh, she built the house. I'm proud of her.
Y esta la vamos a sacar y le vamos a poner mosquitero. Para que eventualmente de acá salís a nuestro cuarto. Esto va a ser como una salida.
Sí, porque si no va a ser mucho calor.
Claro, entonces vamos a hacer mosquitero y reemplazar para el verano. Igual, por eso estamos comprando la cocina, porque ahora ya dentro de poco la estufa leña
no va más.
No la vamos a usar todo el tiempo. Capaz que a la noche, pero no todo el tiempo.
Claro.
Y sí, y esto es lo que hago yo, a mí me fascina.
Descarté 2 de los infusores, uno estaba muy arrugado, así, no sé, yo no lo iba a poder estirar, y el otro no me acuerdo qué le pasaba. Así que lo descarté. Inshallah.
Pero mira qué bueno. Te viene un bolso así. Este ni siquiera lo usamos todavía porque estamos usando el otro.
¿Son nuevas estrenas?
Te vienen 7 herramientas en cada una, $250.
Nada.
Te vienen dos de esos, entonces sacamos esos de este kit, pero no el resto, porque esta está nueva, la otra está nueva, no vamos a estar usando todo nuevo. Te viene todo así, esta nos compramos 2 porque así los 2 podemos hacer cada proyecto. Está todo nuevo. Acá otra vez.
Y decime, por ejemplo, ¿esa mesita la hicieron ustedes?
No, la regalé a un amigo Ezequiel.
Perfecto. ¿Y aquella con las patitas?
La hice yo.
Eso, yo te digo, nena, ponete a hacer eso y llévala a las casas de decoración.
Esa la hice yo.
¿Y por qué no llevas eso? Tenés que hacer para vender.
Cargador.
Eso.
Sí, cuando tengamos tiempo, pero yo no me puedo poner a focalizar a vender nada si no tengo un baño, una ducha, una casa. Tengo que primero
esas masitas.
Mi casa y después puedo salir a vender.
¿Vos no viste eso, lo que está de moda ahora? Esa mesita.
La mesita que está el agua.
Te cobrarían el agua. La venderían en el negocio, yo no sé, pero por lo menos $400, $500 te la venden.
Y también como la mesita que te pusieron a vos en el living de la casa del chico, sí. Esas queremos hacer así, como cortar las tablas, como tablas así se usa, y cuando tiene irregularidades, se las llena con resinas, es un acento, entonces le pones cristales, le pones un acento. Y se revende, eso es lo que queremos hacer, retirarnos con el material que tenemos en la propiedad. Y una vez al mercado, vender cosas así, se reusa. Acentos, yo le decía a mamá, como las maderas esas que tenemos afuera, que cortamos las tablas, se usan para cabezal de la cama, gente que vive en la ciudad, que en su vida viene en contacto con árboles, trata de tener estos elementos en su casa, y entonces se compran así un espejo entero, esas dos maderas que le ponen un espejo, $1.500, te lo venden en Etsy, también venden un montón.
Sí. Pero claro, como vos decís, tenés que tener todo listo y dedicarte a eso.
Hay prioridades.
Y el próximo
Ahora
invierno...
creo que aceptaste los celulares. ¿Qué pasó con él?
El próximo invierno te tienes que agarrar más establecida.
Por supuesto, ya quedamos que sí.
Y claro, pero mira qué bien que la pasamos. Invierno, sobrevivimos, el invierno que viene ya estamos mejor.
Instalados.
Paso a paso es todo un proceso.
¿Vos crees que el invierno que viene yo estaré acá? ¿Vos crees que
No depende de mí.
No, ¿vos qué pensás? No digo que dependa de vos.
Voy a buscar casa en Euroville, no hay media hora. No excusa, ¿no? Ahí está cada uno.
Reclamale, pa. Ahí he visto
Sí, si quieres que yo...
iPhone 12 Pro.
¿Cuánto sale eso?
1.200 no salía. ¿No dijiste que salía 1.200?
No. En la Argentina que sale 1.800.
¿Cuánto pensás que 1.200 sale? A ver, sí.
Creo que ellos me mandaron que salió un poco menos, espera.
Mira, hacemos esto, papá. Yo pongo el celular donde tenga señal, no lo toco y te comparto internet. Y vos tenés internet.
Ojo tu tacita de...
¿Para qué quiero internet?
Así vos te fijás y yo puedo hacer una cosa que quiero hacer con mamá.
Yo te muestro lo que esperas.
Dividir y conquistar.
No nos quedamos siempre
no me quiero pasar el día buscando
las cosas con tus amigos. ¿Viste?
Bueno, mamá, esas son mis herramientas.
Sí.
Si necesitas algo, me llamas.
Cuando esté en mi casa, te llamo y te digo, screw, hammer,
Un tornillo. Tráeme.
hammer.
Bueno, esto quiero hacer, quiero que hagamos. ¿Querés que andemos?
Sí. ¿Qué más te puedo pedir?
Ah, papá,
Acá está, mirá.
te quería contar, mirá, esto es la tecnología, papá, mirá, te quiero mostrar. Ahora tenemos el enchufe. Se prenden las luces.
Ah, afuera.
Se prende toda la montaña, ¿no ves? Todas las luces, todo afuera.
Afuera lo veo, ¿sí?
Antes no teníamos, había que poner el cablecito y ahora tenemos como las casas, tenemos un
Un
switch.
interruptor.
Tecnología de punta. Mira, ¿querés que te muestre mi ducha, mamá? ¿Es así?
Esta, una fortuna te la cobré.
El 12 Pro Max me mandó Martín 1100.
Y bueno, te estamos diciendo 1.200, lo mismo.
Tengo que conseguir uno, porque estos son almohadones, ¿no?
Sí.
Quiero conseguir uno para ponerme acá.
¿Pero sabes qué? Una almohada compras y la metes adentro.
Y ¿te acordás, Meme, que yo te mandé lo que quería Martín la cosa? ¿Te la mandé?
Ya me mandaste todo. Fíjate si te puedes conectar a internet. Busca, abrí tu wifi.
No conectado, redes no pone. Acá hay una. U30 4A 3553 no tiene candado.
Esta la podrías, ¿sabes qué? Por ahí, ¿sabes con qué la podrías? Con epoxi.
Por eso está descontada, por eso
Ya
la compré.
sé, pero a lo mejor vos le podés poner epoxi, ¿viste? Que es blanco,
Para,
y lijarlo y te queda y no se notaría. te quedaría a lo mejor como opaco, pero no se notaría una pena, porque la verdad que está bárbara.
Sí.
Ahí me está entrando. 70 notificaciones nuevas de WhatsApp tengo.
¿Qué? ¿Qué pasa? Bien. No podemos tomar el baño relajante.
¿Así? No. Así no.
Bertomeu, ¿cómo está usted? No tenía señal por donde andaba. Ahora sí, ahora tengo. Estamos acá en la de María. Seguimos a comer un pollo con papines y salsa barbecue. Así que estamos acá en medio del bosque, con los osos.
Decirle que María le mostré el video que le mandé.
Mentira, qué oso.
Y tenemos, a donde estamos nosotros, 1 hora. Media hora para bajar de la montaña a Oroville, que es la ciudad que está al pie, y media hora más para Chico. Así que bueno. No, ahora no hay nada, absolutamente nada. No, lo primero que tengo 80 WhatsApp. No sé si mejor, no me... y antes de ver nada vi que tenía una llamada tuya, o sea que no se mandaba un buzón y te contesto.
Headphones. Got these trees. I got the boards ready.
¿Y esta te parece mejor, queda mejor que esa? Pero
I'm
vas a
gonna
usar dos
sand.
o una.
So I'm gonna start thinning out. Those pines on the opposite side, drop them that way. Come after these tan oaks. Clear cut this all the way down on this side. Start coming this way and thin this out. Get more solar action. Get where these guys will be up. Be able to get this evening sun because the sun's right there. Now they in the shade. Do the same for food. These dudes keep coming over. These high speed military choppers. In tandem. Directly over us. Let's see if the secondary comes after it. The abuela and great abuela pick up the idea. Glasses, if you want to wear a filter. Set this on the hood. We're going to be standing at beautiful blue pine. I cut up last year. Harvest more for doing interior. Save this, sister goddess. I'm getting run. Irritates me with stuff that I got. She puts in the rain. I'll switch that, but Willa doesn't understand this is only 1 inch. It needs to be thicker. And if you're gonna do that, you need to replace that too. It's retarded, but anyhow. Wrapped in a moment. Stop being in GPS life.
¿Quieres crear la hora sandedora?
These are new stickers. That slab needs to be 2 inches if you're going to use it as such. It's not thick enough for load bearing weight. Boiling them up, getting it in, sanding, bucking down the trees, cutting, fire abatement. And oh, let's see what they got going on. Mother-daughter sanding crew. You have another one of these. The bees! The queen bee is buzzing.
Dices que las reinas abejas estamos buzzing. ¿Qué es lo primero que me dijo Ezequiel? Fue, tenemos otro respirador, dale a tu mamá.
If you grab the other plug that has a multi-head, then you can otherwise use that to that and you got more extension. Otherwise there's another one of those plugs but it has a four-way on it. And another with these, so you don't have to do so much work, is you find the grain, right? This way is against the grain. This way is with the grain.
I know.
Well then if you know, then why are you showing her how to do it improperly?
Yes, siempre a favor de la beta.
So this spins to the right. Spins to the right. So if you pay attention to perpendicular where this exhaust is, to reference of it being with the grain or against the grain, you take off more. And you only take it down to what you need. Otherwise doing what you're doing, you go past what you need to take out.
De esa manera, si vas con la beta, puedes controlar más cuánto quieres sacar. Si vas en contra de la beta, puede que saques más de lo que quieres sacar.
You'll go past the ripples from the band blade. This is from the band blade cutting the wood itself.
Dice que estos ripples así son la marca de la cuchilla, cuando lo cortó.
Otherwise, you'll get like what you did on your other pieces where you just and you've seen it not flat. It's less work. You literally just, as you seen me when I was showing Angel how to do it, you just have to just super easy. We're just barely holding it in spot and letting it do the work. Otherwise, if you go down as such, if you don't care, there'll be a ripple. If you do care, then you don't want to do it like that. Unless you want to find it and then cover it, because you're doing this for the color, and the color comes from it being molded. But you have to figure out how much moisture or how much dryness gives you that color. Because some of my wax pieces, I'm mad that I didn't completely dry it, because it changed more than what I wanted. And some, I'm like, whoa! Those colors wouldn't came out if I wouldn't have let it get wet. So I'm like experimenting on, in a sense, my tie-dye, how to get my tie-dye color to set. Beautiful. Inshallah soon. I have the kids and family up here. Inshallah. If not, these video diaries and audio for the lineage. No. I love you. I'm learning. Alcoholic mind. Get away from such things. Give self-life, at least for others. our first food garden.
¿Qué es esto creciendo acá?
When I
Son brotes.
fall in a tree, it cracked one of our bags of quinoa.
Mira, ¿ves?
Oh, it's all grown.
Te dije, sería, sí, es quinoa, claro, quinoa. And these must have got some water. See, it's
From
all
the
gonna
snow.
sprout. We're gonna have quinoa. Mira, it's microgreens.
Es que
Quinoa microgreens.
esto es mucho abono.
My mom saying, yeah, all the acerrín,
Let's
sawdust.
let's mark this off, and it's our first food plot.
Nuestra primera. Mira, mamá.
It's our first food plot.
Claro, ¿ves? Mira, it's growing in the sawdust. Está creciendo en la humedad del acerrín.
First food plot.
No dirt, just sawdust.
Super heavy.
Ay, Romeo.
I was like, wait a minute, there wasn't nothing growing there. Is that like fern or something? Dude! Our first come. Sorry. Drive home safe. So, we're not big, huge town right there. Over. So for some of these pines, I'm gonna clear cut down the hillside, an acre and a half for fire break and so forth to continue with the Green Island that goes around in there, down to the other driveway and continues up that way. I'm processing now on this side and continue it going down into the valley over there. The other valley where I've cut out twice this much. Gotta get back to processing.
San Francisco chapter. This is a San Francisco.
Family of the Minutemen. You understand? That's why I said the militia, the true militia. These motherfuckers being...
Right, motorcycle clubs are that.
All depends on the rhetoric and if they still abide by how they started and if they still adhere by those things. But again, Hell's Angels supposed to be racist.
Like white, all white.
Uh-huh.
And don't hang out with black.
Uh-huh. But yet you just heard what you heard. And people will shoot somebody if they see them fucking with you. So I'm just trying to understand and explain to you. It's different when I'm in different places. You understand? You have people that'll fuck off a cop if you've seen the shit that happened to me. Or as you've heard people say, who did that? Let me do something for you, brother. You understand? I say, no, dude, it's cool. Don't act, I'm not functioning like that no more. I just want to fucking be happy. Like, I'm crying and I'm just like, oh my god, we actually got some food even though I ain't got that shit situated over. We got chia seeds. Or not the chia seeds, the fucking... Quinoa.
Sprouted?
The quinoa sprouted. We got,
and the sawdust?
It's like, wow, dude.
I know, I was gonna put some mung beans down.
I'm like, dude, I'm so fucking like...
You were like, what is this? They're sprouts. They're sprouts.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, there ain't supposed to be there wasn't nothing but a grain before. What is it? Oh, it's whole. So I'm just like, man. I'm like, we just had babies. A whole little group of babies. Yeah, make sure they grow. So I would have figured before anything was set up, either the squirrels would mess with it.
It says the club as a whole is
Or
not
the deer.
racist, but we probably have enough racist members that no black guy is going to get in.
Or the deer.
At that time, the club had no black members. It says outside the United States, non-white membership is relatively common, as some chapters, such as in Turkey, South America.
Yeah, but it all depends on if you look at how they do their stuff. It's interesting. Because again, you had a talk with a Portuguese man that considers himself white. Like I explained to you when I was in prison. Instead of you guys running other, you run white.
Yeah.
Because your birth certificate.
I was gonna. Yeah, that's what he said. He was like, when they came here, they said white. They said white. When they would be asked, they said white.
Hello.
That's what he said. My family members, they said white. That's why I'm white. That's what he said. I was like, same here. When they got to Argentina, they were, what are you? They were white. I was like, that's why I'm white.
Hello.
No, because I'm claiming to be any whiter than anybody, because that's what them people said. They were white. I was going to ask him, but I didn't. I was going to ask him when he went to prison, but I assumed he ran on white. I was going to ask him, what did you run on?
He can't run anything but white.
Because he's from the Hells Angels.
See.
Does the Hells Angels have its own from the white? It
hear
has
me,
its
please,
own?
hear me. 40 years ago, and say 25 years ago to 30 years ago, it was still strictly Caucasian. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
With just a melanation of sunburnt from being on the road of, say, red like the bark.
Yeah.
From the fire.
Yeah.
This continent's Caucasian, not spread and accepted. Now it's accepted, but again, like, Hinduism's caste system and so forth and all that bullshit. And the shit that you see on Histomondo and all that. And me trying to ask your parents, well, what the fuck word do you guys got in your legal terms that is racial fucking term against somebody that's of yourself? Which, do you understand when you use that term, you're talking about yourself because you're using colonial words. You're using colonial language. That's why you gotta go to school in this fucking country. You don't understand what the fucking court papers are, but once you do, you're like, whoa. Henceforth, why we go to the law library and we educate ourselves. Something you should do. That's what I did, so I can understand what these fools are slapping at me. Because I'm like, damn, these fools talking English, but I've never seen this shit before. The way they're making these terms and terminologies, making it sound like I'm fucking horrendous. But that little word right there means that right there. Wow. I need to go and read a dictionary, educate myself. I go to the law library, talk to the libraries that have been fucking doing this, talk to paralegal people that are in there, that are inmates, and fucking scour over my paperwork. And damn, look at all these inconsistencies and these words that they use, but yet these words only go to certain parts because they know that these motherfuckers, when they skim read, only read right this and this and this right here because they stick out. It's like saying, fuck! And grabbing somebody's attention. The only thing they do is fucking stick to that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. Why do I always use these highlight words? Let me start understanding this. And then get with my ex-wife. Well, she speaks these other things. I'm like, fuck. I gotta get my game up because she says, I'm talking like a nigga. But I'm like, this is the language of this continent. Unless you step outside and go to court where they explain to you, this is not America. You understand? Why they get to sell you on the auction block again and fuck you off? Because we don't speak English in court. Not the language that we use right now. You understand?
Yeah.
Because you heard in that thing, that man making fun of that child saying ignorant. That man saying, what are you saying? They're making fun of him. But yet that's beat the way that we speak and how fast our minds go. We've learned to abbreviate things where there's a, meta-talk within meta-talk, within acronyms, but then as you see with texting and so forth, where all you see is that TTY and so forth. That's how we talk. Henceforth, rap and syllabus and so forth. But they say, hey, oh man, you ain't saying a word, brother. Or, you're being ignorant. Speak, child, you're not speaking properly. Well, fuck, I could say all that in less time. And say some more shit with it, but you're telling me I'm not speaking a word. But yet, are you hindering yourself from growing neural synapses to be able to comprehend? Or you got to have the full sentence spelled out? When it's been proven that you can misspell shit, and put numbers and shit in there, but as you've seen with me when I get in arguments with people online, where I say, you need to fucking do this and this and this. Well, fuck, dude, okay. Here, let me write this out. Oh, your wife wrote it. Man, my wife didn't write it. For one, she's college educated, so she wouldn't write it in this manner. She would put it in these sentence structure and all this kind of shit as for your state you need, but she wouldn't talk to you in this manner and make you feel stupid about yourself by just simply putting out these proper manners of words, because English is not her first language. And as I'm seeing more and more, as you have to ask mom for a word to use for an observation for translation, as I hint, please get more and more with talking with mom so you do not lose proper context of your college colloquial Spaniard. Because mom and dad are lawyers and know your shit better than a normal person on the street. You understand? Because they speak proper colonizers' colloquial Spaniard. When they go to court and when they write stuff, their mind has to work on that. There is no separation for them. It's worth why you don't hear your mom say slang words and shit like that. You understand?
Mm-hmm. That's what my mom was saying, that Vicente don't speak slang. Vicente speaks so proper.
I had to make myself do that or I got fights in school. I was an Uncle Tom or the other. So it's like, alright, dude. The same when I actually knew how to speak fucking Spanish properly. When I moved to Visalia and Tulare, it made it to where I hated the language and I put that out of my head.
Yeah, because if you're going by the rules, then you'll stand out because nobody there speaks like that.
No. And when you throw color context, like you not knowing what maete and so forth meaning, I don't know what words mean. People, again, we're just memeing stuff that someone tells us and indoctrinates and domesticates us when we're a child, that person that feeds us. And or the shit that we pick up along the way. If we either first-hand knowledge or we take someone else's word that resonates with us and we are lazy and we don't take the time to actually see what that shit properly means. You understand what I mean? Hello? Crazy, dude. How is that on the top of that one? Let's show you some of the ones when I start talking. There's a different friendship up here between kill kids and, or at least I notice. My Hill Kid brothers fought Justin, because Justin would act different when he would get around them, sometimes. Otherwise, Justin used to always wear baby blue because he liked the Dukes and so forth, and everything. And his other brothers, Brian and Matt, his oldest brother Matt and Brian, and like, I'll just say this, all the other brothers that would come up that you seen that was arguing with me and so forth from Marysville that knew me from younger elementary school, but then when we hit high school, we started talking and so forth, but we're intermixed in the classes. The clique that I hang out with was a mountain, mostly. Only a mountain, except for the opposite side of what is accepted in town. Like my cousin Marcelino and so forth, and Jeffrey and everybody like that. You know what I'm saying? And because of that, like I say, I built up juice on people that run stuff and all that kind of shit. Know me. But then the friends I would bring up, because I noticed the kids that were in town when we'd come around, say other Caucasians or say talking in color crayon fashion, other Spanish kids that would come around other Spanish kids or African American kids that come around other African American kids, their dynamic would change if they weren't mixed. If you notice how me and Leland are, you know what I'm saying? Or Vicente. It makes us stand out. Levi and Justin, like I explained, almost got in a fight at the house in Rackley because of said nuances. But yet, the rules of the game up here was fucking gladiator school. Same on the streets down there, but there it was like Rat Pack kind of shit and other things. Otherwise, unless we were training in the backyard, here people seeing it kind of like different and all that, but yet still seeing hill people as being retarded or stupid. And it was like, okay, bye-bye. You know what I'm saying? And I always tried to be like the will hub and be like, alright, y'all can fight, but don't hurt each other too bad. It's fucking be my friends. And I ain't choosing sides. You motherfuckers cause the issue on each other because it's like my first bunkie being a Russian and the others, which they didn't talk about. None of that shit on the prison thing. You know what I'm saying?
The guy said
and
that
him wishing and liking to fight skinheads, white powers, and so forth because of their ideology. This is a big motherfucker, dude. And look, as white as our grandson. Wouldn't even know that the man was not from this country or whatnot. Other than the features, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a huge ass Russian settlement where they don't speak English. in Sacramento. You understand? Like they went and looked at the van. That whole area right there is built and owned by them, but policed by them. Not by the police. Policed by them, by the fucking mafia. And that's why I say it's crazy when you're an immigrant and you move. You just moved into a big prison and you motherfuckers just don't understand it. Or you're prey. You're either prey here or preyed on by here and fucking at home if people realize that you come from something and they have something there they can squeeze. That's why I say live in reality. The only difference that kind of changes your guys' shit is the people that you guys know. From Negro and so forth, or those people are considered monsters. Why is power that they got, yeah. But not just that power. That amount of power that someone fictitiously puts is also backed up by numbers. Comprehend that.
I need to look up this word.
Both sides of the coin
Because I don't know it in English.
of acquiring stuff. Do you understand?
Like my dad was explaining to me, because I was like, how do you resonate with that friend of yours? Like, do they have, did that guy has any convictions? You know, like, how do you resonate with him, with that guy that I Skype with? And he was like, well, you know, the Nisman case.
See?
How he got his head blew up. Mm-hmm. He was like, well, like, I want to look up this word. To look it up because I really don't know the English word for it to tell you exactly. So my dad said that the guy that they marched. He was like, I saw him. He was like, I know what he stands for, but it really shocked me to see him on TV holding the sign with all the other fucking fiscales. He said, let me see in English. To. From Spanish to English, I don't know what the word is, but exactly what these people do, how to tell you. Fiscal? No, it's not like that. Fiscal. I want to educate myself because I've been having these.
I understand.
I want to know the translation to it.
Talk to your mom and dad in person. Stop doing that on your echo chamber algorithm because it's one of those things that is fucking looked at.
Feeding information?
No, looked at. As in sense of waking up.
Well, so my dad said that for him was basically my dad was saying, so the guy is the one that is bringing the case to the ex-president and persecuting her. And my dad was saying how he's like, to my dad's words, like he's really putting himself out there, and how he was saying that he's, you know, seeing his friend on TV with the rest of the whole group of the prosecutors of like the prosecutors of the country marching, like they march in representation because Nisman was one of the prosecutors as well, and so he's saying that they're trying to make a front like with what they got. Like my dad was like, they're trying, you know, they're fucking trying. They're trying to since for my dad was that, because I was like, you know, Dad, like fucking, if you had all these ideas and convictions and shit, you know, like how do you enjoy yourself with talking to people or whatnot that are just scratching surface, you know, just getting to that. And he was, you know, like what he was saying was like each does what they can in the time that they can when they think that the tools are right and the time is right to strike, you know. And he was saying like there's a lot of these that has to be built and it's taking years and it still has to be built, but he was like they're doing it. He was like, they're fucking doing it. Like, I don't know. That's what he was telling me. He's like feeling a sense of like they're trying to do something, and that's what he said. He was like, it struck me when I saw, because I was like, that like for you to put in reference, just the people that you hung out with is like the kind of people that here we'll see on TV, And my dad is like, I know, I see them on TV too, Maria. He was like, I turn on the radio that I start at 6 a.m. My dad said, and my friend is talking, and my dad said like one thing that I realized is like he's out there talking, and every channel that he can, he puts himself out there and he's talking in the radio, like that's one of his means, like getting through the radio. And so that's what my dad trips, because he was just Skyping with him, like, hey, we're gonna go play golf, and then you turn the radio and he's like, your friend talking, of all the changes and shit that I'm gonna do. But I was like, do you realize, like, do you need to take distance, or do you realize? And he was like, no, I realize, because I was like, for me,
the words from your son-in-law who douses you and tells you why, as someone that you guys hobnob with since your daughters were children, why have you not said anything to change the laws? Just think of all the words that I've said to you leading up to this point of view, going, aha. And me hinting and saying, I can't tell you, but you need to press into your family. Because this bullshit that you're doing to me, but yet, if you open up and you hear what I'm saying to you, and remember all my words, but me just stopping right at the surface and doing to you as you like to do, you're going, just ask, poke the bear like this, and see. From Hawaii to now. Circling back to the very first beginning of the conversation, starting with, hey, I just now realized where one of those pictures had to come from. It had to have been when I was incarcerated. And what was I incarcerated for? Legal cannabis. Having a recommendation in my wallet. And following the rules. Yeah. As you heard from my mother, what did she do? Not get arrested, but flipped out. Did donuts and shit around the police department. And protest. But if she had your accent, that's the difference. With our children, if you step in, you're Caucasian and entitles you to some things, but yet my mom's Caucasian entitles her to other things. But you're both Caucasian. And Sport Watch has never been arrested.
But she's seen as Caucasian.
And doesn't have charges.
She's perceived as Caucasian.
But doesn't have charges. And was able to have someone step in and we got it eradicated. The same for my stepfather, who was perceived as Caucasian, but is not Caucasian. Basque. But yet is Caucasian on the birth certificate. And we'll tell you.
He talked about the gypsies and the Basques.
Right.
This guy was like,
That
gypsies. I'm like, are you calling me gypsy? And he was like, no, I'm calling the Basque gypsies.
That fool get in the sun and you get darker than me.
Yeah. They're black. They're like dark.
Mm-hmm.
But you carry yourself.
With the pictures you seen of my stepdad.
Well, but me with no dreads, I can be perceived as white too.
The picture of my stepdad with his kids and his grandkids next to my daughter, our daughter.
Your daughter looks whiter than white.
You couldn't tell. But yet, for some reason, our daughter is lighter than them.
From the Swedish.
But yet,
comes from you.
But yet, you work next to Ted, and Ted turns red like my Uncle David, rest in peace, while he was in the White Power gang, tatted redwood on his shit. As he turned super red, but it was because of Iroquois.
Yeah.
Ted being in the sun, that fool get dark. Donna, she's almost the same as my mother makes. So I thought was interesting.
My dad gets red, hella dark. My dad, like, when he tan, he gets super dark. I get dark. When I build up, no, when I just expose myself, my baby
I'm stating something to stay. It's like sister's epigenetics triggered when she went to the Asian continent and ate those foods. And I was like, oh, nice. You look like how I tried to describe people. If I ate my cultural food, that's what my melanation looks like.
And her whole diet, because especially in Argentina, she didn't really resonate with the whole meat eating, and she never really ate vegetables. Like, she ate tomato salad.
My coloration was when I first grew up here. And when I went back east and got with my ex for as long as I did and ate those foods, but they ate more your style, European, because she adopted Tom's background of the Holland diet. European diet, where you got the teas, the crumpets, all the stuff that you guys are into, where you got the fucking tea at noontime and fucking all that kind of shit. Where you got the little pastries and stuff.
My dad was telling me that his aunt and his whole family was all about the tea. After we talked about the o'clock and the colonization.
The German stuff.
My dad was like, they were all about it. Like, all women did. My dad was like, you know, back in the day, Maria, like back when my aunts and mamas were around, like, they didn't do much. They played bridge, and there wasn't much to it. Like, women had not cultivated the fucking synapses. Like, they didn't expect a woman to do much, I guess. At least of that high class that they were. And so my dad was like, they played bridge and had o'clock tea, and that's what they live for. O'clock tea. All about it.
Because everybody else is doing all the work. Otherwise, if you looked at that time,
the lady had
if you looked at that time, what everyone else in the world was doing, or in Argentina, you were doing more than playing with those games. But numerically, it's computating, because it does take effort to do such. Again, that's where computer comes from. That's why I say, why the fuck, when I get on your ass, when I go, fucking computers come from goddamn women being in a room computing this shit for a man. Fucking dumbass dude with the fucking doctorate and all that kind of shit didn't do that shit. But his name's next to the equation. That's why I get irritated where they show, oh, fucking equals and squared and all these fucking people and Planks and all these fucking people. If you look back at those institutes that the motherfuckers were at,
who were their assistants,
they had vast rooms of minority women doing the computational shit. Hello? But yet you guys put yourself down. And I get so fucking frustrated with it.
Right, because at the same time, the same family members wanted becoming the first woman teacher of language in the same city that the other women are choosing to stay at home and playing bridge.
Sit on their ass.
From the same family, the same lineage, one is choosing to be the first woman teacher, and the rest are just staying at home.
And change
in
the
1920, it was like 1930s,
and change
40s,
the future.
1940s, 1930s.
And change the future.
40s, wasn't it?
And change the future.
Yeah.
Because depending on how she teaches, she propagates more teachers that just keep changing the future with that beautiful aspect of giving a child a hug or realizing their potential, but true potential, not just the money and all that kind of stuff, but talking with them, giving them what they see they don't get at home. Why the kids are freaking the fuck out right now. Not just the social interaction and fucking talking to the other kids. It's, I actually have an adult talking to me, giving me their, even though it's as watered down as it is and all that kind of shit in the school systems and so forth, I have someone actually giving me their time, not looking at their phone.
Yeah.
I have their full attention.
Yeah. And like you said, a lot of times the relationship with parents and their kids is like on that dynamics of, I'm going to give you something that I know is going to break, and all we're going to do is fucking tell you not to touch it, and then I'll tell you an idiot because you're crying, and you're a pain in the ass because you're crying, but I'm giving you that shit, right?
Because I'm responding to you the way my parent did, and I'm not choosing to break the cycle.
Yeah.
When the tools are there, that's why I say, the tools are there, even though we choose not to see them. The tools are there, but we just keep choosing the wrong tool, because that's what we've seen the person
And you see
before.
with Ayla, it's like if you give her something that is like a pacifier, she's going to use it for 3 minutes and she's going to throw it the fuck away. And then you're going to have to give her something else and something else to keep her entertained, right? Why don't you let her show you what entertains her?
Mm-hmm.
And she'll stay there, stuck In that rock, that girl didn't want to fucking leave.
That's what I did with Michaela.
And there was nothing to it. No toys,
and
nothing
Ezekiel,
to be thrown off.
And the little bit of time that I had with Naira.
All you need to do is let the kids show you. She was about sitting there. Just sitting there. Didn't want it to like get up. And no, she just like sat there. Mm-hmm. Where if you grab the same kid, you put it in the living room, you'd be complaining it's making a whole fucking mess. But what's in that living room for that kid to do? You know, it's like, yeah, exactly, like you're saying. The same with the kids, you know, and also what you're saying with the kids in school and they're freaking out because people are not getting attention is like, because most of the time, all the kids get from the parents is like, don't do that. Is a response of their reactiveness and not that connection of attention. Mm-hmm. So it's, instead of being like, okay, like, how do you feel about this, you know, or just put it there. It's like, take this. I'm on the phone. Oh, you're not entertained anymore? Well, fucking take this. Take that, you know, and it's not like, it's that reactiveness and there's no, that time or that attention or that one-to-one.
The Zoom fatigue is getting people because, again, it's the body language. The biophosphorylation and other things. 90% of speech is the silence in between. And the things that go on. That's lacking and such. But that 90% of silence, you don't get none of that if someone's attention is somewhere else. That's why I ask you, hey, just look at me just a little while. I don't mean to poke at you. But if you break that person's attention, you see after you do it a couple times, their body language to you, even though they're consciously not realizing that they're sighing or whatnot, or all these kind of things, that if you were to put it in a so-called argumentative context, and I was to make those noises or body languages or be refracting out that type of light, the argument would not be, or combative situation that's perceived would not be able to be de-escalated. You understand?
Yeah, that's huge. And because a lot of times when the dynamics are, you know, like I'll show you, like, I don't know, like parents asking, like what I see a lot of Gabrielle doing to Todd, I don't know if it's always do or if it's all parents, but when I am around, it's like, show this person this, you know, like, do this, show this. I don't know, it's like, show the trick. Like, I taught you a trick and show it, you know, kind of thing. I don't know, it's like a lot of domestication, like, hell domestication.
But that's the same thing that I do with me, if you speak on it. Where I get frustrated going, hey, wait a minute. We just made it through some turmoil where neither one of us should be fucking free right now. Several times. If not, both of us fucking handicapped or deceased. If not myself, just many times over. And I say, hey, wait a minute. Why is your response? If you lived through the situation and had the perfect example to explain to the person.
How do you forget it?
Why would you ever wish to go through another example like that? Because I'm not trying to go through that shit. And it's not like you're playing telephone. You lived it.
But why am I not perceiving it as life-threatening where I would not want to go through it again?
Henceforth, me, Starvilla chastising your mother going, well then, if you're telling me you know how to sand, why are you... Because I have not sat down and seen if my wife knows how to use the sander properly. So, if you state you know how to use the sander properly and you're fucking with your daughter right here, and you know how to, but you just were improperly using the sander, why are you passing that to her? Because I'm going to have the same ordeal I did where I was like, dude, please don't do that with the chainsaw. Because you can kill yourself. Or maim yourself horribly. And turn into an argument and a fight. And okay, I'll keep watching you. Alright. No, dude. Here. You keep doing that with a dull blade. You gotta learn how to use it. Alright, here, I'll show you. Alright, you didn't use your chainsaw because you had an instant because you were doing that dumb shit before, and I told you not to do that, and the shit scared you. It bucked up on you. And I'm remembering that in my head, why I keep frustrating and going, I'm not cutting that, dude. You need to cut it. Stop being scared of your chainsaw. And when I bring that instance in, for some reason, you want to grab the hatchet, you want to grab a hacksaw, you want to grab a jar to cut down a tree instead of picking up the chainsaw. And it's like, dude, you gotta teach yourself how to use it. And I go, you know what? I realize, here, since you're not learning from your eyes, as every mammal and so forth of our species does, you've seen skilled people that are getting paid from $65 an hour to $500 an hour plus. How they cut down trees. Your husband cut down trees. And none of us are doing what you're doing. And there was a reason why I was like, here, and no. I'm grabbing your arm and saying, please don't do that. And you're fighting me. So I have to flip out and scream, please stop. Just stop. Just put it down. Stop if you're gonna keep doing that, because you're gonna hurt yourself, and I do not want to see you hurt yourself.
No, the gym. I'm a fucking ass. I'm a fucking. Nothing really. You don't want to hurt yourself.
So here, if you come back, what you did, give thanks. Otherwise, most people fucking flip out and be like, fucking scream at me. It's fucking, you can do this shit by your own. So I said, you came back, and it's like, alright, I understand. Here, look, we'll take this a different approach. Here, this is how you start the chainsaw. This is how you put the fucking chainsaw blade on.
Mm-hmm. How to change it.
This is how you
tighten it.
Use the chainsaw. You don't have to go like that. Here, now you learn how to do that.
Knife, you just gotta fucking
Now that you've learned that with a dull blade, here we go. Let's change the blade out. Hey, check this out. This is what a new blade feels like. Yeah. Now you see how fast that cuts through if you're not paying attention.
Have your leg and fucking.
That's your motherfucking ass. That's you. If not, it's kicking up at you, and all that going like this, that shit kicks back at you while you're going like such. It's like being punched or pushed while you're in a back step. You can't do anything but absorb it. If you're an untrained person and don't have the muscle memory of ever going through that type of accident or, say, scaredness where it bucked up and almost cut you. Understanding that when I feel that in my gyroscopic fucking equilibrium, to reverse that and maintain and keep control of the car and go through the mud, where it's like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? The only way you can learn that is by fucking almost killing yourself every goddamn time, because with a chainsaw and any of those machines, you can die or you kill someone else. So you can't just pussyfoot around and fuck around. You gotta actually, okay, I did like this, and keep it in your memory of the last time and the last time and the last time and the last time, and build up that repertoire. You know these things. So that someone comes around and they're doing something that they're not doing so supposed to, because it would hurt them or whatever, whatnot, you say, hey, I would highly suggest not to do that, but you can learn for yourself if you like. But if I really care about you, then it's like, okay, you get like a swat in the ass or yelled at or fucking grabbed. You know, like when kids almost stepping out in traffic. How did your parents react? You said you never spanked. So, I got my ass whipped. That didn't do nothing. I thought that was love. That's why I ended up fighting a lot. Those of us that got beat when we were kids were the best gladiators. You know what I'm saying? But
I told you my mom would fucking impregnate her nails on my
yeah, I know. You used to do that shit to me, and I told you what the fuck to go to as a child, because that shit don't work with me.
That was her only way of like hitting us was just her like grabbing you so hard that you would see the mark of her nails in your. And I remember one time I told her, "You're the worst mom ever." And she said when I grew up, she told me like that comment you made. It's just like, for me it was a world, like for a kid said something like that, with me trying to do my best, I was trying to do is like discipline, and what are you doing was just like, I don't know if it was because I was like, we were both so tired, and I might have been one of my non-sleeping rages, that I would just like not sleep and shit. And I guess my mom was like tired, and I had told her like, "You're the worst mom," and she always remembered it. She was like, "It was so hurtful for you to say that." She was like, "I was tired, and I'm trying to fucking do my best, and you come up with, you're the worst mom ever."
It's a mirror. You gotta realize the refraction of a pawn cast into a rock. What comes first? What ripples first? And what coalesces? The pond or the rock? You can spend your life out there saying something like that, trying to express to that person that gave you life and so forth that, even though the life you lived, they'd folded as you meet others that have had instances and things happen to them, but it's like, damn, well, you're fucked up in the head because you went through that. But it made me realize that, everybody, is different. And so you can't judge on somebody. My pain is different than someone else's pain, but it's still pain. If the mind constructs and imprisons that as such and attaches that to that.
And we all have different parameters too. So, I had never been touching my physical body, for like,
you understand
that way.
I don't emanate that energetic anymore when I see you. If I say perceived you being weak by coughing or being sick and other things as I used to be. You know what I'm saying?
And also, you have to understand that, I don't know, it's different parameters, so you... So if that's the only one episode I had ever had, it's gonna mark me, even though there was nothing really to complain about or anything like that, but it's like you register it as an instant, like that marker in your life, for some reason, like you're saying.
I noticed that in a lot of my clients in school in my 20s when I was still hustling. And we had these talks. Motherfucker would come over and buy weed. I ended up smoking. It would be funny. You come over to buy shit, and the money they come over to purchase and shit, we ended up just like ordering pizzas or something, or going out to eat. And this happened one-on-ones like this. I have a couple of people and shit. But alcohol and other shit like that would be involved for them. Myself, I would either drink or... My smoking was way heavier and was in the context now. So... to make the people feel comfortable so that they didn't feel stressed out in the sense of, hey, we could be like this sober. Henceforth, I say now to motherfuckers that I've had sat down with them talks and all that kind of shit, and they supported me and my kid, and then kids, of, you still doing the same shit, man. Henceforth, me talking the talk that I have, because my mom forgets what house I grew up in. I did that on my own, and then having a co-op where you have people come over, where you see generationally babies come from people that are sick, the babies be sick, or parents to be alright, and the children are sick, and you help that child get well, they have kids and so forth. We ran that shit for 17 years. 24 years, but several years before it became legal, but setting the groundwork for it to be legal, and so forth. But yeah, within that time, you meet a lot of people. Like I said, we had almost 1,000 members. Knew every single person personally. Because we got them all the recommendations, we got them all through the doctor. We know all of them personally, their kids, families. The way we did our stuff, it was different, dude. And the shit that they didn't know. That's why my mom almost died from the sarcoid. Like I explained to you when I started noticing you get sick, why I said you gotta disconnect, man. She being like my mom. You're putting...
Yeah. Nurturing.
You're putting too much into this.
Yeah. And it can't. It's not the way at all. People gotta be willing to do their part.
No, you're gonna build this up and it's gonna get took. What happened with my parents, dude, is like what happened with us when Mark came in and sold the fucking house. After I beautified it. We laid the groundwork, and there's no one else that's ever opened up a nonprofit. Hello? The only people that did buyers clubs and the shit that you see was the two, which wasn't open. Dennis. We were a nonprofit. Delivery, but also organization where every one of them, our members, grew. Hello? We weren't centralized.
It has to be called, yeah, kind of called style.
Each person got a vote. Everything. You understand?
Yeah.
We had a charter and all that shit and a business plan. So my mom was trying to show you that shit.
It was from the people to the people.
We constructed that shit in my house, right? Me and my mom. So I said I learned how to type and so forth in fucking Microsoft Word class. And then applied that shit at home. Learned how to use a fax machine on it. My parents didn't know how to use it. And my stepfather didn't know how to write. Yeah, good as fuck with numbers. Because he's from the South. Huh. Shit. Like my Uncle Clarence. It was fucked up. Growing up, for him, he was ostracized because he was seen as a wigger, but enjoyed the privilege of being looked at as a Caucasian if he was away from them. But then when he grew out his long hair, getting with my mom, it got really bad. And then with me coming along, it got really, really bad. It got interesting. People would treat him, or treat my parents.
As far as
how they looked at him or treated him. It's you supposed Caucasian people with a child that looks like me. Hello? Because I was always with my stepdad in the car riding around. Is that your kid? But yeah, who he hung out with ahead of the game. People that he brought into the mix, and then my mom bringing who she knew and grew up with. It was really interesting because that's how I ended up growing up with the other side of the people, because who Jeffrey and their family and their kids bang and follow. My stepfather's best friend, who died in his house from cancer, was the head of their gang. It was really interesting, my household. That's why I say, like, growing up, that's why I say to you, use your assets and use your resources. Don't ever fuck off your family's last name, but use and realize who you come from.
Yeah.
It was Ernesto. It was my dad's boss. You understand? So my mom told him, no. You're my bitch. ¿Sabe? Or no sabe. Do you not understand? A Latino woman went to them and took their fucking number one fucking person out here that they had fucking took over and extorted. He's Basque. Goofball. You not understand? What I say? As he heard from the horse's mouth himself. That's why I call that thing up and see if he's still putting to push my shit. And your mom said, he's my bitch. I'm pushing our shit. You understand? That's what I'm from. People pushing our shit. We don't sell other people's shit. Ours. And we make it where everybody else can have it. We changed the world. And nobody realized it, I know. I've always used the connotation of marijuana, honey. Look at me, please. Put the phone down for a second. As you've heard from the Caucasians up here that work, they don't work for the Mexican cartel, but for generations, for over 120 motherfucking years, they've brainwashed the Caucasian population here. The Mexican cartel were fucking growing in the forest and up here.
Gorilla growing.
But it's not them, it's Chinese.
Yeah.
It's been the Chinese.
Yeah.
Always
You
been
heard
the
it
fucking
from
Chinese.
CJ.
That's what I was trying to explain to you.
Mm-hmm.
But the falsity when you use the fucking marijuana is the connotation always affixed to you. How the fuck did you come here? How are your parents coming here? Through you as a fucking what? Worker. It all started underneath Henry Hurst slapping that fucking lingo on you when they were using Cyclone B on you motherfuckers to spray you. To delouse you and shit. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? And when you stand there and use that, you're perpetuating it.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't correct your parents, you state that, I understand, but I keep using verbatim. And I live the example of my husband fighting and almost winning and setting precedents where they had to fucking change that shit. Besides recognizing religious sacrament. Besides really realizing fucking religion, period. That the Constitution states what? They have the freedom and pursuit of happiness. But yet they block it by stating that a fucking child pornography book and this shit is the same. Where again, they put child molesters in fucking S&Y yards and suck up taxpayer money to keep them away from people like myself. They would kill them. Because we've been molested and shit and fucked off. And we see reality and we're like, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
I was explaining to the elder when he said that his family was mixed now, and I was explaining to him like how we were getting each other filled in, and like how you were feeling my parenting on the background that they don't have, and I don't have. I've acquired in the time that I lived here, but as I was, there's. Yes, the people have the head and have the same computer that everybody else in their hands, and it's by choice. They're not Googling it. I'm not saying that. There's just not in their repertoire in their background.
Until like we stay on our side in the fight. Until you get some color, like you hear me say to people. Until you get some color. But even then, you won't even accept your family. As you've seen with these of those that stated as they stated, and because the children heard that bullshit in their house, their family ended up coming out looking like what they were told not to associate with. And so, I mean, you got indigenous Cotty, you got me, all the other men that you're with, all the other women that your brother
Yeah, I was
with.
with a Korean guy.
Okay.
None were like.
Fucking wake up, dude.
Yeah, none were like.
From the class that you are.
No. And I asked my mom, why had you ever said anything? And they were like, well, what was the point of us saying anything? You were just going to want to do it more. Or, you know, what was the point of us saying anything? You would want to reveal. Because I was like, revealing, you know?
As
like
a predator. But yet, I come from a predator and a predator. Henceforth, I've been labeled as a super predator. But yeah, that's why I told you you're trying to predator on me, but you can't fix me, honey. I already know what's up with myself. I preyed on you.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, I'll explain to you that you preyed on me. Because I was inebriated and you were sober. Bro, am I an alcoholic enough to where I can drink something as you see me drink and speak to you just like this? You understand? Set the trap to look for the trauma lessers. And see those that have had that taintedness to them, so they've been with someone that's older than them. It was an easy mark. And you fell for it. It's worth me telling you about my little escapade in LA and telling people I was a virgin and having somebody look like you and fucking, well, here, I won't have sex and take your virginity, but I'll speak into the mic. And it's like, what's up with somebody wishing to touch somebody's light? And it's like, I can see into you. I explain to you how I see and how I hear and all that stuff, but I guess you don't believe me, but you're okay. We'll keep talking and I'll get my stuff and get my information, and now you're a drone because you took the DNA. We can play the game. As I said, a predator trained by a predator. Hence from me explaining to my cousins, the females in our family were predators. That's what we see it in my younger cousins. I was trying to say today, the neighbors were used to fucking Antoine, who was a darker complexion person, and so forth, but is the prey of a predator from my lineage, raised by my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to respond to the police the way that I did? No. He gets taken away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get taken away. Why is that? I was raised by a predator. The same one that raised her. I, in my life, don't go for fucking people that have less mentality than me. You understand? That I'm having children with. Or taking into my home. When I'm having fun, sure, if you wish. But when it comes to what matters, no, that's not my get down. You understand? As you've noticed in the last 8 years of us being together, and my first words to you going, you're barely older than my oldest kid, dude. You keep acting like that, we can't be together. You gotta fucking raise your fucking scope up. Or I feel like I'm fucking molesting you. Or did I not? So, let's take however long we need. And when you get out of that mentality, we can have all the fun that you stated as Scorpios. But until then, and such, no, I don't feel like I'm taking advantage of somebody. Now, if you want to just throw something else like that in, there's all that goes into having a child to make it full circle. They understand what the next life is going to go through. understand that. And not just masturbate. And be annoyed by the fucking person that's like, hey, dude, how did I make it through this world? It's gonna be completely different from me, motherfucker. But I do come from you, so what's gonna be imprinted on me is people fucking being an asshole to you while I'm around you. Or not being an asshole to you while I'm around you. And how you react to people while I'm around you. To be how I respond when I'm not around you, when people are an asshole or not an asshole to me. How I see or have a character perception of myself. Or have self-love. For when those people react in that manner to me, it doesn't rock my world. It made me go, what the fuck? I'm different? No, that person is just different in their mind than me. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I live my life thinking I'm fucking different. Like the idiot. Thinking they're separate. You understand? Mm-hmm. And it just causes a whole stigmata. An unself-worth where you just draw attention to yourself and fucking the work is just fuck you off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a mirror reality.
And the super orcas, which you guys have to worry about. The BBP motherfuckers. And your fucking undercovers. Like the neighbors. So you heard the motherfuckers. Yeah, he just thinks that he's American and fucking cops leave. Yeah, bitch. Fucking you realize that as you think, but yet what you don't understand is every time you call the police while I was on probation, I gotta go fucking tell these motherfuckers that you threatened my life.
Mm-hmm.
There's always backstory and spiderweb shit that goes into stuff, so all I'm gonna do is act in the manner that I know, which is play my backgammon and chess game and fucking think this shit out. You ain't making me make a move that I don't want to. I've been in prison. I walked the yard by myself and I watched it. I seen how people get torpedoed. You're not forcing me to move my pawn or any of my pieces if I don't feel like fucking doing. You got me fucked up. You're gonna do what I wish. If not, we got Jedi mind tricks for the police. Because they're training in a manner which I got hella police officers and U.S. Marshals and federal people and my shit. And prison people. And people in the military and the whole thing. We got people with all kind of motherfucking, from being in the White House down, that I've met and touched and in my motherfucking living. Living and non-living now. And it's like, you got me fucked up, homie. I know too much. I ain't no snitch, but I'm just saying I got too much information in my head to where you guys epigenetically trip on some shit with a sober mind. I'm like, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, what you need? Shit. That ain't working like that. You ain't shooting me down. You ain't taking me away. I'm sitting here on the porch still, burning my incense, and you're fucking irritated. This is like the 11th time you called the police. I'm irritated because I'm like, it's the 11th time you called the police. And they charge you guys with fucking misuse of fucking police funds and shit and fucking whatever. And I'm saying, dude, charge these fools because in the book it states after like charge 3. Fucking fake ass accusation is a motherfucking felony or misdemeanor charge. Depending on how far you take the shit. What y'all telling me no? This is a spat between neighbors. Okay.
A pity argument.
This is how shit ends up, motherfuckers. This is how people end up shooting their neighbor. I'm not saying I was gonna do that, but I'm just saying this is how these motherfuckers telling us threats, these gang members that
because it built up.
Y'all are scared of. That are telling us, I ain't even gonna say nothing next time. Okay, well if that's it, you said it. Nobody from your family don't walk up next to me, dude, because you said you ain't gonna say nothing. So you getting the business. Whatever I got in my hand, if you walk up on me, or a black, or a slice, or I'm punching you. You need to get down like you told my wife. I was just now starting to realize and have all these people like I told you. I wasn't bragging. Why do you think all them old motherfuckers stop her law? That are heads of shit, old timers are lifers out here. and shit walk by and make it a point every time they come through when we had the shop open. They say hello. And give respects. And talk with them. You know what I'm saying? Because my talks ain't changed since I was a kid. Just my face got hair on it. And it's interesting having the same conversations with people that used to be on the back deck of our house in Radford. And just keeping shit to ourselves.
You have to. You have to.
But I'm saying for you to understand, see, your mind opens up to say, hey, this is why these people do this. And this is why there's eyes watching always. Because if I make it, it shows these people out here that got all these kids and shit that are being fucking plucked and surplus, that they can too. And they don't want that.
Like guys being on mainstream D Street.
That's what I'm talking about, you fool.
And it's like
this is why our names
two
were
minorities renting fucking
in the supervisor's
store
names
and making $8,000 a
all the
fucking month by
thing.
themselves, now having another 8 old
And
ladies
cameras,
fucking renting out.
And having the cameras and undercovers and all the shit and shit that they was doing to actually see that that's all that we was doing. Oh shit. No. We gotta shut this down. Why do you think the name was always... I was getting pissed off on. Why the fuck are you guys doing like when my family was doing our shit? We're in City Hall meeting names as our crystal shop being talked about.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Wake up, Maria.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was a very, 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 very reality in our face, and we've been told so many fucking times.
You've been told, fool. I knew what was going on. Why I said, please, wake up.
By the horse's mouth. It'll be like, yeah, we've been talking about you, and we've been talking about you. And he said, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wake up.
What are you talking about us? Never attended to one of your motherfucking meetings. You know?
Because they was shocked when I went to the City Hall meeting against the fucking for-profit goddamn pot dispensary. Mm-hmm. And everybody and their mom that can do shit, like keep the fire brigade from fucking saving the other side where they put all the addresses in the goddamn territory dispatch and burn up fucking half of they burn up all the fields. Mm-hmm. That dude come and talk to me and ask me all the questions. The information that they give him. Hello? Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, they did not want us there. They were saying, like...
From Mike Leahy and all them coming in and specifically talking to me and stuff. Wake up, honey.
They would say how we had the most beautiful store in town.
My senior project is... My senior project is what it is. And the principal of the kids' school that I went to was...
Miss. The lady?
No.
Oh.
That Caucasian gentleman that came in with all the gold. Bald-headed gentleman. That was the principal of Adult Ed. Driving a Porsche. Where all his money come from is the AI that's using the sex bots, fool. He's the only motherfucker that listened to me. That it was the future. I'm being serious. Maria, for me be select and put on TV for the pilot for Groundhog Shadow Day for my senior project, because our schools and so forth were the only ones doing it, for it to be brought, be nationwide, if not just California-wide. Mm-hmm. We're a pilot. I got picked out of all the kids in California and put on TV for it, my senior project. I brought to light all the stuff I was talking about now that's able. Otherwise people won't comprehend shit. Still or not. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. The people that I've seen watch get rich in town were those that were involved. Where I'm getting at is the principal has to allow you. My shit went across his desk. Just saying to you, hello. I went to the Board of Supervisors. For you to graduate from high school, you had to sit with the Board of Supervisors and you had to implement your fucking shit. Mm-hmm. Hello. And it's shown to the world. So I say these fucking quiche programs stole my shit. But you not comprehend. What the fuck I've been saying? The gravity what? We were still the Twin City. The fucking. You understand? They were still extorting us and taking our shit. Like they say, the diplomacy now that they're stating, or how trying to fucking take your information and do the shit. They make cities, twin cities, and all this stuff, dude.
Yeah. Oh, the intellectual information, everything is taken.
What did my mom tell you about my childhood? When she was in college, they took me from her and wanted to make me a fucking Chinese citizen. Like again, in my 20s, they did the same thing when I was in LA. But I was with Heather. I stated no. For the Shaolin Qigong, for the Falun Gong stuff.
I'm glad you didn't, because you
Do you
end up in a
understand?
fucking prison camp right now.
Because of the information and the things that those people shared with me. My teacher took my stuff. Being able to manipulate water by not even touching it. That gentleman. That's what Falun Gong is. That's why it cracks me up when people love the movie Avatar and shit. Why I try to share with you things that are not shit that are stuff that I've met. Be approached by brought into the But speaking more languages than I do now. Not English as well as I did. Because it was my first language to play with my friends. Where I grew up as a kid. Okay. As my mom, when she was an interpreter for the deaf in San Francisco. And grew up in the hood full. And grew up with colored children. And go to school with white kids. Just think of the fucking kids that you used to be a babysitter for that spoke Spanish as their first language. I spoke Chinese and Cantonese and English at home. The school that my mom had me in. You understand? It was for her joking when I used to come home and ask her for a sandwich and other things like that. For food. Growing up with my friends. The only English speaking kids that I had next door was Lisa and her brother. That's what fucked me up when I moved this way. Why I made such good friends with Viet and Nam. Vietnamese. It was close. Laotian and Cantonese. I understood their language and was able to speak with them. Or a little. You understand? Otherwise the other Asiatic kids treated me like shit because of being treated like shit by African Americans here in the wars and it being military. So that which their fathers would bring home and impregnate, and that what you'd see in the media. You understand? They would think that I thought the same. So you're not us. Like what happened when I went to prison with some of the others and some people didn't like me speaking their language, saying that I was not their race. And so it was disrespectful for me to be able to speak their language. Henceforth why I lost the ability to speak certain tongues, but still understanding the nuances. You understand? That's what I was saying to you the other day. When we were driving, associations with police or the people that you're around, and dropping name, and what I was talking about with the building inspector not having to rent or hire an electrician and all that kind of stuff and contractor because of work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the jacket that I carry. You understand? That's the good side of the coin, like when we went to see Mr. Galloway. Or marshals and sheriffs. This is the family that arrested CJ. Where you have to realize and know what names do you say. You know what I'm saying? I know both sides. Everybody needs help. So why alienate clients? It's something that I learned. Differentiate how my parents dealt with them. And I was just thinking the way that my stepfather impregnated on me. Money rules everything. I swore, fuck that, dude. It's her birthday. And the store's closed. You understand? It's a holiday. The store's closed. I don't work. I don't do shit. It's a Sabbath. It's our time. You understand? Because otherwise...
Yeah. You get run over.
It's the machine. No, it's not. You don't get run over at all. It's blessings. You just open the floodgate. I live lavish. Because if you're going to say that you can do it, then do it. You know what I'm saying? But don't look back in hindsight and be like, damn. I wish I hadn't done all that because my body's all fucked up or this or that. Or would have saved it or done this and that and some other shit.
Well, the realization, I think, at least...
I'm saying my stepdad.
For my dad was not... For my dad was not, I wish I wouldn't have done it. It was like, there's more to it. Yeah. You know, like, now you can reclaim your time or claim your time and prioritize yourself instead of getting lost in...
Sure. If you wish to say that your body's fucked up. I keep seeing all the OGs and shit. From Eddie Lepp and so forth. You guys find peace now, but yet you motherfuckers been poisoning you so long that the shit that they've caused to you because you influenced the world, you're fucking on your last leg. Hello, wake up.
He was young too.
Fuck, man. My mom finally came with a little brightness, a consciousness, thinking, yeah, that makes sense now. Why did try to drop me off my motherfucking medic job? Because I had that board of supervisors meeting with them some bitches. And the motherfuckers, I explained to them that I was going to do the fucking martial protocol at my son found for my start board. And there's a high chance that I might be able to fucking beat my shit. And what they do? There goes your benefits. Because what'd you say? You're somehow gonna cure what? Fucking incurable disease.
Mm-hmm. A chronic disease. An incurable disease.
Oh. An autoimmune fucking disease. You're born with. Hello? My horse and not be heard that. And then she went back to sleep. And I was like, fuck, man. I've been trying to talk with you about, man. Why it's been taking me years to fucking try to make it to where our kids aren't hunted. At least in one fucking aspect. You understand? Shit. Everybody hears my name? First thing that comes to their head? cannabis. That's the dude that had the best shit, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, fuck, dude. There was so much more I was trying to show you at that time, but y'all just fucking fixated on the fuck instead of fucking the rest of what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Amazing enough. It's good to know. Like I was saying, well, you heard your verbatim from me state as we're moving up. Things would be easier if we wouldn't have to worry about shit. As I meet a couple of people and ask them to put the word out that it's me. You understand? But also why I talked to Carl in the manner that I did. And the gentleman that fucking why we went to Carl's. I'm going with what? I'm going not past that. Are you still sitting here? We gonna fight? Because I'm asking you to get the fuck out the vehicle because I'm pissed the fuck off. Otherwise go. You're not gonna get out the vehicle? What are you still here for? I ain't no city folk. What's over here?
Yeah. And Carlos know that. He became funky. Like Carl became funky, super fucking funky, and it's like, no, you ain't gonna pull that shit on us. Funky out of fucking nowhere. Demons that man had in his head.
Go ahead. Hear what I had to say, Carlos. What the fuck's going on? I'm gonna say what I had to say, and then I'm gonna leave. He got some issues. Let's understand. He ain't gotta worry about nothing. That's the only thing. Otherwise, the same with the other neighbors. If the same instance happened, the gentleman that, when we first moved up here, Staffarallah, that was found, that would be us. So, it's that easy. Now you understand my words to them people. I can't come on with the guns. Why take their picture? Because they gotta go through all the eyes and so forth for people that watch before they get here. Now you understand?
The people with guns.
The hunters, the poachers.
Yeah.
Taking the picture and explaining to them. I'm the only person up here that these people accept.
Oh yeah. You're telling them, yeah.
Don't make yourself be hunted. Now you understand my words when I speak to people about them. Because of those people that watch. Silly. As silly as our daughter Nave would always get irritated saying, man, you look just like your father. I always know what's going on with my kids. That's because of you looking in and filling me in. I stopped that connection with those people. But I don't have to worry about the shit like, say, Sarah.
As a dropout.
As Sarah.
Oh.
Or some whack job gonna try to take my fucking daughter. Because it's from the past when I was doing something I considered wrong. And I needed some gorilla killer motherfucker in my life next to me because I couldn't do the shit myself or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're saying with Sarah and her daughter, how they're fucking playing her.
That I don't
Sarah's daughter.
have to worry
the
about.
Jail system and all that.
I don't have to worry about that with my kids.
Yeah, that nobody's gonna come after, try to prey on your kids. Like that, yeah.
And or
unless
someone
your
that
kids put
is
themselves in the mouth of the fucking.
And or it being an associate from that time, like I explained to her what was going on with her child. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because it's like, Sarah, wake up here. Like, there's no coincidences. Well, then people fucking know you. They know who your daughter is. Yeah. You know the conversations going in the prison, you know?
But I was trying to explain to you, like, what was going on with Thomas and the kids while they're turning themselves against each other in the Hunger Game. The energetics of the people who watch from the outside. Someone has favor. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know what's going on. Otherwise, if you keep acting like you're blind to it, man, you're going to lose all your kids. Because then people are going to take them and extort them. Like how you were extorted. Because they say you're programmed into it. And know your predisposition that you've put epigenetically. Because they breed people too. Saw that? Are you going to comprehend? How you get the donkey shows and shit. Astaghfirullah. It's just insane. Childhood was funny. I should write a book. Fuck. Yeah,
sure.
Put me in danger and the kids. Because I got too much honesty. I'll talk about everything. You got the phone numbers and addresses and all shit to prove it. Along with my mom's shit. And my grandfather's.
I didn't know you have it in your mind and you remember it.
And my grandfather's. That's what's crazy. Stuff from John Maskell. Fucking these people on him. Stuff from all the people that you met that call me son. You understand? All the men that said that. What was the common denominator about him? Special Forces military. It's crazy too. I always got annoyed by that shit because their own boys didn't have no goddamn relationship with them. It tripped me out. Cause conflicts with my brothers. And I'd have those conversations like, dude. I know really what's going on in the house. Don't think that I don't, because this motherfucker's a predator and an asshole like my mom. It puts on this facade. Like, please don't think that I don't see through the facade of how you're treated or how your mom's treated. Or if the mom's acting that same character. Or if both parents are. I realize that I know that this person's like such because I go to the same shit when you guys come over and kick it with my mom. And you're like, man, this is the coolest person in the world to be around. It was like, why do I see the fucked up side of this person? I can't see the side that you guys are enjoying. Why I get the fucked up into this thing? I perceive it as such, or is that really what's going on? Like, why can't I get what you guys got from this person that's my parent or parental person or whatever the fuck, or person that I idolize?
Well, the person tries, but you seem like not being able to. You seem like you need to address certain things and get them out of the way before you can get that from that person. Like, for example, let's say when my dad comes around and there's a lot of things that I might not resonate with, but instead of me just throwing it in his face right at the beginning, you know, when my dad and I first come together, I rather, you know, instead of trying to start the day with talking with it or we're not, I'd rather, you know, first sort of like see what the day awaits and take him for a ride, and then once we're engaged in a good, in a good flow among each other, like then the conversation flows, and then the person might be more receptive or not.
I hear all that, but you've never engaged anything for there to be a flow, so I'm fucking baffled on that shit. Henceforth, your domestication by me to go, hey, you've been domesticated in a weird fucking way. If you wish to hang out with me, you gotta fucking use these in your toolbox, and you might fucking see some difference. Otherwise, you've been fucking talking with me about it a long time ago, honey. In the manner that you do. We're waiting for the proper moment and all this kind of shit that you just stated. And I always ask, well, when's the proper moment? Because that's everybody's excuse. Waiting for the proper time.
I didn't say proper time.
Proper moment. To bring up something. And it never gets brought up.
Then I don't know why you don't get that.
Get what?
You had posted a question. The reason why I made that comment was answering to your question. You said, I don't know why I get the shitting of the stick, or I perceive it like that. And then you said, I don't know why I don't get that from that person. And I said, well, and that was my answer. And I said, then my answer to you was, then I don't know why. I don't know the answer to your question then. Why would it be that you don't get that character that comes off with other people, right? That's what you were saying? Like your mom, how she can be...
No. Not at all. That's what I'm saying. You're in the phone, so if you're in full engagement...
sorry.
You're in the phone, stating something about not waiting for the time, as you just gave your example of waiting for the proper moment, like you were hinting to my conversation about the marijuana stuff or something today, or starting your day off in a conversation at it being in the beginning, but waiting for the proper moment in time or setting to suggest something to someone to start a flow. Well, what I was talking about was your parents fucking treating you in a shitty manner, and when your friends come over, they don't act that manner. When the fuck do you wait for the proper time to bring up that to your parent? When if you do, like you did, and thought it was a proper manner to say, hey Bonnie, why do you treat your son and such? What happened to you?
Got good to her.
But myself, before that happened to you, I've been doing that my whole motherfucking life. Supposedly waiting for the proper moment to say, hey, sup. But otherwise, I figured out not to do that, to actually duck before I get hit. Which is called being proactive instead of fucking being reactive, of waiting for the proper time of saying, hey, I don't like to get hit. Duck. And do whatever else manners need to take to where the person doesn't strike you. And illustrate that, you don't act in that manner towards me. Otherwise, you got beat up and pummeled and knocked the fuck out and your shit took, or fucking more shit happened to you. And you go, afterwards, hey, I didn't like that. That's your philosophy. I don't live like that. That's what you just stated. Is you wait for the proper time instead of it being the first
thing. Not to address something in that manner.
It's with anything.
I was just saying, in the bigger picture, when we go to your mom's house visit, and the first thing that is just...
That is the bigger
some shit put in her face, and it might cause her so she don't get to be herself. That was it. I wasn't talking about when you were a child and your mom behaving differently.
But that's what I was talking about.
Or, that's with anybody. Getting hit and not saying
that's
about
it.
That's
the same thing that I was talking about when you asked about how they treated Justin, and I stated they treated him differently because he acted differently. And they're like, what's your issue, bro? Same context, beginning of this fucking third of the conversation back, but actually beginning of the conversation, since she started the conversation, having a conversation with the people at the store, and asking me how they treated Justin, and me illustrating the same shit. Trying to, if you fucking weren't paying attention. the same thing over. But you're telling me that when do you wait for the proper moment to say anything? Hey guys, stop beating each other up. Or fucking fuck it. You guys are gonna fight, and here, that's your issue that you have. It's kind of some weirdo stuff that you have now. Here, after you've done such, you want to talk about it. Why are you guys so antsy on each other? As I feel this quarrelsomeness when you guys come around each other like you're fucking gang members or some shit of opposite fucking gangs. And or like I was speaking on, my conversation with John Maskell, who called me his son, who I have 3 brothers to, who did not have the same relationship with their son as their father as I did. And it caused conflict in the house, as you see, when we'd be there.
Brian sent me.
Hello?
Brian Maskell sent me a
You
Facebook
lived in that situation, which I'm speaking on, but you're going on some other fucking rhetorical fucking, I don't know what the fuck right there is. So I thought I felt something. The cat's ain't making no noise. But there's a new cat that's popped up. He's right there. And he's just watching.
Be careful.
He got interesting features to him. He's watching Romeo. What are you doing, Romeo? Romeo has his back to him. That's a big cat. How you doing, Bubba? You alright, baby? Where you come from? Is that a normal cat? Yeah. Hey, Mix. That's a big dude right there. What's up, Romeo? Romeo's just right here. Where'd that cat come from, Romeo?
Romeo's like, you see that? You want to fuck me up. I'm trying to tell you, I'm scared.
That's a big cat.
Romeo looked pretty big to me.
Let me get the flashlight so I can see it better.
What's Romeo doing? Romeo's like, dude, this is my house. What the fuck you doing here?
Look at the cat's features. It's really interesting. Like features thing.
How did this cat find us? Why do they all do the same?
Look at its features.
Oh my god, you're gorgeous. You're great. Dude, this is like a little panther thing.
What is that guy mixed with?
Oh my god, look at him. Look at the way he's looking at Romeo.
He's not even caring about me.
No, he's like,
did you find this? Where did you come from? Huh. Oh,
You okay?
he got nuts on him.
Kiss nuts. What is nuts?
He has nuts.
Oh, nuts.
It's a male.
Dude, he's like a little bobcat. Look at his tail.
Is that like a Maine Coon or a lynx? That's a wild cat. What are they looking for?
I don't know. They're both doing the same thing here.
That's strange. We gotta remember about the mountain lions, dude. That's a wildcat. I don't know what kind of time that is.
That's a little bobcat.
Amazon. I liked it.
Yeah, Cinder abuse of Lily Kunzai. If not, do it as a tea infuser for her. And charm. I seem to like the young girl that came in with the horses that we met from the sister that was doing the horse therapy and stuff with people in Collins Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And there was that group of people that branched off from her that came in. Even though they're all bright and beautiful and all that kind of stuff on the inside and out. That little kunzite. Little kunzite. Helped the young lady get more acquainted with her horse, if you remember.
Yeah, Mia's sister. Yeah, sister. And then Mia moved to San Francisco. Yeah. She was into girls. She got herself a girlfriend. So beautiful. She, like, physically, that girl had, like, really beautiful features, don't you think? Like, weird. Kind of like the cat yesterday was like...
I don't know. It's fucking our daughter's age. I didn't...
I'm just saying as a human being. As an expression of the person. I'm just saying she had really
I don't know, because for me, my eyes work. If you look a certain age, they don't look at you. Because for me, from going to prison, it's Googling her, how the fuck they say that shit. And it's like as a child. Well, I said to her and sat down and talked with her and shit, and said, I see you like my daughter here, I would talk as if you were my kid. Now her outside appearance of her lizard reptilian brain fucking clothing aspiration that she put, I guess you could say that was alright. It's different than what the normal fucking cookie cutter of Marysville, but it's suitable. Other than that, no. It wasn't like the cat for me last night where I'm like, I've never seen that pattern before.
I thought she had a pretty unique face. But I had never seen before. The same like with that girl, Stephanie, you know, that the mom started coming around later. Like just Stephanie, you know her mom? She would come around and stay at the shop.
Mm-hmm.
The sister that
the actress. Her mother's
that,
redheaded and she came in and had
think
that issue and couldn't get anything done, and I told her, here, take this right here.
She has pretty interesting. What I'm saying is like the combination of her genes, the expression. I think she has, I don't know, I never seen a face like that before. That's all, but
What you're talking about. Her mom came in on acid and kept having that issue where it was like, damn it, dude.
Her mom was all about acid and fucking. And her kids are like, please go to the grocery shop and do something, because you're driving us nuts, Mom.
I'll sit down and talk with you, dude. Just don't get upset if I fuck your head up. And open your mind. So you don't gotta do acid no more. Be on permanent fucking fry if you wish to say. No, it was fun. Last time I seen her, I'd given her the silver to help her because fucking the woman was fucking itching herself to death and shit because of this stuff. That was when they first hit us with the gamma radiation, all of us there. I went through it, and she went through it, and fucking Dave went through it. A bunch of people. All of them, either their kids fucking ascended or descended hardcore. Sister kept pushing with her stuff instead of committing suicide from depression and shit. She moved forward and fucking threw herself out into the wind and fucking got herself a career path started, you know. And with COVID going on now, she still has the ability to fucking have work and all that stuff. Since she's working for Netflix and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah, she has ambition. She started traveling,
that young
casting.
lady was on the precipice of fucking laying herself down on the railroad tracks. You know what I'm saying? That shit was hell fun. It's not like I had an issue with her. No, dude. I got no issue. Other than you don't fucking believe in yourself. That's the only thing that bugs me about you, man. You're a highly intelligent person.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking just believe in yourself, yo. Record yourself having a conversation with yourself and fucking see.
She's super into it and formulated. But then she would be like wacky and run with some shit, and it's like, no, come back.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Mm-hmm.
Here, let's break that down. If that, we can't fucking interpret that back into actually what the hell we were just talking about. Can you start like cutting that shit away? It's unnecessary in your life. It makes people that aren't intelligent think you're fucking retarded. unintelligent because you're grabbing all this shit. At the most, seems like it doesn't have anything to do with it, but if you actually have a foot in a whole bunch of things, you can see what this woman is learning. But yet, mine's going too quick. Frontal lobe is only grabbing like fucking pieces of the sentence and paragraph that's streaming through her head that she's letting out. And it's like, if you're not picking up on that, dude, like, what the fuck are you saying? And it's like, well, Miss Audrey standing in front of you, fucking, what are you trying to tell me, kid? I get what you're trying to show me, even though you're not moving it. I can see it in your head. I see what you're saying. All right, you want to verbalize that? And sit down and do it, because like other people with not so high functioning minds can fucking comprehend what the fuck you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
But Audrey's getting, like, she's having a hard time talking at all. Like the other day she was telling me.
Your mind going so goddamn quick, honey. That's what I said. What spits out my mouth. That's why I didn't
but
talk a
even
lot
like
when
breathing,
I was
like she's having a hard time breathing and going at the same time.
She's exhausting herself because she doesn't have anyone, again, mimicking. Vicente articulates himself how? People articulate themselves how? By mimicking people and miming. If someone does like scuba tank breathing while they breathe and sing, or breathe and talk as they're singing, which talking and singing, if you haven't done choir or anything like that, you don't know how to breathe. So the person that you're emulating, or not emulating because no one's talking to you, you understand? Is the issue with so many people. Is they lose their breath while they're talking because they do not have a diaphragm.
She couldn't catch her breath to say a sentence.
They do not have this down here, but now there's also, you have to add in the emotional adeptness of, I'm excited to share this with you.
The excitement of even talking to another person that is not her mom or her brother, or
the excitement of a teacher.
Angel.
The excitement of a teacher that is
sharing something.
That is giving you the innuendos and so forth of, you know, the difference of, and see the difference when I talk with a person, because I'm still trying to learn how to fucking talk with you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't react the way she does with me to you.
No, because she perceives you, might perceive you as more challenging.
I don't know why when saw you guys, she says, hey, check this out. She doesn't get that out with me. She'll stand there silently.
She didn't say check these out with me either.
But you understand?
I was like, well, what have you been up to? Reading. What have you been reading about? She goes get the book. She comes out and she tries showing me something. I'm like, Audrey, I can't see from here. Can you tell me what's the book about? Well, it's about this and this and that. And so excited. I was like, okay, just take it slow. You know, try to. You've been reading about it, you know, try to put the words together. Okay, so those base,
yeah, but the young lady grabbed me to the side and she read me her notes, her book, right? And the word inevitably, she'd never seen before. But instead of skipping over it, got her to read it, right? I put it in a sense and context. And keeping that going and trying to keep that going as the next time I see her. You understand? For some reason, parental unit's not doing such. I don't know. I can't justify or whatever, say anything against. A dead be dead, so. But yet, when I was there, my get down is the same as this. That's why people got aggravated, because it's like, it's a baby. Why are you talking to the baby like that? It's a child. It's a child. Why are you talking to the child like that? It's a young teen. Why are you talking to her like that? Huh?
Because it ain't stupid.
You fucking. That's your issue. Why you don't know how to fucking comprehend or articulate yourself? Because you're seen as you're just a child, not something that's going to grow into an adult and make a child. I'm not saying that's how I was raised, As it says, you're getting to see with the people that you're meeting and so forth. Folks that I hung out with, well, shit, if you're going to be there, nigga, you're not seen as a child. Unless you act like a child, which puts you at risk because children tell secrets or can be coerced. You understand?
Yeah.
So one has to be not of like childlike and or know the rules of the game. You understand? Henceforth, me explaining to you the only kids that used to come over to my house were raised the same.
Yeah.
Because that was a big risk that I took with Erica coming to our house. That was only after because she had Michaela. I pushed back against my family and was like, well, look, I'm starting a family. And it was like, well, what's this chick's get down? Is she gonna fucking fuck us off or what? And it was like, no, we're fucking together. Nope. First thing they did was fucking stab in the throat. They fucking sell drugs. No, we don't sell drugs. We run a co-op that's legal.
I know you're a drug addict. Under the same pretense, right?
Child is fucking took.
No, like Donnell, whoever.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is my
medicine.
child is fucking took from me. I'm deemed an unfit fucking parent, and it wasn't for what I did. It was my parents that were used for their co-op. And like you're stating, that's why I said sitting there, as you have these people say, "Oh, you harbor this fucking ill intentions," and I'm like, dude, fucking, are you supposed to be my elders, or are you fucking younger than your granddaughter? That comes from me, because y'all have raised her thinking that fucking your father has all this animosity and all this shit. And when I sit and confront you motherfuckers on it, going, what the fuck animosity do I have? Please tell me, what the fuck are you putting in my kid's head? And kept their fucked up miasma flow from your guys going in her. And thinking that it's some shit from me. And here you are fucking, here, Don, I've known you for how long? I know you when you're high on alcohol. Here for the first time, I get to smell fucking cannabis terpenes come out of your body. You fucking people think that I'm fucking dumb. I've worked with this shit since I was a fucking child. I know what it smells like coming out of your body metastasized. I know what it looks like when you're fucking high. Hey, there's a guy that fucking I used to sell to that's coming to you to give you a lollipop, and all of a sudden we're in a conversation. You motherfuckers get quiet and look around at each other. Come on, man. I'm used to this song and dance since I was a child. When I come in a room asking where when people be talking about my dad. You understand? I'm used to this shit. Oh, you guys are gonna try like that? Here, let me link to you in Pulse and see what the truth is. And see what you guys do. Sorry? Let the shit flow to the top. Oh man, here I'll hit you up and explain to you. I know who that motherfucker is. And I know what you're doing. Do I care? I give 2 fucks. What I say to them? Why the fuck did you wait 20 motherfucking years? Hello? Why did you wait 20 plus fucking years to do this? Donna, Ted, and why the fuck did you use this in court? Well, hey, I knew you were growing weed. It turned into a big ass fight with me and my mom because my mom thought she fucking shooting everything. I said, no, this motherfucker over here that snitched on us and all this shit is growing fucking weed right now. You don't believe me? Here, ask your granddaughter, stupid. Remember that? I don't want to call the police shit. Here, man. Everybody gets mad because they and go that way with their quarter when I play that turn. Why? Because they try to think like they have more knowledge than me. And they flip the fuck out when I go here. And I'll trip you off something. Try that hit hash, nigga. You don't like that, did you? And that's the truth. Not my truth. It's the fucking reality truth. And, oh shit, your shit's rocked. And it's like, uh-oh. That means everything else this little motherfucker has been saying is the truth. What do? Ah! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Everybody does that shit to me. It's like, fuck you, dude. You're the one that pushed that car door. I go, okay. Here, let me pull out my little black book. Here, I know for a fact you don't know this shit because you're not paying attention to me. And if you don't pay attention to me, then your knowledge is old. Because I'm always up to date. Because people always, for some reason, come and explain to me things that I wish not to know. I'm like, fuck. I don't know that shit. That's what always put me in the predicament I've always been in. Yeah, it makes it to where motherfuckers don't fuck with me. Not that I'm fucking telling no motherfucker or nothing like that. I ain't one of those in the fight. Or as you seen. I don't do that to people, as my mom does. I ain't about that shit. Yeah. This fool's growing pot. How you feel about that? Instead of us doing it as a family. Bringing everything together, saving the property over here, and having fields upon fields upon fields upon fields upon fields of fucking shit, stretching from fucking Pearson Hill to motherfucking Dolphins. And above and down the motherfucking
greenhouses. Fucking the whole hill has perfect sun. You kidding me? It has for pasture. Where'd you got cows over there? I lost it.
Nope. Lost it over $2,000 motherfucking back tax.
I lost it.
Pow! And I feel bad because I told that man when he did that shit, you're gonna lose all your shit, man. I curse you. You understand? Yeah. Your family's gonna lose their shit. But then I feel
because your family lost it too. Because that's Michaela.
Because I feel bad. I said what I said, but then I think about it, and I'm saying that's what I'm saying about your family. Is what does it fucking matter if it had not been done, unless you heal the family and get those miasma flows gone. Hereditarily, the information and stuff that's on that land will just cause those children to be sickly. You understand? It's all those memoretics of everybody having the good times and the bad times. What gene energetics connect to them? Do they see this as good or do they see it as bad?
And then it's like how it marked Michaela. She don't smoke.
She don't do nothing.
Her mom does, but she's more of the culture of entertaining maybe a drink, and not the pot. Because I'm not saying that she drinks, but it's been more socially accepted. Like it's more on that
It's
side.
just fucking alcoholism. That's not socially accepted.
Well, I'm saying her. No, her parents. I'm not talking about her parents. I'm just saying on her social paradigm, she might enjoy herself being around. Like she works in the casino, and not around people that smoke pot. You know what I'm saying? Like yesterday, I stopped at the market. The man was drinking. I was like, if the man wouldn't have said the things that he said, there was no point for me to talking to the man.
Yeah.
I was gonna stand there because the man is drinking. Like if he wouldn't have said the things that he said that kept me talking with him, I wasn't gonna find myself in that environment. Then comes another man, and the man starts drinking to another beer. I'm like, I'm out. Like I'm smoking cigarette. I'm just here for the time being. Then my cigarette is, and then it's gone. I'm gone.
See.
I'm not gonna. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna find me around people drinking, even though that's all they did in my family. They didn't smoke. Because I don't know. I just don't resonate with those energetics anymore. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is like that might have conditioned to where Michaela, would find herself in a social partner and group where it's accepted the drink and maybe not so much on the weed or
because she had heard all this shit against her fucking what she's half of, her dad and her
that's
mom's
how I'm saying.
family.
That's how I'm saying.
But then on the opposite side, you got my mom putting in her head, fuck your other side of the family because they drink and they do all that shit. Not all that shit, they just drink. And they had a mentality of fucking ass munch that, hey, look how white my granddaughter is. My mom pushed that side of the family's racist and so forth. But then my thing was, no, Mom, they're not racist. They're just, you have to, they're as racist as your mom and dad were, Mom.
Is she not being racist? Is your mom not being racist?
Understand what I just said there?
Yeah. They were asked
and my mom goes, they weren't racist or whatnot, or they were, and it's like, well, how come there's no pictures of my father? And then you go in and apply that to our youngest daughter's first Christmas, where I'm with her family, her mother's family.
And they're like, take a picture.
And I'm like,
is he good? Go take the picture.
Are we going to do a family picture? Because we...
He's like, yeah, family picture. You go take the picture.
We did one with Ezekiel.
I'm sorry, it's stupid.
But why aren't we doing one with Naira? And literally 3 months later, we're separated. You understand? Like, I see the signs, but I'm just drinking and so forth because she was on maternity leave, so it's like, you gotta get up and work. There was no talk. That's what I said. We didn't talk like this. There was no opportunity. So it's like my friend was the bottom, and my coworkers. That was a wake up call for me. We had a Christmas party, and I fucking was wasted drunk. When I came back, told my fucking coworkers, I was like, dude, we had a fucking Christmas dinner, and they didn't have motherfucking. We didn't do a family picture. I mean, they did. Like literally, what you're talking about, honey. I went out to smoke a cigarette and drink a beer in a little fucking.
It was picture done. When you came, everybody was dissolved, and it was like, that's insane.
See.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, and I was like, what the fuck? That's why I say, looking back, what I say to my mom, you're as racist as you are. Your family is. How come I ain't got no pictures of my dad? And it's like, do I believe Uncle Clarence or do I not believe Uncle Clarence? But when my Aunt Kathy left, and my grandparents or my grandmother saying, take those pound puppies back fucking home. Mm-hmm. And you motherfuckers talking about there is no preference in grandkids, but I'm a grandchild and I'm dark. And all the other grandbabies is darker than me. Hello?
And that's what I don't understand. Why
and my
is
Uncle David's
I
kids,
understand
and my
why
Uncle
your
David,
mom is so fast to
and
say,
my Uncle David's
you
hear me.
want a black baby because that's what she fucking
My
wanted.
Uncle David's kids. My Uncle David's kids. If you shut the fuck up so I can talk.
Your Uncle David's kids.
Rest in peace. Are whiter than you. You met one of his sons. His other son was just as light. They have no idea who those kids are. Those kids do not know their fucking father's side of the family. And were treated like shit, as you heard from my little cousin, Michael.
Your mom
who cried for
was
his
raised
father.
in a racist house, and she went.
Cried for his father.
She felt the need
How
to
was
go
he raised in a racist house? Is my Uncle David, peace be upon him, cried when I showed up and said, "What is Frank Harrison? Who's Frank?" He told me his last name. My Uncle David started crying. Rest in peace. If she was raised in a racist house, how the fuck is her best friend from 5 years old a black woman? Hello? You can't be you can't be friends with somebody if they fucking a different color if your parents are racist. Fool, it don't work like that.
Then how?
Hello?
Then when
it don't work like that.
She lays with a black man, a black kid comes out of her, and her parents are prejudiced. Not with the neighbor or the kid, but with what comes from you.
Again.
They accept the neighbor, but not...
Supposedly, my Uncle Clarence, as you heard, when it's done, when Aunt Kathy left, him with 5 children, all by himself, and he reached out to the family going, hey, this is from you. My family's all that way. This is from you. You motherfuckers got all these farms. You own parts of towns. Fucking in the Congress and shit.
That? They were all okay with your mom being friends with Heidi, but then when the kids come along that come from their own, they're not okay.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is what do you believe? It's like my Uncle Clarence telling me my mom's not my mom. So it's this mind fuckery. Hello? You gotta sit and fucking let the shit float to the top and what's really going on. You understand?
Your mom ain't your mom. What need does she has at fucking 17 fucking around with a kid? Like wanting to get you from someone was, you know what I'm saying? Like what need would she have to bring you in her picture if you ain't hers? You know what I'm saying? What's the need of, I mean, so unless you're really needing something to take care of, like when kids rush into having kids because they want a puppy or something to take care of. You know what I'm saying? Like that emotional dependency or need of wanting to be loved.
It was a child that you had passed away.
But still, it's really complicated to feed another human being and raise another human being. And so one really had to want to take upon that if it's not coming from one.
My brother was how my mom got to prove herself that she was an emancipated minor. My mother was the first emancipated minor of California.
That's true. That's true.
You understand? So I don't know. That's the thing that always tripped me out when people say those things and so forth. And I say, well, hold on a minute. I look back on my own life. You know, interesting. And I see the patterns and so forth. And it's like, it's a trip. It's like, you know, opening up and having Ted explain to you how him and Ted don't, you know, how they met, but also his family background and her family background, so that you can see the miasmal flows, understand, and the codependent, and how me and you come together, because the similarity of the fucking theirs to the same with fucking Tom and fucking Susan is the same as fucking Raul and fucking Alejandro. You understand? And the family backgrounds and traits, the mishaps of mom's being, or I should say, great grandmothers on my wife's sides are my child's mothers, the women that for some reason I selected to bring them to life into the world. For some reason, the grandmothers on the dad's side would be the fucking whack jobs that would be super alcoholics and whatnot, and be fucking hardcore on the dads when they were kids. Or either the dad would kind of be there, or if he was there, he was alcoholic too. And there was that. Mom had to do everything. Like, Tom went through a fucked up childhood, like your dad. Just not so much money. You understand?
Yeah, although
exactly
it wasn't because of anybody being
exactly
an
the
alcoholic,
same.
it was workaholic.
It's the same. It's your attention is somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
The exact same shit that you described of what happened with Raul. Same happened with Tom. Same with the mother. Same with the dad. The trip to having a female child that the only thing that she sees to try to get the dad's attention is what her output is. You and her are the same in that. When you vocalize that is something I was trying to help her with, I'm going, dude, like, slow the fuck down. Like, you're passing this to Ezekiel with the whole, like, fucking thing of, okay, we got all this stuff, you know, I only feel, how did you put it? You feel your self-worth is all the shit that you're doing.
Mm-hmm. You measure your self-worth with your productivity.
Both of you are like that. My ex-brother Adam and Wani, the same. If you wish to say spiritually, my ex-brother-in-law Jeb and Wani and Adam, the same. The one that was fucking given up for adoption. You understand? Completely the same. The wives that they picked, type of work, and mentality is very interesting. I mean, for Carl to know Jeb, but yet the girls don't talk to him, and it's their sibling. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's the point there? The girls won't talk to...
Didn't say the girls won't talk to. I said the girls do not talk to Jeb. Michaela doesn't speak to her uncle when he lives in the area. Mm. He popped up when she had just popped out of her mother. Again, when me and Erica conceived Michaela, her mom and dad were on the verge of splitting up. And for some reason, it brought them together. And out of the fucking blue, a whammo after Michelle taking off and running off with fucking Tim Pollock, while messing around after just having Mercedes and Alexi with Tom Cummings, rest in peace. Mm-hmm. Ted gets to learn from Donna, that's not your daughter. Henceforth, when I was pressuring him to go, hey man, with my mom, going, hey man, let's go find your kid, he was like, fuck that. That's not my kid, dude. I get fucked up. Girl can run off and do what she wants. Came out of his mouth. He was pissed. You know, that's why he's gone so hard towards Erica's boys. Because he he believes for a fact that he soured that child out of all of them. That's the only one that he knows for a fact in his head. Is his fucking kid. You know what I'm saying? And Donna ain't been no skinnier since I've known her my whole life.
She's
been always been that size. That's why I told you when I met her, I was like, oh man, Erica, we're gonna have to exercise, baby, otherwise. I know your mom's like my mom, where she came out skinny, but if you don't do right and you just do like mom did and sit on your ass, then you're gonna be fucking flabbergasted and all that. I'm not into that. Let's stay healthy our whole life, right?
Please work towards that.
So that's what I was saying about Jeb. And the standoffishness. Now Jeb is your older brothers. You understand? That are standoffish because dad doesn't talk to them and treats it as a fucking business thing.
But have they been able to
as
integrate?
My stepdad always
did. Eric and
as,
the sisters care to integrate?
That's why I said it's interesting that Carl knows Jeb, but the grandchildren on the other side of the family do not bring up his name. And it's been 20-something years since I've seen him with the family. You understand? Because he popped up and was like, hey, I found you, Mom. And everyone was like, who the fuck are you?
You might want to go back to the hole you came from.
They're like, who are you, dude? And it's like, I'm your son. Ted was like, what? Whose son? I got a son? And I was like, no.
Not you.
Not you, homie.
That's cool, huh?
I'm Donna's son. And it's like, oh.
He's looking at the yard, too.
Well, when the fuck did you have him, Donna? Because I met you when he was this age, honey. Sabe? You understand?
I mean, if they live together,
do you understand
though,
when
where's Donna
Ted,
sneaking out
do
on
you understand? She did not sneak out on him. She had him before she met Ted.
Yeah, she just never said anything.
But yet Ted said, what? I met her. She come up here at what age? You understand?
16. 17,
You understand?
16, she ran. So at what time did
Do you understand?
Then when did she have
And found herself a preacher's boy.
That
And
would
torted
care-
him
that would take care of all the bills.
and torted him away from taking the church on.
That's so true. Like, when did that happen?
Ted was supposed to fucking continue the church and he stopped. That's why I said you can have a beautiful talk with that man. That's why I said, whoa, hold on a minute. I used to dig into that fool when he'd have me when we'd be working and he'd be playing that stupid Rush Limbaugh shit. And I'm like, no, bro. At 17, this mine, I would dig into him. What they forget is I still remember all this stuff. So I was saying, beginning of the conversation talking about that was, what harbor do I have? I sat for 20 years asking you guys to work on your stuff.
I'm just trying to understand. The only reason why I remember is because I'm trying to understand.
And now I'm seeing all these points. Hey guys, remember what my senior project was about? Remember when I'd sit here and I'd read the Greek mythologies and all this stuff to Michaela? You guys were like, dude, don't do that. And it's like, but do you see her now? Here, turn on your computer that you bought for your daughter to do her senior project, and I did a senior project on it. This is what my work was on. I'm still asking our child the same questions. She finally answered me. Some of those questions, I get to go on there, click these boxes off. Like I said, I'm finally ready to fucking publish my shit. Publishing something 20 years ago, yeah, it was still just a hypothesis. Now it's like Bruce Lipton and everybody else. I'm actually living the thing that I was trying to get everybody else to pay attention to and actually have the data, first-hand data, to say, yes, this is truthful. And if you follow this, like you've seen all the people that come in and I fucking gave them a key to it and say, use this in your life. Fucking motherfuckers come back with careers, fucking jobs, motherfucking their own business.
If they just listen to themselves.
Not me, themselves, as I
But
said
if
to
they
them.
take it as, oh, these niggas trying to fucking tell me what to do, they fuck themselves off. And it's themselves. They're just not recognizing this reflection of themselves.
See.
And that's when they're hurting.
And when they're hurting's the best time. That's why I fucking hit people instead of going waiting for the perfect time, as you state, to make teas and crumpets. Fuck all that. Best time is stressful time. Eradicate that which is unnecessary and fucking make a new neural network that shows you a shift. So when you fucking get stressed out, the track fucking is able to shift tracks and you're not going the same route in a fucking loop on yourself. Unless you wish to fucking spiral up like the train track so that it can able to fucking gain in a chiral motion, gain elevation or lose elevation if at a gradual pace instead of just falling or fucking wrecking. If you understand what I mean. But no, that's why I speak on those things. Is just having these conversations with your dad and so forth is why I'm talking about that. Because I'm seeing the similarities. That's why I said to you when I spent my 6 months in jail recuperating my mind, but studying on codependency, but looking and analyzing, doing zikr on us. How did we come together, and if we stay together, how do we actually stay together? You understand? Address the codependent bonds I have on you. Look at what I had with Heather, Fantasia, every woman I've ever been with. And their lineages, because I met all their families. You understand? Nothing was done different with someone that I cheated on someone or cheated on someone else with. I still took the time to go meet and see the spider web, if you wish to say, and understand. And then start freaking out going, I'm cheating on this person that is exactly like the person that I said I wish to die with. What the fuck is my issue? You understand? Mm-hmm. Why can't I do this at home? What's the issue? Why am I going outside of home, or what I consider home, or peace, or such and such? Mm-hmm. And so that 6 months looking at all the fucking connections and so on and so forth, Allah's mercy is showing me all those things. So I popped out and was like, if we're gonna be together, we're gonna do this, dude. And there's no ifs and buts for fucking waiting on the perfect time. It's like this. Check. You waited for me. I'm willing to wait for you. And I mean that in all sense of pretenses. It's not in the sense of someone being more advanced or not advanced in time, but just saying in the sense of patience of waiting for self to love oneself back to the reflection of one loving oneself in equality, where we have a foundation together that builds to where we're not just fighting with each other.
Yeah, nobody feels that it's being taken advantage of or being used, or it's each knows where it's standing at and consciously decides to commonly build something together. Right? Like, for example, like I woke up this morning just thinking in a stupid way, but I was thinking, you know, like how Gabriel was saying that taught to, you know, like, oh, this is time and this and that. I'd be like, dude, why don't you fucking approach it this way? We got 2 kids. It costs us fucking $50,000 a year to maintain these kids. Because this is my time too. You know what I'm saying? Why is this person conceiving you as a milking cow? Fucking put yourself out there and say, because that's the way we perceive it. It's like, we need to fucking, like when we think of something together, even when we buy the gravel or whatnot, it's like we're putting both of this, you know, this is what we're buying, this is what it's for, we're both gonna fucking enjoy it. What's the purpose of feeling advantage? Yeah, it's like, so you got 2 kids, you need to pay this fucking house regardless for this and that. So whatever comes out of this is gonna be allocated to that, and you and I put equal parts. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like taking it like that.
Would say to Steve.
You gotta be like, this is the project, like, this is the outcome, you involve in it.
You don't want to put it on this new couch set, stupid? I'll pay for it with all my money. But you're still sitting on the motherfucker, dude.
Exactly. Fuck that.
So what are you arguing with me for?
No, fuck that.
But that was my argument with you about getting those crystals, is me having to say, okay, well, I'll make it to where I'll make it all this money myself so you can't say a goddamn thing about it. Make sure all the bills are paid as I do from having to do with my ex.
Like when Todd
that this when I use this money, it is not taking at all. Yeah. Everything is fucking good, so you can't see a motherfucking
But having
thing.
that goal in mind, like we're doing these for that.
This thing that's coming in, you're greatly gonna appreciate it, and everyone else that fucking comes around, you're gonna appreciate it. So why in the hell fight about it? We could actually get more, because if I just made this to get it, think as if we both work together to get it, besides having the shit down. That's why my mom was always had an argument with Steve about, dude. Like, what the hell is your issue, bro?
It's the person not feeling part of it.
Because his shit would always get frustrated. Be like, they're always asking for free samples and this. And my mom like, dude, how I got with you? Motherfucker, you'll make more money. If you're about money and your issue was money, as you would, how you used to be when we first opened the store.
No question about
it. It was just like my stepfather. Where my mom, when us, we're like, look, homie, let's show you something. Because you've never been homeless. Look, we're going to share something with you. This is reality right here. I know you're a drug dealer, but mom freed you. Now you're her bitch, as I stated. You don't work for them niggas no more. You work for us. We're a family unit. This is what we do. We give shit away for free here. Now, we're trying to get you to not work on our birthdays and holidays because you don't know what to fucking do. Hand over fist you're fucking doing. Okay? Just like us. When you be frustrated, oh my god, we don't got no money. I'm like, dude, fucking shut the fuck up. Who gives a fuck about that shit? What is that? This numbers. Here, you want something like that? Oh shit! Here, somebody just come in.
You should have seen Todd's face when
boom! Oh my god, we got more money than what you were stressing on right there for that day. And it's like, I used to always say that to you. Stop living in fear. Erase that which you learned from your parents because you were daddy's girl. Stop that.
What followed when Todd asked me, "Is Ezekiel happy trimming?" I said,
I said
he loves it. I know, and then it followed to me. I said, this way he also feels he's contributing. You know, it's your income. And he looked at me like, because you know I work. He knows that I work, and I was like, this is his way of contributing. Like
to work around the
you know, but his face was like, kind of like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause he ain't in that game. Like, he ain't having that. So putting on his face like that is like.
You gotta think in that manner, man.
I tried to say, I was like, he feels he's contributing. You know, egotistically or in the ego, everybody needs to
keep the mind chatter away. Whatever you need to do, however you were raised in your house or whatnot.
And his house was, and his face was like, sort of like, you know, cause.
Keep the mind chatter away. That's why there's
but
so much conflict.
Isn't that a good idea? About like, hey, this crop is, you know, fucking whatever comes out of that is like. Otherwise, how are people feeling entitled or, you know what I'm saying? Like in the level of not that responsibility when them kids came out of you too. You living in the fucking house too. You don't think you gotta pay for rent? You would have to pay for rent elsewhere, right?
See.
So how are you not thinking that at least those $2,000 that you would have to be paying for rent, you should be putting it towards that?
Excuse me.
But when like you're saying, when one don't feel part of it, it feels like, okay, I need to be compensated because you don't see the wholeness. You know? You don't see that then at the end of the day, you're going to have the stock, you're going to have the sugar leaves, you're going to have the root bulb, you know, it's all of it, it's yours. Instead of just like, pay me and you fucking figure out the rest. You know what I'm saying? Just getting paid for your time. That's not the diving in and the connection.
But the analogy of money is time. It's like when I do work, I go, okay, if I grew up working for other people and I know in a day, with doing the same kind of type of labor, granted I'm older than I was, so on and so forth, I can make excuses and attribute for not as much work being done, but yet still putting the same effort and exertion that I was doing when I was working for somewhere else. If you think in that manner, then do such for yourself. And
put that money away?
No.
Oh.
Yes, in a sense, if you wish to say, put that money away, but who is paying you, Maria? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To keep the mind chatter away in your head of saying, okay, if my time is money, okay, manual labor job, you're digging a hole, or you're doing the garden work, or you're doing any type of work on the property, you look at, okay, $15 an hour is minimum wage, if you wish to say, in some places, or look back in your time when you were doing manual labor for somebody, and how did it feel at the end of the day when you seen the work done besides the payment? As your pay grade progresses, how much work were you able to do in that day, and how did you feel? Okay, well, apply that for yourself and double that, because you're working for yourself. You understand? And be justified at the end of the day of going, okay, I know that right there, if I had to pay somebody,
it would have been
less done. Because people don't work as hard as yourself if you're putting something, especially if it's for you. Unless you're on top of their fucking ass cheeks working with them, shovelable.
No, nobody cares as much as you do for
But understand what I'm saying. Unless you're out there pushing them to get to that level that you wish to have, you will not have that which is done unless you find another actual worker.
Mm-hmm. Like
You
people
understand?
like you and I that want a bed or
But
something.
yet, if you find one of those workers, you're going to have to pay the money.
Mm-hmm.
But you are going to get that outcome. But you better have, like I expressed to you, what do you exactly want to have done? Because it's going to get done that way. And when it gets done in the manner in which you illustrate you wish done, don't come back and state that I didn't like the work was done or it wasn't done in the manner in which I wanted. You understand?
Mm.
Like with the logs and so forth taken over. How do you wish done with this, honey? What do you want done with the waste? What do you want done? What do you see it being used for? Blah, blah, all those things that go into that. Of what do you want done? How is it to be done? How do you wish this to be sanded? How do you want the nail hit in? Do you want there to be scuff marks? Do you not want fucking the whole thought through? It's like when I went and knocked all that down, I was like, shit. That's fucking $45 an hour starting to get somebody to come out and do that. Just to knock the trees down, just with brush removal was $175 a fucking hour. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was joking with you when we got to FNC, but I wasn't. I'm going, look, the work that we're doing in a day, just a couple of hours of work is fucking $1,000. If we were to have to pay somebody else, it's turning against work. No matter what, if I feel fucking frumpy in my head or I have a bad day, go out and cut some of that shit and realize and understand shit. Even though it's fictitious money, just like in reality, it's fictitious printed fucking numerical fucking equation.
Mm.
In my head, I feel good because I just made $600. I can come pull my couple of carts of wood and break down a fucking quart of wood and make an extra $300 and throw it to the side. Oh shit, I just made $1,000 day. In anybody's mind or man's mind, how can you feel bad about yourself?
No.
Or let mind chatter come in if you're sitting there not being able to bring in any money to help anybody. If you wish to say in that paper term, of toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
Or digital currency. Because again, still, for that to be coming in, I'd have to be away at a job that would take me from here to where I'd have to fucking eat up my motherfucking day off to sit here and stand over a motherfucker and tell him what I want done. Which to me, that $1,000 day ain't worth that. You understand? Because again, that's my time off. I usually get frustrated with my ex when she wants me to do work when I want to play with the kids. Because it's supposed to be my day off.
Mm-hmm.
But nope. You gotta do housework. And it's like, fuck. We make enough money to pay a motherfucker. If not, let's get one of these fucking nieces or nephews in the family and fucking here. I'll pass it along the family and show how to do this. Otherwise, I wish to be with the kids too young to understand the type of stuff. So here, let's turn them into a day event. Put the babies outside and do yard work. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of things. Where you feel that right there, no money can fucking take that or pay or equate to that time.
No.
You understand?
Yeah.
But if you get it to where it's eventually where the kids aren't involved, the family's not doing the function, and it's just you doing these moving tasks, it's like, bitch, why am I always doing this? You can do it too. It's like fucking mind chatter starts creeping in. And you get those conflicts.
But no, but if you
Just
see
hear me.
that the other person is.
Just hear me. And the list starts where you hear between you got lists in marriages where husband asks the wife to do something and wife got the list, laundry list. The fucking, can you get this done before we fucking die, fool, or you die? Type shit. It's really simple shit, but it becomes that nagging of, I want you to do this, why can't you do it? And that's why plumbing and all that kind of fucking general service maintenance shit is real expensive. You understand?
Taking advantage of that.
Yes, love. Yes, love.
Of the simplicity of the
Yes, love. People not working together and cultivating each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why there's no fucking plumbers or fucking maintenance people or anything like that now in the house, because no one got to show a kid, this is how you do it. You know what I'm saying? This is how you do something. Cryptic umbilical cord really got fucking shot into the family where it's like, okay, something broke. I gotta call someone else to fix it instead of we fix it ourselves. Mom and dad get in an argument, they go somewhere to talk to somebody to fix it instead of talking to the family and doing something.
I mean, it's like, what's the point of somebody in a family unit that has an issue going and talking to a psychologist and not evacuating it in the house? I mean, I'm just saying, not that you gotta keep it inside. I'm just saying, like, the other person is not informed. Like, the other person don't fucking know what you
picture. Removing all this right now. Leaving the flowers. Go meet her parents. All this oak. To this line right, this big oak. On the hillside, clear this out. Food. Get these lower ones cut down first. Thin this out like I was doing along the edge, on the bottom, and kind of thin this out more. Another valley part. Food. There we go. Oh, and the cable wire's here now for the antenna on the other valley. I can now string it over and start broadcasting and so forth live. Inshallah. Sound to the force and everything. An hour and 40 minutes. I'll get that done. Getting there. These guys coming down. That guy. Excuse me, that group. This. And this right here. Slight breeze. Not interested in dropping them since they're so close. Not getting them tangled into each other, you know? Following them where I want them and so forth. So they use the buck down, manipulate, turn into building material. Almost there. I'm stopping so that I'm not all nasty when we go to see your parents. Open it up. Come back and open it more. Get this flock right here. One's picking up. These guys so that they're not all wrapped together. Trees and so forth. Just open that way up. And then the pines continue coming in with these dudes and stacking them on themselves. So it's easy to butt down, you see. Yeah. I had a skidder, crane. Let's do the choker and do them all at one time, you know. That's how I like to do stuff. But do them in bunches. So let's just come back over at the same time again. That military helicopter again. You gonna trip out? Hey, holy shit. Motherfucker cut down that much? She built her structural stuff. Alright. Was coming and thin stuff out. Missed all the stuff. Very tips of it. Tough here. Process this stuff. A lot more. These front ones, where I was just in, that pocket there, and that bigger pocket. Have good sunlight. I'm gonna leave these pines as a windbreak and weather break. I'm gonna thin it out though. I'm gonna put her 20-foot by 11-foot high dome that we got there. Gotta modify, fix this guy up and the other things, but I need more power. So it's time to build and get the welders and all that stuff going. So I need more power. More than just life support systems. And a fence. We need secondary and third offensive.